I'm stacking cubes in Marvel. Chapter 1 later to start with a full set of infinite gems. Are you rash? Brother Gu, don't look at me like that. Why don't you take a closer look at the timeline and see if my appearance didn't delay anything? Yang, who was wearing a heavy cotton coat that was clearly inconsistent with the season, a mask, goggles, and disposable medical gloves, was extremely panicked. He didn't know how he came out to buy groceries. He was dizzy and suddenly appeared on a sunny rooftop. He had just witnessed a bald, thin man in yellow clothes and a big green fat man having a continuous meal. An inexplicable operation of gesturing and speaking. This fat green man, who was obviously a famous figure, was knocked down by the palm of the yellow bald head. The yellow bald head started talking to himself, gesticulating like he didn't know who he was talking to, and there were aliens like crooked melons and jujubes coming and going in the sky. Flying around in the sky on a flying machine. After waiting for the green fat man to leave, Yang Ming just seemed to understand what happened after watching this entire famous scene. Is this the 2012 New York War? No, this is the 2012 New York War where the Women's Federation members traveled back in time in the Women's Federation 4 plot. The bald woman in yellow clothes walked up to him, and the expression on her face became more solemn, and then she let him say the first sentence. You really shouldn't be here. Those eyes that seemed to see through everything carefully looked at the strange man in front of him, and his words became more and more certain from questions. Do you know me? You are dressed strangely, and you are also a doctor? You seem to know something. Gudong. Yang Ming really didn't know what to say now. After swallowing a gulp of saliva, he forced himself to think about how to explain to the Supreme Mage in front of him, who specialized in resisting the invasion of foreign lands and had just been spoiled by the Hulk. I shouldn't have affected the development of the timeline. I'm not a doctor, you must understand the theory of multiverse and time, and Dr. Banner just explained it, and The increasingly unclear scrutiny from the Supreme Mage made him speechless. He didn't even know what to say. He even wished he could explain everything directly. He was sweating hot and cold. One was hot, and the other was regretting saying those first words. Don't be nervous. Are you coming back from the timeline that I can't see? The time stone has been borrowed. It seems you have to wait for a while. Facing Gu Yi's all-seeing gaze, Yang Ming was stunned. What does it mean to be beyond the timeline that she can't see? What does it mean to wait a while? Gu Yi ignored his little entanglement and turned around to walk to the rooftop. He pulled the golden magic pattern in his hand into a fan and waved again to the aliens in the sky. An alien who had just approached here without even roaring was knocked away. Yang Ming calmed down and thought about it. It seemed that the Hulk who had just left confused the Master Supreme, or was it because the appearance of the Hulk made the Master Supreme think that he also traveled through time to borrow the Infinity Stones? Fulan was heartbroken. He remembered a few details in the movie. Couldn't Gu Yi see what happened after his death? It would be nice if there was a golden finger. Otherwise this beautiful misunderstanding might not last for 3 minutes. Once Gu Yi recovers, I will still be in trouble. Yang Ming was thinking to himself, thinking about various calling systems and golden fingers in his mind like a blind mind. He worked for a long time and found nothing. How many times will you hit him if you don't take action? After Gu Yi knocked away several more aliens in succession, he turned back and looked at him doubtfully. I won't do it because I'm afraid it will affect the timeline. It's up to you. Why don't you tell me what troubles you encountered in your timeline in the future? Gu Yi shook his head, waved his hand, and another wave of golden whip marks covered the sky in front of him, with 4 or 5 scattered little miscellaneous things. The soldier was beaten to pieces and scattered all over the ground. Yang Ming really didn't know how to make it up. His brain was thinking very fast, but he couldn't figure it out in a short time. Mage Ancient One had obviously not had time to look at the timeline after chatting with the Hulk. While waving his hands to attack the alien soldiers who wanted to approach the New York Temple, he looked back at Yang Ming from time to time. She could feel what was hidden in the psychology of the man in front of her, and Yang Ming was hesitant to speak under her gaze. At this moment, a whirring sound like a rotating propeller came, attracting the attention of the two people. But a tall man wearing a Captain America costume appeared on the rooftop carrying a silver box in one hand and a hammer in the other. Seeing this appearance, Gu Yi was confused. Isn't this Thor's hammer, Steve? Aren't you supposed to be in the center of the battlefield? Steve originally wanted to explain that he was here to return the time stone, but when he saw an unknown weirdo on the rooftop, he was speechless. It's not just the captain in front of you now. There should be two captains fighting in the headquarters building. Counting the one who is hiding in him, there should be 4 captains existing at this time point at the same time. Yang Ming didn't know how to explain it at first, but seeing this great situation, he quickly continued. He took 2 steps forward and pretended to be familiar with it to take the box from Captain America. Steve, are you here to return the gem? I'm waiting for you here specially. No. As soon as Captain America withdrew his hand, he took a step back to distance himself from Yang Ming, and looked at Master Ancient One. Supreme Master, have you successfully restored half of the population of the universe? Is it up to you to return each gem to its original point in time? Seeing that Master Gu Yi was also looking at the two of them with a scrupulous expression, Yang Ming knew what was going to happen or not, so he quickly asked an overwhelming number of questions. Are you planning to go back to find your lover in the end? Are you? Don't you know me at all? I really don't know you, or if you take off your disguise. Steve was confused, but he still had the basic judgment. You mean I went back in time and hid after returning the gems? That's right. So the one who comes to you at this time is not you, but me. Yang Ming punched hard in his heart, and then lied. You didn't show up until everything was over, and gave the shield to Falcon, and lived out the life that Stark proposed to you. These words all spoke to Steve's heart, so much so that he really doubted whether the person in front of him really knew him. So you came here because this point in time is a time when 5 gems exist at the same time. Yes, Yang Ming looked at the captain who believed him, and then at the Ancient One mage who was examining them. He saw the gem that seemed to be within easy reach and his mind was spinning. Chapter 2 I'm here to ensure the timeline. I'm not here to get gems. Yang Ming really wants to hack these 6 gems directly. But it had been a few minutes since he traveled back in time, but he didn't get any hints about the golden finger. And what would he do if he really got the gem by deceiving him? Where is he going? Do you really think Ancient One and Captain America are fools? Could it be that Captain America can be tricked into taking off his time-traveling equipment and giving it to him so that he can leave this time node first? Okay, at the critical moment, Yang Ming gave up. I'm not here to get gems, I'm here to stop people who might come to get gems. Pretending to have no regrets at all, no heartache at all, and a clear understanding of the righteousness, he said to Gu Yi. You who can see the timeline should know that every moment has countless possibilities. I come from the future of the 39th century. My name is Yang Ming, a member of the Huaya Federation, is known as Dianchuo in the world. I'm sorry Cable. Yang Ming muttered silently in his heart. He looked at the 2 people who were attracted by his shocking words. He could only continue to lie. I came here to prevent the great evil apocalypse from coming in the future who has mastered the ability to travel through time. Grab 6 gems at this time. After finishing speaking, looking at the attitudes of the 2 people, Yang Ming felt uneasy, thinking that there should be no Cable and apocalypse in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He was afraid of self-defeating, but he could only use this template to increase credibility. After taking the time gem in the box and putting it into the eye of Agamotto, Ancient One began to look at the timeline. Yang Ming continued to deceive Steve. You know you can vouch for me. What he wants most now is that if he can fool the old Steve into appearing on the rooftop to testify for him, that would be a complete victory. Steve was still a little confused, but within a few words. The ancient master who had transformed into multiple phantoms had merged into one body. He looked at Yang Ming, who was a little timid, with a slight smile on his lips. At this moment, the wooden door leading to the rooftop was pushed open, and an old but majestic figure walked up from the newly waxed wooden stairs. That man was Steve, the old Steve. I'm here. After I prove it to you, I have to go back quickly. It's too dangerous. You owe me a favor. Like a dream in vain, he turned around and left without giving young Steve a chance to ask questions. After the door blocked Captain America's shocked sight, Master Ancient One spoke again, "Steve, go ahead and do what you have to do." After saying that, he ignored Captain America who had taken back the 5 gems, and turned to ask Yang Ming, "I really can't see your origin in the timeline. It seems that you are indeed not the person you are now. So how do you become a person in the future? What about the apocalypse you mentioned?" I don't know what Gu Yi saw exactly, but from the look of Gu Yi's attitude, he should have passed the test, and the rest is just a matter of deception. Because in the distant future, there are many people who have mastered the technology or ability to travel through time and space. However, with the efforts of the Supreme Mage in the future, it is not allowed to travel through time at will. You know the rules of time better than I do, and because it exists, it is reasonable. The reason why I traveled through time and came here, coupled with the shuttle of the heroes of the Women's Federation, has stretched this point in time so thin that I can no longer accept time travel. And my existence is to replace the time when the great devil of the apocalypse, who wants to enslave the whole world, has traveled through time. I have tried many times for this opportunity, and it was not until this time that I succeeded, and I have no way to go back for the time being. The more Yang Ming spoke, the more confident he became, and he felt it was confirmed. A few key points brought up in the movie and movie reviews on Earth. Gu Yi didn't know the plot of Women's Federation 4, and she didn't even know what happened after her death. So as long as his background is set as a person born after the death of Ancient One, his roots cannot be touched by Ancient One, and if it appears before the Hulk travels back, Yang Ming himself cannot explain what he means by traveling through time. Can't be trusted. Now that fate has come together, it can be regarded as a matter of rambling for myself to come up with an origin. Looking at it this way, are you still making self-sacrifice? Gu Yi looked at Yang Ming with a half-smile while protecting the sanctuary from being violated. How can you guarantee that you will not have an impact on the world from now on? I said that existence is reasonable. Has Steve's hiding for decades changed the situation? Did their traveling through time and space to borrow and return gems damage the situation? Facing Ancient One's question, he became more and more confident. In other words, since I appear here, they did come back to borrow the gems, and they did correct the world that would be destroyed by Thanos in the future. That means my existence it also contributed to this result. Gu Yi was non-committal, but he became more and more enthusiastic. As for you not seeing me on the timeline before. Have you seen on the timeline before that Dr. Banner would borrow gems from you? Yang Ming's eyes flashed with madness. Of course, this was when Gu Yi's back was turned to him. This was a crazy temptation on the verge of committing suicide. But Gu Yi really did this? What are you going to do next? I'm going to find a place to hide, and I'm always ready to stop the intruders who change the timeline. And you also understand that I can't make it clear. If I did, it wouldn't be the result. The more he talked, the more excited he became, pushing his performance to the peak. Just let me stand the test of time alone, let me resist all this alone. Gu Yi rolled his eyes, waved his hand twice more, and knocked away the soldiers in the sky. He asked without looking back, then what are you waiting for? Be careful about the floor leading downstairs. It's newly waxed. Now it's Yang Ming's turn to be confused. Are you going to let him go? Shouldn't he, an outsider, be detained because of his responsibility for time? Or are you supervising him because you want to control the danger? Why did you let him go? Did you really not take him seriously? Is it possible that in the future timeline, he is really a transparent person who cannot cause any trouble? Seeing that Gu Yijin ignored him and endured the racing thoughts in his heart, Yang Ming opened the door and went down the stairs and entered the New York temple. No one in the temple paid any attention to him. Several mages who had appeared in movies were attacking the approaching alien soldiers, and the protection range was not limited to this building. It seems that there are invisible battles taking place between these mages and alien monsters that are not shown in the Women's Federation movie. At the same time, I also understand why I let him leave. With this current situation, where can he go? It's really better to take a few steps quickly, see if you can catch up with the old American team, and shamelessly follow him to find shelter? Just as he was thinking about it, there was a crash behind him, and he felt something huge rushing towards him, and then his eyes went dark and he didn't know anything. It hurts. Chapter 3 My Golden Finger, why did you come here? My golden finger. Why did you come here? My infinite gem. It hurts. My heart hurts so much. Post-war New York was devastated, and the early morning mist could not hide the dilapidated neighborhoods and damaged buildings. The entire post-war tragedy revealed endless depression and sadness. Just one day after the Battle of New York, there was already talk of holding the Avengers superheroes accountable on the morning news. Yang Ming, who was sitting on the first floor of the New York sanctuary and pretended to watch TV, was in no mood to think about anything else. He just stared at an illusory interface that only he could see and gritted his teeth in hatred. This is a very familiar picture to him. It comes from the mobile version of Terraria, a side-scrolling sandbox game that was his favorite when he was still on Earth. A few years before time travel, he was attracted by his friend Minecraft, but he was born with a weak concept of space and claustrophobia and couldn't understand how to play MC. Later, he saw Terraria on the Dead Topic platform. Terraria, known as the side-scrolling version of MC, rescued him, a game enthusiast who had no concept of space. Later, after it was released as a mobile game, this game became one of the only 3 games on his mobile phone besides King of Pesticide and Eat Chicken. Speaking of which, why didn't King Pesticide make the golden finger? Daji, I have become the master you will never have. It was said that yesterday afternoon on the 2nd floor of the temple, an alien cannonball blew up the corner of the wall, and he was directly knocked down by the broken wall tiles, but it happened that he activated his golden finger of the sandbox game. Now in the inventory of the virtual interface in front of him, what occupies a grid is a grey brick shape, and it is also marked grey brick 16. Terraria's game capabilities are almost exactly the same as MC's, and if he could have had a golden finger when he traveled through time yesterday, he wouldn't be so stubborn anyway. 6 Infinite Gems. At that time, while the Supreme Mage Ancient One didn't understand who he really was, and still had misunderstandings about him, and he couldn't check the timeline without the time gems, he really should have deceived him into getting all the gems. You recovered very quickly. While he was feeling sorry for himself, Master Guyi walked into the room where he was. Looking at the smooth skin on his back, Master Guyi also believed his previous words. After all, how could an ordinary person recover overnight, a serious injury that can paralyze a person? I'm all right. Yang Ming stood up and put on his clothes. Because he had awakened the golden finger, he had gained the power and template of the game, and he also had the ability to automatically regenerate blood like a pixel man. Not to mention broken ribs and spinal injuries, as long as I'm not broken into pieces, I can recover in less than a night. Looking at the little heart that represented the blood volume that had been restored to full on his virtual screen, Yang Ming started to blow New Zealand dollars again. Although I had to choose the weak me before I grew up to travel through time, but there are many basic things I still have the power. Are you weak? Master Guyi remained non-committal to his words as always. Of course, when I was strong, I couldn't come to this time node at all. I would directly push this time node to collapse. Just like a high-latitude existence coming to a low-latitude world, I'm afraid it would directly bring harm to this world. Yang Ming's new dollar bill made Guyi roll his eyes, and pointed at the door of the New York temple. "Okay, powerful Galway existence, go and complete your duties." Yang Ming was immersed in the aura he had blown out. He straightened his clothes and walked outside. However, within 2 steps, he had to stop in front of Master Guyi, rubbing his hands and laughing. "As a comrade who also protects the timeline order of this world, you also know that I paid a lot of money to come here, and I am a newcomer, right? Can you provide me with the most basic support?" Yang Ming found that his shameless spirit was becoming more and more serious, and he seemed to be less stubborn now that he had gained confidence. Guyi looked at him and nodded. A fat mage who appeared in the movie and whose name Yang Ming could no longer remember handed him a card and a small bundle of banknotes of 5 to 20 denominations. "Sorry sir, Costco membership cards cannot be used in our store. If you are interested in maternal and infant products, I can introduce you to my neighbor upstairs. She will definitely be able to satisfy you. The premise is that you can beat the chef in our store." "Yes, that's the man with the 2 hairnets on his face. A fair-skinned cow with blonde hair wearing a shawl and wearing a yellow milk suit." "Okay." Looking away from some indescribable part, Yang Ming looked at Werther, who rolled his eyes in front of him, and awkwardly took the card and paid for it with change. Only then did I realize that the reason why he, a poor English thief, could understand English was because there were always Chinese English subtitles, or chat bubbles, in front of him. But he can't read well, and Golden Finger doesn't seem to provide translation for writing and recognizing text. "So you were tricked by Master Guyi again? Is this a supermarket membership card?" Standing on the street where there were many soldiers maintaining order, he felt that the most miserable time traveler in history had been born. What should he rely on to survive? Rolling trees or stones? And then resell building materials? Be the first construction businessman in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Look at the $30 or $40 in his hand. Not to mention how many meals he has. How can he stay at night when he has no identity at all? What would he do if these soldiers who were going back and forth to maintain order and clean up alien debris found out his identity? Yang Ming, who was an ordinary commoner before time travel, was a little uneasy. Why not go to Hell's Kitchen, the most chaotic place in New York, which is known as outside the order? However, although these people I have seen look basically the same as the characters in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, who knows whether this world is just a pure Marvel Cinematic Universe, whether there is Kingpin or not, so don't mess around. Anyway, you have to be careful and try not to ruin the plot. As for the things that Guyi said before about existence being reasonable, pull it down. I don't know if Guyi believes it or not, he himself doesn't believe it at all. Find an opportunity to get some wood, make a workbench, and make some body armor first. Having made up his mind, Yang Ming inquired all the way and walked towards New York's Central Park, which is said to have as many homeless people as trees. Fortunately, it's only a dozen blocks away, so you can just walk there. With this road condition, you don't even have to consider taking a taxi or taking public transportation. The artillery attack by the Chiritans is really not just the main battlefield of the superheroes in the movie. The transportation system in most urban areas of New York has been completely paralyzed. When he actually wandered into Central Park, he realized that this place had not escaped the bombardment of the alien bastards. There were burnt scorch marks everywhere, and rows of big trees were overturned or blown apart. This was simply a paradise for him to collect materials. Chapter 4, Survive and Develop? Non-existent. Oak, 16. Oak seed, 3. Oak, 13. Looking at the broken wood and turned up soil all over the ground, Yang Ming, who was wearing a thick blue cotton coat, blended without any trace into the group of homeless people whose homes had been destroyed by the Kirita people. The only difference is that his seemingly irregular movements are always accompanied by the inexplicable reduction in size of the overturned trees around him. It is said that the medical rescue system in various urban areas of New York is originally complete enough, but in such a disaster, there are always places that cannot be taken care of, such as the homeless people in New York's Central Park. Help me. It hurts. The homeless people who were injured and knocked down by the explosion seemed to have no choice but to lie here and wait, except for helping each other. Yang Ming mingled among the homeless, but he never helped anyone, let alone used his ability to collect objects to rescue the trapped homeless. There is no point in doing that except exposing yourself. That's almost it. 143 pieces of wood, 251 pieces of soil, and 35 stones. That should be enough for me to do something about. After looking at the already noon sun, and seeing the belated arrival of the rescue team and medical team entering the park 13 hours after the end of the war, Yang Ming turned around and left the park without even thinking. Once the immigration department verifies his identity, he can easily be sent back, but even if he is sent back to China, he is still a gangster. Let's wait for a while before talking about it. In Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan, Yang Ming was a little hesitant while eating a taco burrito. Damn it, when I was reading novels at home, I really didn't realize that the protagonists in those novels are so New Zealand dollars. You can go wherever you want. Across the street, looking at the wild scene in the neighborhood, he was really frightened. Apart from anything else, let's just talk about the tattooed men who were holding guns and sticks on the street and gathered around chatting about nothing. Seeing the sparks flying when they added combustibles to the gasoline drums surrounding them, Yang felt. Ming felt that it was not his world. Yang Ming, who had never been to the United States before traveling through time, is now a gangster. He doesn't know the way, has no money, and has no means to save his life. Even if he is looking for a place to set up a workbench, he doesn't know where to avoid surveillance. This is not the feeling of staying at home, lying in bed, drinking happy water, watching movies, and reading novels. It's so annoying. I still have to go back to find Ancient One to solve the problem of basic food and clothing. After sadly confirming that even if he traveled through time and had a golden finger, he would still not be considered a leading actor in a broad sense, Yang Ming walked to the New York Temple. No 177A Bleecker Street, Manhattan. Yang Ming remembered this address, looked up at this European-style antique building, walked up the stairs and opened the door. Hey, Mr. Cable, why are you back again? When the fat Asian mage saw Yang Ming coming in, he quickly got out and blocked his way. There are some things I want to discuss with Master Gu Yi. With the attitude that face is not important, as long as food and clothing can be provided, he continued to walk in even if he was stopped. The Supreme Mage has left, the problem here has been solved, and the mage is disbanding. After the fat man finished speaking, he turned around and opened the door. An old mage who looked quite old came over and said, "My name is Daniel Drum. I am the guardian of the New York Temple. Please don't pay attention to Wang's attitude. The Supreme Mage once left with him. I said you would come back." Yang Ming, who had no impression of this old mage, still followed the same trick as before. "It turns out to be you. I know you. After all, I come from the future. But I can't say anything more to you because I'm afraid that I will change the course of history." "Of course, I understand." Master Daniel smiled warmly and led Yang Ming directly to the room where he had stayed before. "Master Gu Yi has something to deal with when he returns to Karmitage. He will come back in a few days to discuss future matters with you." After saying that, this elegant-looking mage left directly. After a day and night of continuous bluffing, Yang Ming obviously felt that his face was much thicker. After Master Daniel came to the door and left, he no longer felt any embarrassment, thinking about how to strengthen himself, and at the same time reminisce about the memories. Related plots that I have seen before. I have watched all the movies in the series before, and there are many dramas in the same universe that I have not watched at all. But fortunately, I know who the main characters are, so just stay away from them. While thinking about it, he cleared an open space in the room and planned to make a workbench, the foundation of all creation. Workbench equals wood x 10. The workbench required for making is empty-handed. With it, I can make a set of wooden armor, wooden walls, and various basic tools to make myself a shelter. He didn't care at all whether Guyi would find out about his golden finger. He even said that he just took the initiative to show his ability to endorse the New Zealand coins he boasted about before. A burst of golden light emitted from his hands, like the glare of a mage from the Supreme Sanctuary when he cast a spell. After that, an unpretentious workbench appeared in the open space. Workbench. Defense, 8. An auxiliary table that can be used for basic manufacturing. However, after waiting for the workbench to be completed and then searching the background of the game, he suddenly found that there was much less that he could do now than he imagined. For example, because there are no monsters in the game like slimes, there is no way to obtain gel, so he cannot make torches, and without torches, even if there are stones, he cannot make a furnace. Without a way to make a furnace, there is no ways to move from the Stone Age to the Metal Age. Is the technology tree directly cut off? He was sitting here worrying and didn't notice at all that behind him, close to the ceiling, a small portal opened with a golden edge. Comitage, Ancient One's living room. Guyi, who came in from the outside, signaled to the fat mage Wang that he did not need to salute him. Wang closed the portal monitoring Yang Ming and respectfully asked Guyi, "Can I ask a question?" "Ask. Why did you let me go back to the temple? There are many precious magic weapons there. It's really not suitable for an outsider like him to be there. Moreover, this person's abilities are very strange." Upon hearing this, Master Guyi smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Just like what he said, existence is reasonable. Don't pay too much attention to him." Wang still had doubts in his heart, but Master Guyi put the final word on this topic. "Well, this is an interesting little guy. You don't need to pay too much attention to him. Indeed, as he said, he is right, nothing has changed in the timeline." The two talked about other things again, and this incident was considered a turning point. But Yang Ming encountered a new trouble in the New York temple. Chapter 5 Gift Bag or Falcon or Vulture. Blood Volume, 20. Magic Power, 5. Defense, 2, Wooden Helmet, 1 Defense, Wooden Armor, 1 Defense. Attack, 7, Wooden Sword, 7 Damage, Normal Attack Speed. Gift Pack ×1, not received yet. The attributes are so simple that it makes people numb, and they cannot bring out the joy that they should feel when they get the gift package. A set of armor with 75 square meters of wood only adds 2 points of defense, and Goldfinger added a gift pack that was initially given in the mobile game like a serious network delay. It is really speechless. The gift pack is very rich in content. It is a plugin for novice players in order to improve their friendliness. 10 bottles of Resurrection Potion. 10 bottles of Mana Recovery Potion. The shortcut bar is increased, and the alien core of 10 kinds of weapons and tools can be switched in seconds. A flying saucer key that can summon a single-player UFO mount. The flying chrono wings and chrono suit. The chrono suit is a developer item. It is a cyan rarity costume named after Chrono, the author of the game's development graphics. It's nothing for a game, but when the game becomes Goldfinger, does it have a hugely different meaning? After reading it, he was immediately stunned. If he could get this gift bag as soon as he traveled through time, put on God's skin, put on God's wings, fly a UFO, and have 10 lives, he would have grabbed the infinite gems. He grabbed Odin's infinity gauntlet and returned to Earth with a snap of his fingers. Dog system, are you stuck? Don't you know how to connect to Wi-Fi? Depressed. He sat here in isolation all afternoon, and until the old master came to ask him to have dinner, he didn't show any interest at all. Needless to say, he didn't want to complain. Looking forward, he still didn't want to receive this equipment because it was too evil. If the purple and grey magic robe only makes people complain about the color scheme, then the head and wing shapes of this fashion are simply anti-human. A headdress similar to the shape of a crow doctor who treated the Black Death in the Middle Ages, and a pair of huge wings with grey and purple colors as if he had been infected by some kind of virus. If he were dressed up like this, it can only be said that the good guy Diansuo Yang Ming has directly turned into the bad guy Apocalypse Yang Ming. Is there any image that looks more like a bad guy than this one? It really does. The hungry Yang Ming cheered up from his own annoyance because he remembered the system prompt he inadvertently received while walking on the corpse-strewn road in the afternoon. Bone found can be collected. His system background unlocked the recipe for the necromancer suit that needs to be made at the workbench. This is a strange suit that uses spider webs as adhesives and bones from game dungeons as armor decks. The upper body effect of the suit is simply like a living undead. The head, chest, and legs of the necromancer suit can provide 5, 6, and 5 for a total of 16 points of defense. Combined with a set of wooden armor with only 2 points of defense, it is already quite impressive. The bones of Kirita's miscellaneous soldiers can actually replace the skeletons in the game dungeon, so the spider webs haven't been found yet. Why can't I wear the chronosuit? After sitting there all afternoon, I came up with the idea of breaking the jar. It is a costume. According to the nature of the game, it will not add any attributes. It can only add 1 game power at most. Then the 16-point armor necromancer set cannot be given up easily. After receiving and equipping it, I chose not to show the head in the background. When I looked in the mirror, I saw that this body looks quite handsome. Of course, this costume does not add attributes, but there is a comment on each part, you should not have it. When Yang Ming, who had changed his clothes, appeared in front of Master Daniel again, he really made him feel bright. Young man is so energetic. This robe looks similar to the Supreme Mage's attire, except that Guyi's is a gorgeous dark golden color, while Yang Ming's is a deathly grey-purple that seems to have been poisoned. He looks like he has a slutty temperament. It looks like you got back some of your own power. The gentle old mage arranged dinner for him. Thank you for your hospitality. I want to go out to collect some alien remains to study the introduction of their technology. After finishing the meal quickly, he nodded respectfully to the old mage, declined the companionship and left the sanctuary. Although a full day has passed since the war, and although the military and police have almost blocked the roads to the main battlefield, there are still many profiteers who take advantage of opportunities to steal alien equipment in places where military and police control is weak. Not long after leaving the sanctuary and walking toward Brooklyn, I saw 3 or 4 clashes between thugs taking advantage of the darkening sky to seize alien weapons. Unlike the military police and thugs who were tired of confrontation, Yang Ming was only interested in the alien corpses on the ground. The bones required for the head, chest, and legs are 25, 35, and 30 respectively, which are too many. The alien's corpse only had the big club bones of its limbs that could be used. Even if they were all taken away, 2 corpses could collect 5 units of bones. However, it is too obvious that every corpse has its limbs removed. So much so that walking all the way from the New York sanctuary in Manhattan to Brooklyn can barely get you the bones of 75 units. Hey, that kid! Do you want to imitate those bullshit disaster prevention and control departments and rob me of my livelihood? All the alien equipment here belongs to me. When Yang Ming was using an extremely sharp wooden sword to chop off the armored knees of a corpse, several burly men holding alien weapons rushed out from the darkness of the alley behind him. This group of people seemed to be drunk and surrounded him. Relax. I'm just a doctor who wants to study what their structure looks like from an anatomy point of view. Apparently no one listened to him. A drunkard's weapon was activated. At this time, a black man who was watching from a distance ran over and warned with a gun, "Put down your weapons." These drunkards didn't take a small pistol seriously at all. They sneered and turned the muzzle of their weapons to point at the little brother. Yang Ming didn't want to implicate the helper, so he turned around and stood up. When all the clothes are visible, the special effects will be activated, and waves of cold grey-purple colors will spin and appear from his body. WK. But before Yang Ming started to perform, one of them, He Zhuang, was frightened and shot Yang Ming directly. Shooting at close range, who dares to hope that the wooden armor can stand up to the problem? With a flash of thought, Chrono's wings were equipped. The huge wings spread out during the rotation and soared into the sky. The flapping wings brought up grey-purple energy radiation. While dodging the energy cannon, the sharp wings with a wingspan of more than 4 meters actually formed an attack during the rotation. The people surrounding him were all scratched. When he looked again, they were all lying on the ground with bloody wounds on their faces. The black guy dropped his gun to the ground in fear. To be honest, Yang Ming was confused. He didn't expect these wings to be so powerful. Not caring to continue picking up bones, he stumbled towards the sanctuary in a panic. He didn't even have time to think about why there was a drunkard and the righteous guy looked familiar. Chapter 6 Item Number 13. Master, I have some doubts. It is my mission to protect the timeline from being fluctuated. Therefore, I understand almost every important person's life experience in this timeline. But why do these two people seem to be changed by me and not seem to be changed by me? On the afternoon of the third day after the New York War, Kamatage was in Guyi's living room. Yang Ming, dressed in purple and grey, and Guyi, dressed in gold, sat on either side of a low table. Regarding Yang Ming's confusion, Guyi seemed to pay more attention to the ripples in the teacup caused by rubbing the rim of the cup. Just like you said, existence is reasonable. You are like a finger rubbing the rim of a cup. You stir up ripples, but the water will eventually return to calm. He still couldn't let go. Although he had determined that he had not disturbed the plot, he seemed to have become the motivation and inducement for the two birds to learn to fly. This is terrible. Don't think too much. No one is omniscient and omnipotent. The so-called timeline projection you see is just one side or one result. The road to that result is very long, and even the Supreme Mage cannot take care of it all. This topic was stopped with one word, but Yang Ming couldn't put it down when he returned to the guest room. Yesterday evening, he flew forward dangerously across a block and crashed into a golden portal at the corner of a building. Guyi opened the door and took him to Kamatage. In order to pretend to be calm, Yang Ming, who was killing someone for the first time, never took off his headgear, but he knew that he was hiding his frightened eyes and expression, but he could not hide his gaffe. Fortunately, no one pursued it. Lying in the guest room, not daring to sleep and unable to sleep, he played with the borrowed mobile phone connected to the Wi-Fi for a while, but he couldn't calm down, so he simply started studying his own system, and didn't come out until he was very hungry. At SHIELD headquarters, Coulson's former partner Sitwell is being questioned by Agent Black. How is the progress of Item No. 13? The little bald Sitwell answered calmly while drinking coffee. The people involved were a group of workers who signed a contract with the municipal project to clean up the rubble. After the contract was terminated by the Disaster Prevention and Control Department, they drank alcohol and caused trouble. There was a survivor and an eyewitness. But I suspect they may have all drunk too much, and the statements of survivors and witnesses are not credible. What's the name of that survivor? Yeah, Sitwell touched the rim of the glass with his upper lip, and after a brief thought, he replied firmly, Tombs. Blake did not delve into this. After all, the missing powerful weapon number 13 has been recovered. When Blake turned his attention back to the computer screen, the little bald Sitwell curled his lips imperceptibly and turned to go to the medical department where the people involved in the case were stranded. In the ward, Tombs, who was wrapped in many bandages, was playing with a small eagle-shaped toy in his hand, and his eyes were focused as if he was not the one who was injured at all. Dad, when will you be discharged from the hospital? A little black girl of mixed race was stroking his bandaged hand and asked obediently. Just as Tombs raised his smile and was about to answer, a bald man with glasses walked in from the door. Mr. Tombs, could you ask your wife and daughter to step aside for now? I have a few questions I want to ask you again. He comforted his wife and daughter not to worry. After they left, Toombs subconsciously twirled the hawk-shaped toy in his hand and looked at Sitwell calmly. "Don't you have anything you want to say to me, Mr. Toombs?" After looking at each other for a long time, Sitwell spoke first. "What else can I say? I was drunk and lost my moral integrity. I ended up hurting myself. I was talking nonsense when I was taking notes. Okay, you can be discharged from the hospital at any time." Sitwell has no interest in the worker in front of him. What he is really interested in is the Eagle Man mentioned in the report, but he currently has too little information. Sitwell could only bite the bullet and go to Alexander Pierce's office to report. "Hail Hydra! Don't be so arrogant. Do you know who is a human and who is a ghost here?" As Pierce, who has always pretended to be a good person, at this age, many things need to be stable. Now he is focused on promoting the Insight project to purge those who may oppose Hydra. In fact, he has no interest in the Flying Hawk reported by Sitwell. What's great is just like the Avengers under Nick Fury. He dared to say that as long as he, Alexander Pierce, was still alive, everything in Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D. could be controlled and influenced by him, including the Avengers who had just fought a battle in New York. So there is no difference if there is one more Eagle Man or one less Eagle Man. However, seeing that Sitwell is so active, we can't suppress this little bald man's enthusiasm at the critical moment of a major change of personnel within SHIELD. To recruit members who are instigating rebellion against SHIELD. "How's your check going?" Looking at Sitwell with a cold sweat on his face, Pierce really felt that the mud could not support the wall. "You proposed to find such a hawk?" "In the end, there was no progress. Next time you have a clear grasp of something before you tell me. Report." Sitwell was shaken by Pierce's aura and quickly stood upright. "Item number 47 has not been found yet. Through our information channels, we found that it was picked up by a young couple. The man is quite talented and looks like he wants to repair the weapon." Pierce took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and asked, "Do you know how to do this?" "I'll go find them right now." "Fool!" Pierce threw his glasses away angrily, and his brief anger made his pale and loose skin flush. "Jasper Sitwell, you have to wait until Hill or Black find some clues before taking action. Talented people are worth attracting, but this is a critical moment and you have to be careful." In the Comitage quiet room, Yang Ming was still studying the Golden Finger. As a Golden Finger system that develops from blacksmithing, construction, medicine, cooking, leisure, entertainment, etc., he will eventually become the top existence in the world. He actively tried to skip the basic torch of the technology tree and wanted to find a perfect replacement, but he was hindered here. He tried to use ordinary torches instead, and then used a formula to create a furnace, but found that it simply didn't work. Metal that had not been through the furnace could not be used to make an anvil with game attributes. The technology tree has been cut off. Judging from the power of wooden swords made of ordinary wood, the ordinary steel in the game must be replaced by something special. Sitting on the desk and chair I made, rubbing the UFO key with my hand, I couldn't help but sigh, I am just an ordinary person after all. I should be more cowardly. Should I leave the Earth in a UFO and live on a planet for a few years? The story of me developing Thanos should be over. Chapter 7 Tiling the Temple Walls. Parker, don't lean on the window, or something will fall and hit you. I know, Aunt May. Queens, on the rooftop opposite Parker's house. Yang Ming has been here for half a day. After collecting enough bones, he came here to get some spider webs and try to make a suit. But obviously he came in vain. The little Parker seen through the window was only 11 years old. He probably did not go to school at home because of the aftermath of the New York War. After all, he really didn't know when this little spider became a hero? Or where does spider silk come from? The first generation Peter Parker was bitten, and spider silk spurted out from his wrist. It was considered a mutation. The second generation spider web was made of a high-tech material. But the Dutch version of Spider-Man is very fascinating, and there is no reason given in the movie. As soon as Spider-Man appeared on the scene, he followed Iron Man to participate in the plot of Captain America's Civil War. He was 15 years old that year and 6 years ago, and at that time he had changed 2 generations of equipment. This is why I came here instead of going directly to Iron Man to get spider webs. Although Tony will upgrade the spider suit for underwear baby in the future, he may not have researched this material now, right? He, who didn't know much about the plot, didn't know where the cobweb came from in the first place? Could it be that Peter's parents researched it? After just a few hours of observation, he couldn't determine whether little Spider's parents were dead now or whether they were scientists like his second-generation parents. Being unfamiliar with the place, he felt more and more that the protagonists in the novels he had read before were 2 New Zealand dollars. He also checked the police files, and dealt with Hydra and Snake Shield. He wanted to confirm the identity of little Spider's parents now, but he couldn't do it. It's uncomfortable. After all, he had gathered enough bones for the undead suit, so he really had no source of spider webs. In the game, a spider larger than a human called a web spinner builds a web in a cave deep underground. When looking for a replacement, the first thing that comes to mind is of course Spider-Man's web. Just like if he wanted to skip the furnace and find a substitute for steel in the game, his first reaction would be to think of vibranium. But it's even harder to get vibranium. In Carmitage's quiet room, he also had reverie, just like he had seen the routines of the protagonists in the novel before. Make friends with Tony Stark, follow the protagonist, and steal some vibranium if you are more capable. Basically everything goes smoothly. But that is really something that only the protagonist of the novel can do. As a happy otaku, Yang Ming admits that he is lazy and cowardly. If he can bear to leave the Earth without driving a UFO, he has made a lot of determination. The main reason is that he has never been anywhere and is afraid that he will get lost if he wanders around. Right, he only knows a few terms about outer space. In the movie, the protagonists can go wherever they want. That's because the development of the story in the movie is non-linear, and Tony Stark sometimes gets trapped in deep space. No one can be omniscient and omnipotent, just like he can deceive Ancient Yi by pretending to be an identity guarding the timeline. Of course, that lie could only confuse things in the beginning. He really didn't believe it could still be used now, but he didn't know why Gu Yi didn't care about it. Never mind. It's better to think about what can replace the gel in the game. To put it bluntly, gel is just a material that can satisfy hunger, can support combustion, has certain magic resistance and tolerance, and has adhesive properties. If a substitute can be found, it will be regarded as revitalizing the entire Goldfinger technology tree. A thing that can be obtained by just killing a few slimes while playing the game, and it has choked his technology tree to half-death. It would be great if there were monsters from the game. Ding! The conditions for power fusion are limited, and the embodied monster lacks targeted positioning. 3 days, 3 whole days, Yang Ming discovered for the first time that this golden finger could still talk? Do you really not have a 4G network? The delay is too serious. You don't even have Wi-Fi. Excitedly said several words in a row, but did not receive any response. Even repeating the subconscious sigh before was useless. I'm sure, this piece of shit is stuck on the network. I also recalled what kind of material and how the spider silk in The Amazing Spider-Man was made. Sadly, I found that although I remembered some of it, I really didn't understand what it was that I remembered. Not to mention replicating it. Having accumulated a pile of bones, unless he takes the initiative to contact Iron Man or other people with research capabilities to design this spider web, otherwise he will not be able to make this undead suit. In other words, why should he have someone develop a material specifically for him when he has trouble even having enough food and clothing? Not to mention not sure whether the developed material can be used? Be realistic. Anyway, now he has no worries about food and clothing with Gu Yi, a wealthy woman. Before Guyi chased him away, he seemed to have nothing to do. Is it possible that he really went to mine and build a house like in the game? In the game, mining is just a matter of moving your fingers and clicking the mouse. In reality, mining really requires digging with a mining pick. How could Yang Ming, whose claustrophobia is so severe that he only plays horizontal version of sandbox games, actually use a pickaxe to mine? Besides, where are the mines for him to dig? So what if we dig it out? Metal ingots cannot be made without a furnace. What if we build a house? What should I do if I am bulldozed as an illegal construction? Let's ensure survival first, and then see when this golden finger with serious network delays can give a response. Let's find a way to make slime, get gel, and connect the technology tree. Without gel, there is no way to make a torch, no way to use a torch to make a furnace, no way to use a furnace to smelt ore, and no way to use ore to make an anvil. He can use the workbench as a working platform to make many home decoration items and handicrafts. After a while, I will think of ways to open a home improvement store that sells earthen walls, stone walls, wooden doors, wooden tables, wooden chairs, wooden stairs, etc. The only problem is that these things are blessed by the game's power, so they are not allowed. If it is damaged, it will be easy to expose yourself if you sell it. Then you can also open a handicraft store, sell statues made of stone, and become a great sculptor. Do you want to decorate the 3 major sanctuaries and Comitage? Guyi, who was calm in his heart, was still shocked. He was even a little unsure that this should not be in the timeline he saw before, right? Yes, firstly, I want to repay you for taking me in, and secondly, I want to make some money to open a shop. In the future, I can protect my timeline and have some income at the same time. Looking at Guyi's shocked expression, Yang Ming thought to himself that as long as I change my mind quickly enough, the timeline you see will not catch me. You can use magic to attack the things I made, and I guarantee you won't hurt them at all. He confidently took out a bunch of samples. Because of the blessing of building materials by power, the defense of these things is 8. Chapter 8 The Talentless Sculptor. Since he had just arrived 2 days ago, some of the magicians at Comitage didn't even know there was such a person. When they heard his arrogant words, the disciples of Ancient One became uneasy. It's simply outrageous. Uncle Ba, named Cassilis, was extremely angry when he saw that this strange mage dared to be unreasonable to his teacher. Another black and strong mage named Motu had already taken action, and a magic whip struck the chair that looked very simple and clumsy. Snapped. Gold flowers splashed everywhere. The chair didn't move at all. It was obvious at a glance that it was made of wood, but no trace of damage was found on it. All the mages present were shocked. Under normal circumstances, the attack of this spell is enough to destroy stones of the same size and weight, but it has no effect on this simple wooden chair. Try them all. Yang Ming also generously invited everyone to fight. Mages, you look at me, I look at you, they all used their own tricks. For a while, crackling sounds continued to sound in the small hall, and the broken gold splashed with dazzling light. The gorgeous visual effects reminded Yang Ming of the iron flower he had seen before traveling through time. Tisk, these mages can still make a living even if they go out to perform for people. After a round of attacks, it still had no effect. The mages were a little doubtful about life. Very even the extremely talented Cassilis thought of the method of portal cutting, trying to cut a 4 meter by 4 meter wall tile with the power of space. But it's still useless. The portal did distribute a wall tile to both sides of the door, but the moment it was cut off, the wall tile actually bounced to one side of the space door. Everyone finally had no choice. All the helpless eyes finally turned to Master Ancient One, but she just smiled calmly. Okay, although Comitage will not be invaded, I still want to thank you for your kindness. If you really insist, if so, you can decorate Comitage and the 3 sanctuaries. How do you plan to charge for it? As long as I can afford a small street-facing store in New York as my studio, well, I don't have high requirements for the location. Okay, start your work. I will ask Master Daniel to buy you a house in Manhattan, New York, USA. What do you think? After Guyi responded, he opened the portal and left directly, but the mages did not leave. They all planned to see how this amazing cable master decorated it. Yang Ming didn't care about their onlookers. He first put a bunch of scattered samples on the ground directly into the system backpack, and then started to stick them on the wooden walls directly from this room. Wooden wall times 4 equals wood times 1. Stone wall times 4 equals stone times 1. Grey brick wall times 4 equals grey brick times 1. Wooden door equals wood times 6. The wood and stones he currently has are not enough, but there are quarries and timber trading markets near Kathmandu where Kamataj is located. Master Hamel took Yang Ming out for a hug, then came back and made wooden walls, doors, stairs, and other things in front of these mages. Looking at the golden glare he created when he made the items, the mages were all obsessed with it, as if they could understand something from it. It took him one day to decorate Kamataj. Not to mention, the naturally generated textures of the items produced by the system look inexplicably clumsy and rhythmic. Compared with the current appearance, the original style seems to reveal a kind of craftsmanship. The 3 major sanctuaries were all alive within 2 days because they were THRESTRE buildings. In the past few days, all the mages were shocked to the point of numbness by Yang Ming. After the Manhattan property deeds and household registration procedures for settling in Kathmandu were sent to Yang Ming, Master Hamel, Mordo, and Cassilis teleport Yang Ming to his new residence. A THRESTRE townhouse that was unfinished and didn't even have stairs. Because you have no requirements on location, this is the most cost-effective and largest hotel in Manhattan. Master Daniel from the New York Temple is waiting here, because you are good at making furniture. You don't have to decorate it. It was night, and the 4 of them were preparing to watch Yang Ming decorate the house again. After all, even Ancient One said that watching his work is like seeing the way of a mage. Actually, the walls and doors I made are not really invincible. They are also afraid of explosion attacks. They will fall off from their attachments when hit by a huge explosion, which is equivalent to adding life to the building. As soon as he spoke, the building was put up with wooden walls and floors, tables, chairs, and benches were installed, the wooden stairs were rearranged, the rolling shutter door facing the street was pulled up and a few people came out. Is this Hell's Kitchen? No wonder he was surprised, because there was a gasoline barrel not far in front of the door, and the burning fire reflected several figures with arms crossed and swaying. Isn't this the same street intersection he saw before? Surprise! Daniel smiled slightly proudly. The Supreme Mage was protecting you privately at that time. I saw you observing this building for a long time. I think you were optimistic about this building at that time, right? What kind of observation lasts a long time? Obviously seeing these gang members made me afraid to enter Hell's Kitchen, and there happened to be 2 tacos left to finish. But seeing their expressions of surprise and surprise, Yang Ming could only smile in agreement. After all, this is a real estate obtained by virtue of his ability. In addition, Master Hamel helped him create an identity, so he can be regarded as a person with an identity. Hell's Kitchen is Hell's Kitchen, and it just so happened that in the past 2 days, it happened that his wooden armor could withstand the beatings of the mage, and small caliber firearms could not break the defense directly. In terms of safety, there is a basic guarantee. By the way, what do you want to run? Many private small businesses in New York do not need to pay business tax separately. Of course, if you do a big business, you still need to apply for some licenses. Not only Master Daniel, the other 3 are also very interested in Yang Ming's business. Yang Ming was in a good mood and wanted to show off. He went back to the house and stood in front of the prepared workbench, took out 50 stones and started making. In the flow of golden brilliance, a huge statue is gradually taking shape. Most of the statues in the game are only for decoration, but a small number of statues have special functions. The functions can be divided into 3 types: transferring NPCs, creating specific creatures, and producing supplies. King/Queen statues can transfer NPCs. Statues such as rabbits, birds, and penguins can produce specific creatures, and statues such as hearts, stars, and bombs can produce supplies. Of course, the armor statue he made is purely a decorative statue and is classified as furniture. After a while, when the golden brilliance faded, the intoxication in the eyes of the mages disappeared, and the 5 of them, including Yang Ming, were immersed in a moment of stunned embarrassment. With all due respect, if you want to sell this statue for money, you will starve to death. Chapter 9: Suspected Golden Leopard. Too crude, it looks like an armor statue made of fist-sized pixel blocks, which is embarrassingly ugly. Yang Ming also didn't expect that the armor statue he made would look so weird. It looked like the Lego dolls used to attract children at the entrance of Lego stores, but they were not put together well. In short, this thing is more like a big toy than a piece of art or decoration. This slapped Yang Ming Sheng in the face, who had been a little swollen in recent days. Modu suppressed his smile and pulled Uncle Ba, the upright boy, and changed the subject. Master Hamel, Master Daniel, I think it's getting late, so we'd better not delay Master Yang's rest. Really, I still have to give something to Master Ancient One. How about you, Daniel? Yes, yes. Daniel is also an old man. Let's go back first. This place is not far from the New York Temple. If you have any questions, we will leave first. Not that far? One is in downtown and the other is in the Midwest. Do you know how long it took him to walk back to the New York Temple from here that day? But he was so embarrassed that he had no intention of revealing this. Several people left, and the airflow brought in when the secret door closed seemed to blow away some of the awkward atmosphere. Chew. Touching his nose, Yang Ming felt that it would be better if he needed some cash for the decoration. With such a house already given to him, there seemed to be nothing wrong with going to the New York Temple every day to eat. It was just that his legs couldn't bear it. Besides, where is the old mage's age? Who can tell what's wrong with him spending more time with him? Looking around the new house, there is a sales room with a bathroom on the first floor. Going up the stairs to the second floor is a semi-open activity room and kitchen. On the third floor there are 2 living rooms and a bathroom, and there are stairs leading to the rooftop. Under his decoration, the overall appearance presents the old-fashioned charm of New York Temple style, which is very high-end. The attic should be fenced off, and then a dozen chickens should be raised. From now on, there would be eggs to eat every day, and a dog should be raised to form an ecological chain. Then I would starve to death. There is still 1 bed left. Unfortunately, the recipe for the bed cannot be unlocked. Otherwise, I would not be afraid of dying if I set a respawn point. The large living room had the floor made into a tatami. He was so excited about having a new home that he persuaded himself to close his eyes and try to fall asleep. We sell clothes. We get good stuff from the recycling bins. If you want to buy a gun, if you give me money, sell it and modify the gas cylinder. Purely handmade by Gypsy Master. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming, who had fallen asleep very late because of excitement, was woken up by a loud noise. What the hell? When I opened the wooden window facing the street, I was shocked by the sight in front of me. This street, which was previously occupied by gang members, was lined with small stalls and hawkers. From old clothes to second-hand stalls, handicrafts to air guns, everything is sold, and there are many people buying things. Moreover, he also saw those gang members carrying guns and clubs. They actually set up a stall downstairs of Yang Ming's house, selling air guns. Is it the wrong way to open it? Isn't this Hell's Kitchen? Why is there a morning market? He had never been abroad before traveling, but he didn't know that there was a Hell's Kitchen flea market on 39th Street between 9th and 10th Avenues. On that day, he was asked about Hell's Kitchen and was pointed directly to this place. This block was barely within the scope of Hell's Kitchen, but as the southern blocks of Hell's Kitchen, the real landmark was this market. It seems that Gu Yuhui thought he wanted this three-story duplex sandwiched in an average 5e6-story building, and it was precisely because of so many coincidences that they came together. Perhaps in Gu Yi's view, Yang Ming would starve to death even if he sold ice cream and mineral water tissues at this flea market that was open every weekend. Looking at the lively scene below, he was really a little hungry. It was estimated that if he still had time to go to the New York Temple for lunch at this time, it would be tea time by the time he got there. Turn on the mobile phone borrowed from Wang and check what food is available nearby. I just forgot that my English is not good. This golden finger doesn't translate the text, and the mobile phone used by Master Wang doesn't have many Chinese applications. Going downstairs, the sound of the rolling shutter door being opened was harsh, startling the guys selling air guns. A black boy with dreadlocks who looked like a buyer was almost knocked out of his head by the pump that was pumping him up. "Hey, Mom and Dad, what's going on? Are you a transvestite looking for a beating?" Yang Ming didn't pay much attention at first, but after looking at the angry face, he lost his composure. "I never expected to see plot characters here, and they are not next to each other at all. Black Panther's cousin, Leopard Ni Yadaka. This guy supposedly lost his father in 1992 and lived in Harlem, a black gathering place in Manhattan. He graduated from MIT, went to the battlefield in Afghanistan, and appeared in the Black Panther plot. It was only September 2012, and this guy was less than 20 at most. Besides, Harlem was at the north end of Manhattan Island, and Hell's Kitchen was in the central west side. This has been left for a long time. Even if he hasn't gone to MIT yet, he hasn't gone to the military. What's he doing here?" It is said that after meeting the 11-year-old Peter Parker, he had an idea of the age of Jessica Jones, Iron Fist and the gang. He thought that as long as he did not go to the Avengers gang and stayed away from the Snake and Shield agents, the children in Iron Fist, the Defenders, Runaways, and Cloak and Dagger should all be young. In this way, he will probably be able to live a peaceful life in his childhood. The only thing that needs attention is that Daredevil has already debuted in Hell's Kitchen at this time. I thought I would just survive, wait until you have accumulated enough strength and then find a way to get the Infinity Gauntlet and Infinity Stones, and try the concept of whether you can send yourself home with a snap of your fingers. He really doesn't want to have more contact with the plot characters. As for whether you can save Nini and the widowed sister, and other actions to make up for the regrets of watching the movie, you have to consider it after your strength improves. But why did we meet the little leopard in the movie? A ruthless man who is so sane and cold-blooded that he will kill his girlfriend even if she says so. How can he be such a talkative person? You sprayed for a long time and didn't even dare to stretch your hands? Why didn't you say anything? As compensation for scaring me, you have to apologize to me. Apologize? I see you're thinking shit. Seeing that this guy was fierce, regardless of whether he was the leopard, Yang Ming ignored him and ran to the northwest, and he didn't dare to chase him. This is 9th Avenue and 39th Street. Northwest 42nd Street faces the Hudson River, which is where the Chinese embassy in New York is located. Well, he didn't want to go to the embassy district. There were no Chinese restaurants there, and even if there were, he couldn't afford them. Being penniless, he could only go to the homeless shelter on 10th Avenue and 40th Street to hang out. It's so miserable. Why are you doing this? Find a gangster and grab some money. As he was walking, he heard a sound from Goldfinger when he passed by a craft stall, which disrupted his robbery plan. Ding! Found. Chapter 10 Contact with Hydra. Ding! I found iron items that can be picked up. The system's notification tone is magical and can suppress hunger. Following the guidance of the system, Yang Ming looked at the small stalls around him, pretending to be an ordinary tourist and looking around, but in fact he was looking for anyone suspicious around him. In the movie, King T'Chaka killed his father, Prince Enyobu, because his father was an outsider and provided information to Ulysses Claue, which led to the theft of 0.25 tons of vibranium. As an adult, N'Jakata hid his identity under the pseudonym Eric and mingled with Ulysses Crow, helping him steal vibranium. Of course, putting aside the fact that Eric inherited his father's belief in fighting for the black world, wanted to use vibranium to help black compatriots, and wanted to avenge his father, who knows when he and Ulysses mixed together. Suspected vibranium products appeared here, as well as a young version of the little golden leopard, which made him cautious. Yang Ming reached out to equip the wooden helmet in his hood, and moved the crown wings, wooden sword and wooden door that could be used as a shield to the front of the quick bar. Yang Ming felt confident. After looking around, he didn't notice the white-headed guy in Ulysses. Instead, because he stopped moving forward, the little leopard pretending to be fierce and shy secretly followed him with a solemn expression. Judging from the bulging shape of his hand under his trousers, he should be holding the gun in his trouser pocket. This dignity and caution betrayed all his previous disguises. Is this guy stepping on the spot? Yang Ming noticed the performance of the little leopard and continued to move forward without hesitation. He turned around the blue partition that restricted the market area, fluttered his wings in the alley between the two buildings, and landed on the roof to watch. Stand up. Because the system's prompts are too general, they only remind him after he reaches the prompt range. There is no way to determine where the item is, so it is better to watch this little leopard. There is a plot in the movie where Eric distinguishes vibranium in the museum exhibition hall. Except that you probably cannot learn the knowledge of distinguishing vibranium at MIT. This ability to distinguish may be innate in the fetal belt. Sure enough, the little golden leopard quickly chased Yang Ming to the alley where he disappeared. After making sure that there was no trace of him, he quickly returned to the previous stall. He picked up a broken spearhead, a rusty plate, threw down a few beautiful knives, hugged the two items tightly in his arms, lowered his head and left quickly. Isn't this right? Relying on the security camera that was not facing the sky, Yang Ming fluttered his wings and followed the little leopard all the way north to the 42nd Street Port Authority Bus Terminal subway station on 8th Avenue. Falling into the alley between buildings, he quickly arrived at the subway entrance. Yang Ming suddenly thought that he didn't have any sex in him, so why did he follow the subway? The idea of reaching the little leopard's lair was shattered. He was so angry that he wanted to smash the wall. It seemed that he could only rush over and rob it. But at this moment, the little leopard that had gone down came back. Yang Ming had seen the opportunity early but could no longer avoid it. He had an idea and removed his fashionable clothes, transforming into a living person on the spot. When the leopard glances around, Yang Ming, who is wearing a wooden jumpsuit, holds a wooden sword and poses casually, thus perfectly transforming into a performance artist. Not to mention, he looks pretty good with the bronze man next to him. After counter-tracking, the little leopard found nothing and walked towards the passenger entrance of the taxi. Yang Ming also got up and started to chase him. Ding, ding. 2 coins bounced on the smooth floor tiles. It was the voice of the devil. Yang Ming thanked him and lowered his head to pick them up. Don't leave in a hurry, Mr. Yang Ming. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment when his identity was revealed. Fortunately, the little leopard was waiting for the bus, so he turned back and glanced at the little bald man in a suit and leather suit in front of him. Sitwell was very excited at the moment. He pushed up his glasses subconsciously in excitement. He finally found this eagle man. At first, there was no way to find any useful information through the Snake Shield intelligence network, because the New York War destroyed too many street cameras, and the whereabouts of Eagle Man could not be determined. However, according to the search for the unique robe in the world, it actually appeared in 4 completely unrelated places in the world within 2 days. This is very puzzling. The plane is not that fast. In addition, this Eagle Man does not have any identity information or entry and exit records, but he can. The more this happened, the more interested Agent Sitwell was. Although Alexander Pierce didn't care about this inconsequential little role, he didn't care, someone did. Sitwell would not hang himself on just Pierce. Hydra is not just a branch of Serpent Shield. Sitwell is also connected with the leader of another branch, Baron Tesluk. It was he and Crossbones who provided the psychic scepter to Baron Tesluk after the Battle of New York, to create Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. At first, Baron Tesluk had no interest in the Flying Eagle, but it changed when it was confirmed that Yang Ming, who suddenly had the identity of Kathmandu, was really traveling around the world by some unknown means. More importantly, these 4 buildings suddenly appeared in Hydra's sight, as well as this group of mysterious people coming in and out. In Baron Tesluk's view, this is obviously a well-organized mysterious force that has lived under their noses in the past, but has never been discovered. Master Daniel never expected that someone would be interested in Yang Ming. His real identity was used to buy him a house and apply for immigration. Therefore, Agent Sitwell, who specializes in recruiting talents for Hydra, appeared in front of Yang Ming without any violation. She thought to herself why she had been targeted by this person, and I was afraid that she would not be able to get rid of him easily. She said before the little bald man could speak, "Do you have any cash? I haven't been able to eat lately." Sir, you." The little bald head, who has preset countless dialogue scenarios, said that there is no special training in speaking skills to deal with this situation. "Don't talk nonsense. Although I don't know why you know me, you must have something to do with me, right? Give him all the cash you have." The Baron's order came from the receiver hidden in the ear hole of XIT's bald head, "Give him help. If he refuses help, don't force it. I will call people to pay attention to the person he is following." Sitwell listened to the order and took out all his cash without hesitation, and at the same time took off the watch on his wrist. "I'm charging for a performance, not a robbery." Yang Ming took the money but didn't take the watch. Little Leopard had already taken a taxi and left. "Need me?" Unnecessary. Hanging up the harassing phone call decisively, he stopped a car and chased the Little Leopard all the way north. It seemed that he was going straight to Harlem. Yang Ming seemed calm while sitting in the car, but his heart was in a turmoil. He discovered that although he had the ability to convince the sanctuary mage, he was actually an ordinary person who didn't even know he was being monitored. Chapter 11. I hate the trouble of losing control. The car drove slowly on 8th Avenue, because there were not many deregulated roads and the traffic conditions were very congested. Yang Ming paid attention to the Little Leopard in front of him, while trying to observe whether there were any traces of stalkers around him. At the same time, he looked up to see if there were any drones in the sky. Being unprofessional, he couldn't find anything, so he started to adjust the 10 items in the shortcut bar a little frustrated. Wooden sword, 13, wooden door, 6, wings, UFO key, stone, 165, wooden fence, 55, stone wall, 223, resurrection potion, 10, soil, 34, wood, 75. Through his research, he can indeed have a 10-block placement range like in the game. Originally, this release range was to facilitate construction and excavation, but now in the system, it is not a means of attacking and blocking monsters. 1 grid is 2 meters, and the distance of 10 grids is 20 meters. Taking it as the center of the ball and 20 meters as the radius, he can draw a ball. Within this range, he can place the blocks at will to form obstacles, or he can use cubes as units. Stones were thrown at the enemy's heads. Or throw out a stone wall measuring 4 meters by 4 meters and 1 centimeter thick, or throw up a sky full of sand to block the view. In addition, he can fly and can launch a physical forbidden spell attack at any time. In the past, Yang Ming would never want to use this as a means of attack, and he would never even want to attack anyone. But the current situation is very annoying. Serpentis and S.H.I.E.L.D. has too much control over the city, and even Nick Fury can be ambushed by them. Of course, he didn't know that Sitwell didn't use the power of Pierce's snake shield to track him, and he didn't know that the Baron behind the scenes didn't want to arrest him, but just wanted to use him as a springboard to get in touch with this group of mysterious people. This kind of behavior is really annoying, and he really doesn't want to deal with these people who may ruin his peaceful life. He thinks that the little bald head represents Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D. If Nick Fury wants to recruit him, even if he doesn't kill him personally, at least he should do it. Hawkeye or Widow Sister. Hee. In fact, he thinks very highly of himself and has not yet guessed it correctly. Even if Nick Fury wants to know him, he will definitely send many simple traps to get rid of him without making any difference. After following the little leopard until he got out of the car and entered a building, there was no expected attack. It just aroused his nerves and made him very nervous. Because this block is full of black people, a yellow man like him should not be here at all. If he gets off the car, he will be noticed. The car continued to drive forward, leaving the place he had memorized. This neighborhood in Harlem has a lot in common with Hell's Kitchen. Harlem, like Hell's Kitchen, was once a racially concentrated area. The police control was weak, there were many old buildings and they were concentrated, and there were not that many security cameras. I got off the car 3 blocks away, jumped up to the roof of the building, and went all the way back to the roof of the building based on memory. Before I could figure out how to tell which floor the little leopard lived on, I saw he was carrying a big bag. The little leopard walked out of the unit door. "Hey Eric, want to go out, my brother?" A big fat black man hanging at the door fist bumped little leopard, and said in a very rhythmic tone, "It must be FK little J and his B mother who messed with you again, right? I will warn them." "Hi, Nick, I just found a part-time job and am going away for a week. If anyone comes to inquire." "No problem." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the big fat man who said he was sure, "Don't worry, Big N has the strictest mouth." After dealing with the landlord, he just wanted to leave quickly. He felt like he was being targeted today, but he didn't find out who was targeting him. The strength displayed by the person following him was unlike the underworld figures he had seen before. Since he can no longer live in a neighborhood controlled by Water Viper, these gang members he despised, who he used to hide their identities in the past, are most likely to do bad things at critical moments. He took a taxi with a big bag on his back and left Manhattan Island directly. He, a black man, actually went to the Huaguo supermarket in Queens to pull advertising banners and rented a single room. The whole process was extremely fast. The bed had been made and the curtains closed before it got dark. After finishing everything, Eric opened the large package he was carrying. It contained no valuables or cash. Instead, they are wrapped with cloth and tape, and have different shapes. They are not many in number and irregular, but they look very mysterious. "Can I ask you what he has in his pocket?" In a room opposite the apartment building, Sitwell looked at the monitor and couldn't help but ask Yang Ming questions. Yang Ming was helpless towards Agent Sitwell, who looked a lot like Professor Yi Xiaoxing, but they had already gotten involved. As for the little leopard, which had certain anti-reconnaissance capabilities, Yang Ming had actually lost track of him on the Queensboro Bridge when he left the island. Even if he gave the taxi driver extra money, the driver would still be unable to keep up with the taxi in front of him in the dense traffic. When he completely lost track of the other party and was kicking the fire hydrant on the roadside in anger, an Acura stopped next to him, and Sitwell invited him to get in the car. Then all the way here, these people showed him how far they could peek into other people's privacy in the city. "Before you ask, would you like to introduce your identities? Why are you monitoring the person in front of you?" "We are FBI agents. His name is Ni Jakata, and he operates under the alias Eric in Manhattan. We have reason to suspect that he is related to many cases. We are somewhat interested in your identity. Are you a vigilante? Why are you following him?" Sitwell had already prepared Yang Ming's problem. The disguise of Little Leopard's identity could not withstand Hydra's investigation. 2 sentences brought the key to the problem back to Yang Ming. For reasons I don't want to tell you, I am interested in these things he has and want to buy them. If you say he is the suspect you want to arrest, then I can give up. Yang Ming really wanted to show that he didn't care. With their involvement, he felt that the plot of Black Panther would be shattered, and he didn't believe that this little bald man and the people behind him could allow him to take away the vibranium. Don't conflict with him, you can give him the things. The Baron's order came again. You might as well let that person talk to me directly. Yang Ming pointed to the left ear of the little bald man. You are so kind to me, what do you want from me? What Yang Ming hates most is this kind of out-of-control trouble. Let them mess up a good life. When he thinks about the possibility of being endlessly disturbed by Hydra in the future, he even has the idea of eradicating Hydra. The eyes looking at the little bald head turned to hateful ones. I'm just living my life in peace, why did you pop out to disturb me? Chapter 12 The Corrective Power of Plot Inertia. Don't get excited, we have no ill intentions towards you. And I have a feeling that you actually know us. After finishing speaking, Baron Strucker, wearing a military green ship uniform and a soldier-cut haircut, walked in. This man wears a pair of very ancient clip-on glasses on his right eye. Whether it is his appearance or his demeanor, he does not look like a person of this era. The armed men in the room stood on their legs to salute, but Yang Ming sat still. Although among the known branches of Hydra, this Baron, who is said to have existed before World War II and who later died and was resurrected, has the highest status, it has nothing to do with him. The Baron could see the impatience and disgust in Yang Ming's eyes. It looked like he was angry when he got up. I'm interested in you mysterious people. If you contribute your secrets to me, we don't have to be enemies. The Baron controlled the rhythm of the conversation. For example, each of you seems to have the ability to appear in many places around the world in a short period of time. What are the secrets in the 3 buildings? Seeing that he was so greedy and unaware, Yang Ming was shocked. I know you have lived long enough, but it seems that your life has been in vain. If you were smart enough, you would never flirt with the mysterious person you mentioned. This is arrogant. The current era cannot be controlled by a small group of mysterious people. I want to understand you to give you the opportunity to follow me. Yang Ming became calmer after hearing this. I hate your attitude. This era is not the era of spies like you. This era is the era of miracles, and you have never seen what a miracle is. The conversation broke down without even saying a few words. Yang Ming no longer wanted to care about the plot. Who could spoil this Baron? Too crazy? Standing tall, he was equipped with wooden armor sets and fashionable clothes, and in his hands the wooden sword was pressed against the Baron's throat as soon as it was handed over, and no one reacted to the entire movement. After the sword was pressed against his throat, Hydra's men pointed their guns at Yang Ming. The Baron was not in a hurry at all, he was very confident. You don't look like a person who kills people with a sword. Did you think clearly about what you were going to do before you pointed at me with a sword? Have you really considered the consequences? As he spoke and waved his hand, multiple surveillance screens in the room changed their images, showing that a large number of armed men were gathering outside the 3 sanctuaries. Even if you can really kill me, your people will not be able to escape the killing. Your secrets will eventually belong to me, so I can give you another chance to join me and be loyal to me. The Baron was very calm, maintaining his aloof and annoying air. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect to cause trouble to them. Yang Ming hated this feeling of losing control. This is no trouble, Baron Strucker, look at your soldiers. The door of the secret swayed with golden light. An ancient Yi appeared in the room. As soon as she finished speaking, the monitor screens went black. The image transmitted at the last moment was of the world being folded. Wouldn't this spoil the plot? For a moment, he felt a push on his shoulder, a slight resistance from the wooden sword in his hand, and a stream of hot water sprayed onto his face. The confidence on Baron Strucker's face turned into astonishment, and he looked hard at the wooden sword stuck in his throat. He killed the Baron? Killed them. Bang bang bang. The armed men shot at the two men, and several palm-sized secret doors opened in front of their guns, and on the other side between their eyebrows. Ah! Seeing them being killed by bullets fired by themselves. Plop, pop. The sound of the corpse falling to the ground startled Yang Ming. The sword in his hand could no longer be held and fell together with the Baron's corpse. He wasn't nervous about killing people, he was just surprised that Gu Yi had such a side. Master, this. Don't worry, I know the timeline better than you. Jasper Sitwell was a good man before he became Hydra, but that good man was replaced by a clone. As for this Baron, he has been resurrected before. Do you think the people who need him will resurrect him again? You mean, what should appear will naturally appear again. Besides, is there any other way when things come to a head? Gu Yi concluded this, his eyes seemed to penetrate the obstacles and follow someone's movement, then he opened the door of the secret and disappeared into the room. At the same time, Eric rushed in with a gun. No. It's you. Did you kill the person who was spying on me? The scene in the room was beyond his expectation. Pulling out the wooden sword from the dead man's neck made him shiver with blood. Leave first, don't invite the NYPD. When was this house rented? In a low-rent apartment 3 blocks away from the crime scene, Yang Ming looked at this cozy little home. Although we didn't know each other before, you helped me a lot, and I'm not afraid to tell you that this is one of my destinations. A place to stay, what else? Then why are you renting a house? That's right, how can you lure them out if you don't rent a house? Suddenly I felt that my understanding of him had been refreshed. It seemed that this outstanding person was not slowly becoming outstanding, but had always been outstanding. Eric said seriously, I always feel like you know me very well, even though I'm sure I've never met you before today. Yang Ming also knows that when he faces plot characters, he always has the mentality of looking at NPCs. If he pays a little attention, he will be discovered. But he had his own excuse, of course I understand you. I am the guardian of the timeline of this world. My duty is to make this world develop in the direction it should. At first, Eric was just doubting and guessing, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to be very serious in talking nonsense to him, and he was stunned for a moment. It can only be said that as long as you pretend to be novel enough, even a genius's thinking will not be able to keep up with you. You really don't believe it. Although I should treat everyone equally when guarding time, I also have preferences and preferences. I am willing to help some people a little when they are in danger. As the saying goes, small trends can be changed, but big trends cannot be changed. Don't fool me just because I'm young. I got my bachelor's degree from MIT at the age of 17. Eric expressed his judgment. I cracked their network and saw that they wanted to attack 3 of your hideouts. You should have killed them because of this. My computer skills are great, and the Rising Tide organization has invited me. He thought this statement was impeccable, but he didn't see any feedback from Yang Ming's face that he wanted to capture, so he was a little doubtful. If what you said is true, you should know what I want to do. Did I succeed? But Yang Ming said straight away, you already have the answer in your heart. You have armed your brain with knowledge and strengthened your body in the gang, but you still lack a decisive heart. You still need to practice. Eric no longer pursued the truth of what Yang Ming said, and kicked the pocket under his feet. I have signed up to join the army. This pocket is my thank you to you. Hydra and Shield are not easy to deal with. Thank you. You helped me withstand the thunder. Chapter 13 Someone comes late at night. The Rising Tide organization is a civilian hacker organization in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. storyline. Case, who later grew up to be Shockwave Girl, was a member of it. It is said that the threshold for this organization is quite high. Thinking of Case, I suddenly wanted to ask Eric if he knew him. Could this guy be the ex-husband who taught Case computer for 2 years and trained Case into a rising tide? But isn't that ex-husband's name Max? Hey, that expression again. Again prophecy, what happened to me? He smiled evilly and did not answer Eric's question. He picked up the bag and pushed the door open and left. What happened? The signal was lost as soon as I left the house? There is something about this guy. Just as Yang Ming left, a female voice came from Eric's trouser pocket, whose expression changed. I told you not to mess with him, he's too mysterious. Yang Ming, who put his pockets in his backpack, didn't know that someone had overheard the previous conversation. It was late at night when I got home, and there wasn't even a ghost on the street. I didn't bother to open the rolling shutter door, so I fluttered my wings and went in from the rooftop. He only ate one meal that day, and after eating a burger on the way, he really didn't have much energy to stay up late. Yeah, chew. But just as he was about to sleep, there was an unprovoked cough from the first floor, and he realized that someone was waiting for him. Late night, dark light, people waiting. Anyone's first reaction to this scene would be that Nick Fury is here. I thought the response was pretty quick, so here we are. But just as he was about to go downstairs, he felt entangled in his heart. If he was invited to join the Women's Federation, how should he refuse? After all, he didn't want to ruin the plot. Just as he was thinking about it, the unique surge of arcane weapons came from downstairs, and then there was light coming up. When he went downstairs, he saw that it was Moto who had used a secret weapon to light the wood in the fireplace. Yang Ming only felt a mouthful of blood hitting his throat. Bai Tama is confused. Why don't you open the door? And why don't you have any sockets or lights in your house? What do you use to light it up at night? Yang Ming was not in the mood to answer, he just wanted to be quiet. Sure enough. No matter how stubborn or lazy you are, you will still imagine that you are the protagonist. Both Nini and the captain were waited on by Lu Dan at home, and they both joined the Women's Federation after Lu Dan sincerely invited them many times. Why is he only waiting for Motu? Wasn't tonight's incident not big enough? After calming down the simmering internal injuries, he asked Motu why he came. It turned out that he was assigned by Guyi to provide him with psychological counseling. Me? Mental counseling? Playing with the firewood in the fireplace, pretending to be surprised, I don't need any counseling. You go back and tell me to reassure me that I'm fine. Busy. Motu sat opposite him, leaned forward and put a hand on his knee, looking at his eyes full of sincerity and concern. It's not just the teacher who can see your problem, even I can see it. There is something wrong with your mentality. In this caring atmosphere, Yang Ming seemed to hear some shameful BGM. He couldn't help but trembled all over and hurried away from the fireplace. I don't look like a girl, and my surname is not Xiao, so let's talk normally. Motu obviously didn't understand this. You want to protect some important nodes on the timeline, but the teacher thinks that your current problem is that you focus too much on those important nodes. All timelines are linear. No one lives in a vacuum, just waiting for important nodes to appear to show the splendor of their lives. You mean I'm a little too cautious now, right? That's right, Motu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he listens to the advice, it's not the worst situation. We mages don't live in a vacuum, so what we do will not affect the outcome of time. Looking at the key points of Motu's explanation, he realized that Guyi was mainly afraid that the characters of the sanctuary mages would be lost in his heart, and at the same time he was also trying to persuade him not to fall into the trap he had set up. I admit that I was too cautious before. In fact, it's not that I was so cautious that I didn't want to change or was afraid of changing everything on the timeline. It was mainly because I was lazy. Haha, I admire you. Faced with Yang Ming's rare frankness, Motu smiled, I can see that you really don't want to take on any important responsibilities, but in fact you are much braver and more determined than you say. Whether it is to protect peace or protect the people or things you cherish in your heart, it is already the greatest sacrifice to be alone in such an era that does not belong to you and persist silently. Okay, Yang Ming is a little embarrassed by the praise. He knew that the backstory he made up was working. He didn't come here on his own initiative, and he still hadn't figured out how to get back. As long as he could go back, he would definitely leave. I understand what the old man means. It means that I don't have to live too cautiously. If I can really mess up the timeline, it will be messed up long ago. I understand. Yes. Just like what you said to the teacher at the beginning, if you mess up the timeline, Steve will not come back to return the gems, let alone hide for decades. Seeing that the persuasion was effective, Mo Du opened the door to the secret method without further delay and left. With Gu Yi's confirmation, Yang Ming's steps up the stairs became brisk. He was in a good mood and couldn't help but mutter, although it's not Nick Fury who came to ask me to join the Avengers, it's a generous statement. Feel relieved. Excuse me. What do you mean by the timeline? I didn't mean to eavesdrop. In fact, I was here first. As soon as he reached the second floor, someone suddenly spoke to him from the dark kitchen. Who? I am the Nick Fury you have been waiting for. A flashlight light illuminated a one-eyed black face from bottom to top. Seeing that it was braised eggs, I felt quite embarrassed when he heard what I just said. Nick Fury smiled, although I didn't plan to invite you to join the Avengers, you seem to have a power that I don't understand, and I'm quite interested in it. After rubbing his face, Yang Ming regained his composure. Do you know what happened to the last person who talked to me like this? An hour ago, a group of mysterious people came from an apartment in Chinatown. Lu pulled away a bunch of corpses. What surprised me the most was that Legend, a level 7 shield agent, also died there, but I had just seen him in the New York branch half an hour ago. Nick Fury smiled, took out a stack of documents and flipped through them. Yang Ming, a Kathmandu native who speaks with an authentic London accent? He came to the United States as an investor, but there was no record on paper before that. Has the ability to appear in multiple places around the world in a very short time. Is this why those mysterious people are interested in you mysterious people? And the person on the first floor just now, I didn't catch the movement track from the time he appeared to the time he left. It was like he appeared and disappeared without a trace out of thin air. Adding to the content of your conversation, why did I suddenly feel that I was not protecting this world? A stupid kid who knows nothing about the world. Chapter 14 The Black Braised Egg is an eye-opener. You know nothing? You are really self-aware. He has adjusted his mentality. The protagonists of various novels he has read before have been blessed and possessed, and he has also optimized the best speech routines in his mind. As an ordinary human being, you have worked hard because you deeply feel your insignificance in the universe. With your strong personality and sense of responsibility, it is good to be able to get to where you are today. Nick Fury asked with a look like I'm just watching your pretense, Mr. Yang Ming, who are you? A hawk monster? A mage? Or an alien hiding on Earth after the New York War? Yang Ming didn't tolerate his yelling and decided to give him some information. As you can see, even using the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. can't find out my identity at all. That's because I'm not from this era at all. I am different from those mages. I am the guardian of time and space from the future. Guardian of time and space? This was more novel than just pretending. Nick Fury hadn't really arrived before. He nodded as if to say, please continue your performance. I come from the future. This is easy to prove. I know everything that will happen in this world, and the purpose of my coming here is to try to avoid the disasters that will happen on this timeline. Yang Ming had already made a calculation in his mind, and casually took off a piece of wooden wall from the wall and put it in his backpack. It seems that we don't have to sleep tonight. Based on what I saw about your character on the timeline, I can let you know something. You don't know anything about it, come with me to meet someone. Director Nick was stunned by what he had just done. He realized that coming in person might not be the right decision. Everything he discovered after entering the house was beyond his expectation. When the two of them went out, there was already a car at the door. Before getting in the car, Yang Ming suddenly said, "If you insist, you can send people to study my house openly, but I hope you won't let too many people know before we come back my existence." "Why do you think I will definitely study your house?" Nick Fury's dark face was so embarrassed that he couldn't see the change. "Let's talk about where we are going first. Can I trust you?" "Stop talking nonsense. Where are you going?" "Captain America's old lover's house." "Going to meet Peggy Carter." "Go meet Captain America." The secret door deep underground in Ms. Carter's house opened, and an old Steve appeared in front of Nick Fury. "Damn it, fake! What's going on?" In response to Nick Fury's foul language, the elderly version of Steve looked at Yang Ming. "I shouldn't have helped you that time. Are you done yet? Is it really okay for you to bring him here? I promise this is the last time, and I promised you that I can help you back when you need it." Pointing at the braised egg without any embarrassment, he said, "Based on our understanding of him, you can be selective about what you say. Ms. Carter, I admire your heroic demeanor when you single-handedly solved the Zodiac crisis decades ago. I must have felt very happy when you slapped your SSR colleagues in the face. Of course, no matter how much time passes, I will never forget the look on Agent Flynn's face when he answered Howard's call and came over to tell me that it was an honor to help me carry my things to the car." Yang Ming and Carter walked aside to listen to her talk about the glorious past, leaving the living room to the old Captain America and the confused Lu Dan. "Tell me what's wrong with you? Why did you look so young when you briefed me in Washington this morning?" Nick Fury even had a hard time believing that the Steve in front of him was real. "It's true that I was the one in the morning, but it's not me now. It's very troublesome to talk about it. Let me explain to you what I can." Ms. Carter and Yang Ming chatted a lot about what happened in the past, and from time to time, braised eggs could be heard yelling in the living room. It wasn't until daybreak that the braised eggs sitting at Ms. Carter's house for breakfast hadn't completely digested the information. "You really came back from the 39th century? Did humans leave the solar system at that time? Did the Kree launch a war on the Earth? Those strange mages are really the barriers that protect the world from being attacked by other dimensions, so what do I do?" With just one question on the left and the other on the right, Yang Ming picked up the ones he could talk about and gave Lu Dan a science education. His glorious image was deeply implanted in Lu Dan's bald head. "I want to send more protective forces to the Carter family. I will deal with Alexander Pierce and his Hydra when I get back." The two said goodbye to the Carters, and on the way back, Nick suddenly made a decision. Yang Ming was not in a hurry to stop him. "It seems that you are sorry for Steve and I's trust." "Fuck. Hammering the steering wheel hard twice, Nick Fury cursed like a beast trapped in a cage. "Then I will watching Hydra hollow out S.H.I.E.L.D. Correction, it's Snake Shield. Hydra has hollowed out S.H.I.E.L.D. a long time ago, and this is just one of the many tributaries of Hydra." Yang Ming revealed his shortcomings unceremoniously. "Because Steve trusted you and told you what was going to happen in the future, you should make the decision and pretend you didn't know anything. Think about their sacrifices, think about Tony and Natasha." This remark awakened Lu Dan, but it made Yang Ming himself feel uncomfortable. He also didn't expect that the old American captain really dared to say anything. He was obviously someone who could secretly hold back for a lifetime, so why didn't he have a way to stop his mouth? "Can't we find a way to avoid it? Why do we need to travel through time when we can avoid it? Let me think about it." He suddenly thought of a doubt, and before he could finish speaking, multiple doubts emerged. Does the braised egg in the original plot really know nothing? To say that Agent Carter is a sharpshooter is to flatter her. Did she really solve the Leviathan crisis single-handedly? So Captain America, who has returned to the past, can rest assured that she will act recklessly? Lao Huo didn't promote her for a long time, but waited until he completed the Zodiac mission to let Peggy Carter become one of the managers of SHIELD. In the short story, what Howard called was SHIELD. Although some people said it was always the abbreviation and the full name was Coulson's trick, but it was still doubtful. It is said that Carter is one of the founders, but the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau had already been established when she was a clerk in SSR. How come Howard immediately humiliated Flynn to vent his anger on Carter after Agent Flynn had a quarrel with Carter? So, are Howard Stark and his wife really dead? Based on Howard's human nature, he might not make any changes even though he knew he would die in order to prevent the timeline from changing. Don't think blindly, it's easy to get confused. But he felt that the old American team was not just hiding for a lifetime. I won't mess around regardless of the overall situation, but I can't let S.H.I.E.L.D. disappear like this. I have to start a plan. Seeing that he had been silent for a long time, Nick Ruodan said something surprising. Chapter 15 Brainwashing, Talk to the Boss. You need to resurrect Coulson and let him establish a new SHIELD lurking under the water like Hydra. A statement with a plain tone put a chill in Lu Dan's heart, full of lofty ideals and thoughts of 1,000 catastrophes. Did I succeed in the end? Do you really want to know? What you know and hear this night is just partial. Faced with the problem of braised eggs, he once again pretended to be a stick man. Everyone knows from birth that he will eventually die. Isn't the value of life just because of the splendid life of these decades? The braised egg was so fucked that he shut himself up. He didn't say another word along the way until the car stopped in the alley behind the small building. You definitely don't want to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. with me, so what are you going to do based on the current situation? Yang Ming got out of the car and put the buckled wooden wall panels and a wooden door into the back seat. You can research these too. If there is a shelter you want to protect, I am willing to take on the renovation project. You ask me what to do? I won't do anything until there is a huge deflection of the timeline. I am a double insurance, and I won't do anything until the Supreme Mage can't handle it. This statement made Nick Fury angry. You've been doing this for a long time, and the crisis is right in front of you, but you stayed out of it. Your vision is still limited. Do you think Thanos is the biggest crisis? Coming from the 39th century, I want to protect more than just the time in front of me. Yang Ming smiled meaningfully and flew down to the rooftop to build a chicken coop. Nick Llewellyn sat in the car and pondered for a long time before heading straight in the direction of Washington. After building the chicken coop, I went to the flea market downstairs and bought a pair of adult chickens, a brood of chicks, and a small corgi, SKR. It can be regarded as the completion of the ecological chain in which I pull the dog to eat, the dog pulls the chicken to eat, and the chicken lays eggs for me to eat. Before he even studied the bag of vibranium when he got home, he discovered that the dog was too small and couldn't eat daddy. There was a loud knock on the rolling shutter door. When the door was opened, a beautiful face that combined Chinese and Western styles appeared in front of me. I just went to the dog stall over there. Mrs. Julia's pet shop is in Brooklyn. She said that the last corgi was sold to you, considering that we are all Chinese. So you should go to Brooklyn to buy a dog. For the sake of being Chinese, I tell you that the flea market will not be open on Monday, and Mrs. Julia will go back to her pet store. Ignoring the pleas of this beautiful girl with a beautiful smile and clasping her hands together, she lowered the rolling shutter door to keep her out. Because at this moment, the demonic loops in Yang Ming's mind are the slogans placed in the elevator before traveling through time. Talk to the boss, talk to the boss, talk to the boss. Let's talk about your grandma. I really can't help but think about it. Yesterday I was wondering if Eric knew Sky, but today this Sky who wants to talk to the boss is here. Are you kidding? He hadn't slept all night, and Yang Ming didn't have the patience to deal with Sky, who seemed to have ulterior motives at first glance. He also plans to study vibranium and sleep. Sir, My family lives in Yonkers. I came here to play with my classmates today. I saw the puppy early in the morning. When I made up my mind to come back. Pick up the dog. Thanks. Get out. Yang Ming is so fed up, why bother to return it to Yanks? Save it, you are a person who lives in a car. I'm afraid you didn't make up this place name just by looking at the map, right? Sky is still making trouble outside using excuses for not paying for the dog. When he was about to come in, Yang Ming sat at the workbench in front of the fireplace and started sorting out the bag of vibranium, pretending that he didn't hear the noise at the door. Did he? The sound of the tracker being activated sounded from Sky's pocket. He took out his phone and saw that it was indeed in the house. Keith thought to himself, okay, how dare you unblock it? This is a provocation. At the same time, she also misunderstood that Yang Ming knew about her location of the bag. Although the facts are not far from each other, Yang Ming doesn't know anything about the tracker. Baiki bit her lower lip lightly, and with her eyes wandering, she started to take matters into her own hands again, shouting through the door, Mr. Yang Ming, aren't you and Eric friends? He asked me to come. When Yang Ming, who was studying a pile of rusty plates, rusty pots, rusty axes, and rusty pickaxes, heard this, he knew that the girl at the door didn't want to do anything wrong. Yang, When the rolling shutter door opened and closed again, Sky was pulled in, and at the same time a rusty axe was placed on her long neck. Eric and I are not friends, and he won't let anyone come to me. Don't make trouble again. Otherwise, if you rape and then kill, and then rape and then kill, you won't be considered a friend and your wife cannot be bullied. Sky was so frightened by the ferocious crow's face that her legs trembled, and then she remembered that Eric had said that this was a murderous butcher. She regretted it, and she vowed that if she had another chance, she would never ignore the dissuasion and insist on PK hacking technology. The door was knocked again, and Eric's voice came urgently, Mr. Yang, she doesn't know anything. As long as you let her out, she will never appear in front of you again. Yang Ming was very upset. He pushed Sky to the wall and trapped her there with wood, building a decorative pillar with only her head exposed. Sky was petrified. She had never experienced anything like this in her life. Let Eric in, and before he could adapt to the change in light, he kicked it to the wall to make a decorative column symmetrical to Sky's. Eric, or I should call you Ni Jakarta, I'll help you solve your trouble. If you give me this bag of vibranium, then we've got money and goods, right? Being fixed to the wall was also the first time for Eric, and he was confused. In the dim light, a crow's beak opened and closed to talk. This was terrifying, but the two of them were more like insects sent under the beak to be pecked. Both of them regretted it. What Sky regretted was that he acted on impulse and refused to listen to advice and insisted on coming to PK hacking skills. What Eric regretted was that he couldn't let go of his feelings and didn't stop Case forcibly, but hid and watched. He misjudged Yang Ming, thinking that although he was mysterious, he didn't look like a bad guy. In fact, Yang Ming also regretted it. There's no need to pretend that there's nothing to do, because the two men and women were happily fixed on the wall for a while, but how will it end now? It would be too detrimental to his character to let him go directly. If he doesn't let him go, he really can't do anything to these two plot characters. You must let it go, the magic stick has started his performance again. Beloved of the leopard god, descendants of the old rulers, why would you offend an ancient god? Regardless of whether these two people can understand what he is saying, the scare is over. I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore. The two of them were really afraid of asking for mercy for a while. Seeing that the scare was enough, he reached out and picked up the vibranium pickaxe on the table, attached a wooden handle, and dug out the two people, but before he could say anything, he heard the system's prompt tone again. The attribute carrier is completed, the targeting information is complete, the system is starting, 1%, 2%. Chapter 16 The Golden Finger is fully open. With a pick in one hand and an axe in the other, he seemed to have understood something. In the backpack of the initial character created in the game, there is a copper broad-bladed sword, a copper axe, and a copper pickaxe. The sword represents killing and protecting, the axe represents chopping, and the pickaxe represents digging. Together with crafting and construction, they are basically the core capabilities of the game. When he came back from time travel, he didn't have the same old 3 at the beginning, and it was only now that he had traveled through time for a week to gather these things. Seeing the progress bar slowly increasing, Yang Ming was not interested in wasting time with these 2 crying guys. He pointed at the rolling shutter door, "Let's go, don't come again." The 2 people who were pardoned crawled away, even forgetting to close the rolling shutter door. A beam of sunlight shone in from the outside, stopping just at Yang Ming's waist. The axe and pickaxe hanging by the legs were exposed to the sun. The rust seemed to evaporate and dissipated as the system turned on. After a while, it became as smooth as new. Ding! Welcome to Terraria. You can use a pickaxe to dig the land and an axe to chop down trees. If you want to survive, you must have weapons and protect your buildings. Your current armor is not enough to protect you, you need better armor? Once you have the sword, try to fight the slime, get some gel from it, use the gel and wood to make some torches. Familiar or unfamiliar prompts appeared one after another, and golden threads suddenly appeared on Yang Ming's body. The golden threads were tangled into shapes that looked like spellcasting modules. The door to the secret method opened, and Gu Yi appeared beside him, looking at him with concern as he was carried into the air by an inexplicable force. The golden threads and pictures almost entangled him into a cocoon of light. His vision was filled with gold, and he felt only incomparable light and heat. It was so warm that his thinking seemed to slow down. When the warm feeling faded, the world became different when he opened his eyes again. Many things have become a blessing in his heart. Concepts, rules, knowledge, and other inheritances have appeared in his mind. He no longer knows what they are and why they are so. Before he just used these a golden finger, now that the system is integrated with him, he has the knowledge and experience necessary to control it. The interface he had to call up before is now solidified in his sight. There is a shortcut bar 10 blocks to the right from the upper left corner, followed by icons such as backpack, manufacturing, box, armor interface, etc. From the upper right corner to the left are the map, house management, 5 red hearts representing life, and from the upper right downward there is a blue 5-star representing magic energy. When all this filled the upper part of his sight, Yang Ming felt as if he was playing a VR game, and even everything he saw had dots and lines attached to it. Non-game creations have dense dots and obvious lines, while the wall tiles and floors he paved have no dots and lines, but the seemingly seamless whole has neat and obvious boundaries in his eyes. What's wrong with you? What are you looking at? Yang Ming turned around and looked at Gu Yi, who was standing a few steps away, and suddenly found that there was almost no line on Yan's body, but only a gold inward dot on his abdomen. Feeling the focus of Yang Ming's gaze, Gu Yi suddenly smiled, "Have you seen the way I died?" Yang Ming felt tears well up in his eyes inexplicably. He couldn't explain why he was sad. He choked and said, "I always knew how you died, but I just never saw it." "No, I saw how you died, but I never looked at you directly." "The dead center. What now?" "I didn't see how I moved, but the gold inward light spot that was so golden that it was about to bleed disappeared, and then, somehow, the gold inward light spot came out again." Yang Ming was shocked. "You can control this? Are you really seeking death?" "It can be said that once I train the best supreme mage, I plan to experience the feeling of death. I should have rested long ago." After speaking, Ancient One opened the door to the secret method and left. Although he only said a few words without beginning or end, Yang Ming knew that Yan was here to help protect the law, so he left after making sure that everything was fine. Regardless of whether Gu Yi left or not, he saw everything fresh now. He stretched out his hand to close the rolling shutter door tightly, and the rolling shutter door he touched had a blood bar. Old and worn rolling shutter door. Defense. High speed. Pickaxe power, 55%. Distance, 1%. Vibranium axe. Damage, 7. Speed, slow. Axe power, 11%. Distance, 1%. As a man with manufacturing ability, he can clearly feel that these two tools are made of materials. The people who made them have completely failed to grasp the key points of balance, sharpness, torque, angle, and even the most basic material properties. If he were allowed to make these two tools, the attack power of the same material would be at least tripled, and it would never be worse than a wooden broadsword produced by the system. However, his manual dexterity is not as good as Jiashi's. With these two things, he can dig holes and cut trees in the future. Unlike before, ordinary tools cannot carry the power of the system and cannot demonstrate the mining ability at all. That's not right, there are still no slimes. The conditions for power fusion are met, but the embodied monster lacks targeted positioning. After the gold finger is fully opened, it feels less stuck. I quickly asked how to calculate the target positioning. Build a house? To make a space look like a house, it must have a door, a chair, a table, and a light source. Make sure the house also has walls? There is something wrong with this. This is a house used to recruit NPCs in the game. And because he didn't have slime, he couldn't make a light source because he didn't have gel. A house without a light source is not a house. Without a house, a monster cannot be manifested. Why is this a circle? Listening to the lively scene of people shouting and neighing outside, he can't experiment with monsters here even if there is a light source. It's okay if a slime appears, but if something terrible appears, it can easily lead to mass casualties and injuries. Why don't you let Guyi send him to some Earth-like planet for experiments? Don't they say that the door of the secret method can be opened very far? If anything goes wrong, you can escape from the planet directly on a UFO mount, and you won't be afraid even if a big monster appears. We are still thinking about the future here, and a detailed report about him has been placed on Alexander Pierce's desk. Of course it was before it was combined with the system. Chapter 17 Braised Eggs and Wool. You told me this is the entire file. Holding the report, which was less than 2 pages long and clearly tried to be as detailed as possible, Pierce wondered if he was getting old. Has your prestige been ruined? So that you fooled me with this thing. The sudden roar made his face turn red, and his crossbones and Sitwell couldn't help but shrink their necks. Baron Strucker and his elite troops were completely wiped out, but only the body in the rental house was found, and the attacking troops were completely wiped out. There is a force that can do this, and we only know about them. These. After the resurrection, Agent Sitwell was very embarrassed. I was cloned according to the template left before. What happened last night? I don't understand. I don't know anything about the fact that the previous body left no trace. You do not know. After Pierce cursed angrily, he forced himself to calm down. Agent Black has grasped the traces of item 47. Those two idiots made too much trouble, so you go handle it. Pushing Sitwell away, Pierce's eyes fell on Crossbones' face, and Crossbones subconsciously stood astride. You go to the captain and ask him to take Black Widow and Hawkeye. You and others will cooperate to attack the 3 target buildings in New York, Hong Kong, and London. Yes. Crossbones stood at attention and replied, with some questions, are those mysterious people still there? Is it appropriate to let the captain and others know about this matter? Pierce couldn't help but sigh, you go down, I'll figure this out. Pierce stood at the glass curtain wall and looked down, wondering how he could remove Sitwell and Hydra and just mention this unusual thing. But he thought about it, and in the end it just turned into an angry roar, you are a waste who has failed to achieve anything and is prone to failure. If I knew the cause of your death, I shouldn't have resurrected you. Knock, buckle, buckle. When he was full of anger, there was a knock on the door that was not closed, and a slightly mocking but reverent voice sounded. "What's wrong? Who could make you so angry?" "It's you, Fury." Seeing that the person who came was Nick Fury, Pierce suppressed all his emotions for a moment and said in a slightly tired tone, "It's not the Security Council. They sent nuclear bombs in the New York War before, and now they are guiding public opinion to make the Avengers take responsibility." "Responsibility? What a bunch of bitches. Just ignore them, it's not worth getting angry with them." Although Nick seemed to be trying to persuade him, he couldn't help but be impressed. This old man who refused the Nobel Peace Prize is really an actor. He even owes him an Oscar trophy. He can actually perform so perfectly. Even if he is trying to find fault, he can't be seen. Something is wrong. "Oh, by the way, Fury, what are you doing here?" "I just came back from New York." Ms. Carter was feeling a little unwell. "I went to visit her and discovered a murder while passing by Queens." The two looked at each other, but they couldn't see any flaws in Pierce. In fact, Spear cursed in his heart. Fury actually noticed it. He didn't know that he had been exposed, and he was still thinking of ways to divert his attention. A murder case? That's usually handled by the NYPD. What's wrong? Nick felt a little regretful after not finding any flaws. "I didn't pay attention to the follow-up. I just felt that New York was not safe, there were aliens, and what happened to the Howards back then, I was wondering if I should take care of those retired old people. The security level has been upgraded to another level. It's a good idea. After all, I have resigned, but I still have to mediate between the Security Council." Because Pierce has something in his heart, he is wondering if there is any subtext in every word he says. How to say that he is aging quickly? "I have to keep thinking about it in my heart, and at the same time, I have to control the expression on my face to not make a single mistake in my eyes." Nick chatted with him for a few more words and then left. Secretary Pierce pressed the phone on the table, wanting to give Crossbones the order to use the Winter Soldiers, but felt that now was not the time to make a big move. "Don't act rashly until you figure out how Baron Strucker was broken. Just wait until the Insight Plan is implemented." At Yang Ming's house, he had no idea that he had escaped a murderous attempt and found some people to carry out water and electricity renovations. Since Modu said that he had left no sockets or switches, he almost dismantled the house with a vibranium hammer and a vibranium pickaxe with a handle, and rearranged a reasonable wiring layout. The electricians and plumbers worked from noon to mid-month to finish wiring in the ravine he left. "Sir, if you need a bricklayer, we can also recommend it. After all, with the wires so exposed, it neither complies with safety regulations nor is beautiful. Normally, someone will come to inspect it on Tuesday. Only if it passes the test can you live in it." When seeing off the group of workers, the leader, old Mo, told him some things he must pay attention to. After the people left, he curled his lips and asked for a bricklayer. "If the wires are unlocked, you won't even need them." After filling it with wood for a while, all the ditches and ridges were filled up, and everything became round and integrated again. "I turned on the lights in the hall and quickly asked the system if this was enough to manifest a monster, but I was told that it had to be a system building. The chicken coop on the roof is a purely systematic building. It is equipped with tables and chairs and lights up when the door is closed. Or not. You still have to find a light source that the system can recognize." "Light source? Let's get Iron Man's small reactor from Luodan as a light source. I guess it should be about the same." When he called the Braised Egg seller, Braised Egg asked him if he could explain what he wanted this thing for. Yang Ming told the truth and the Braised Egg exploded. "You want to use the reactor as a light source? I want to ask you what you think? You are equivalent to using a tungsten filament cannon for heating. Do you understand? I'm just asking you if you have any? I really don't want to get in touch with Tony Stark. After all, I have minimized my sense of existence. If you forget the things you know, you are making a contribution to this world. Yang Ming's statement was met with ruthless ridicule by Liu Dan. This is the first time I heard that as long as you stay at home, you can make a contribution to the world. For the first time, you have heard too much. You know what the Celestial Group is, and do you know what the Life Tribunal is? Do you think that what Steve told you is the whole truth of this world? He has only been on the earth for a few more years than you. It's just an experience. Director Liu Dan rubbed his bald head with his hands and asked, then what are the God Group and the Tribunal of Life? No, forget it, tell me what else you want. I want a few tons of gold, silver, vibranium, a colloid flammable material with viscosity and resistance, a spider web with high viscosity, high plasticity and high shear resistance, and some fist-sized grandmothers. Green, diamond, sapphire, ruby, topaz, and amethyst, that's it for now. Yang Ming has a temper that makes him urinate when he catches a mouse. He happens to be a rich man like Director Snake Shield, so he can't take advantage of the fact that there is no Huang Puer in the Snake Shield Bureau to hug him. Chapter 18 The Falcon comes to the door. Agent Hill, help me block this phone number and lock this person's personal IP. Don't even let me take his calls. After shouting into the phone and hanging up the phone without waiting for Yang Ming to speak, Nick Fury felt a little relieved. Director, do you want me to call Agent Hill? The door of the office was pushed open, May asked and was sent out. Small arc reactor, tons of gold and silver, fist-sized diamonds. I dare to think. Nick Fury thought for a while and called May in again, go to the Technology Research and Development Department and transfer a small reactor to me. Just after the explanation, a call came from Agent Hill requesting access. Director, there is a video on the internet about the target code named Baoshit Guishi that you requested to monitor. It has been blocked on the entire network. It is determined that it has not caused any major disturbances. Scope note, the source is a member of the Rising Tide organization. Send the video over and let me take a look. A monster show that lasted for several minutes in dim light played on the huge transparent screen next to Nick Fury's desk. Beep and I are not friends, and he won't let anyone come to me. Don't. I don't know that Yang Ming, who missed the opportunity to be popular, is really good again. Before traveling through time, his claustrophobia was so severe that he could not play MC. He once said that he would never dig mines with his own hands. But now he pulled a cable and connected a light bulb. And he had dug a space the size of a gymnasium 350 meters underground. This is the volume after laying 1 meter thick stones, 1 meter thick grey bricks, 1 meter thick logs, 1 meter thick timber, and finally laying a wooden platform as a decorative board. It's a space as big as Picadona Stadium. Here, Yang Ming really didn't think about doing anything. He just cherished the dozen or so completely meaningless vibranium products and put them here as collections. The only things that can really be used are a pickaxe, an axe, a hammer, a plate, a pot, and 2 bottles. Unlike the ones that have been restored to brightness after being certified by the system, those rusty exhibits really look like tatters. He was thinking about whether to divide this space into 3 floors and decorate it like a house when the doorbell rang. That was the doorbell on the app that Yang Ming pressed newly, just to prevent the doorbell from being heard when he was not on the first floor. He followed the passage that was specially built into a stair-shaped passage with an inclination of 75 degrees all the way back to the ground. Since he was reluctant to pay for surveillance, he had to see for himself who was knocking on the door. When the door opened, it was Sky again. Are you shameless? Or have you had enough? Sky asked with pleading eyes, you said that I am a descendant of the old ones. Can you see who my parents are? Yes, but I have no intention of telling you. If you bother me again, you will become one of my collections. You will be filled into transparent materials and placed on the wall. You will become a decoration forever. Sky was so frightened that she turned pale when she thought of her previous experience. The courage she had finally regained suddenly disappeared. She didn't even dare to mention the incident of accidentally uploading his video data to the internet, so she turned around and fled from here. Looking at Sky, who was escaping, he felt inexplicably that what he saw yesterday was different. Not wearing glasses? No matter what she is, it means nothing to him and is not worthy of attention at all. He was just about to go back to the house when he found a man leaning on the wall next to his door. He was a black man with very bright eyes, whom he had seen before. "We meet again, should I call you Eagle Man or Ancient God?" Sam Wilson, a former U.S. Air Force pararescueman who works at the Washington Veterans Services Department. During his military career, he participated in the military's secret development of a B-wing backpack system for air combat. He lost his comrade Riley during a rescue. After leaving the army, he chose to fight in another way to encourage everyone who had similar experiences to him to get back on their feet. This is a man who can enlighten Captain America with his glorious humanity, and he is worthy of being chosen by Captain America to be the successor to Captain America's spirit. The New York incident occurred when he came to New York to visit Riley's mother. During the battle against aliens, armed with a semi-automatic weapon, he protected the Brooklyn home of his comrade's mother. After the war, he also volunteered to maintain law and order on the streets, and that night he encountered a scene he could not forget. He never thought that besides him and Riley, there were people with the ability to fly with 2 wings. After that night, he was investigated by people who looked like soldiers but claimed to be the FBI. After getting rid of them, this Eagle Man could never be found again. Until yesterday afternoon, a video with no beginning or end, similar to a movie clip, suddenly appeared on the internet. Although it was quickly deleted, he recognized at a glance that the protagonist in the video was the Eagle Man he was looking for, and he already had one. He got a new name, Ancient God. "So you are studying whether my wings are the iterative version after your retirement?" "No, I can see that your wings are simpler and more convenient, I just can't be obsessed." The two of them sat in front of the fireplace on the first floor, drinking cup water made by Yang Ming himself. "Your drink is good. I feel very comfortable after drinking it." Sam's smile is easy to make people feel friendly. This kind of contagiousness is like a good person worthy of your trust. Yang Ming doesn't have so many defenses when facing him. "Just like it, I'll give you another drink." I picked up the bottled water on the ground and poured it into the cup. It was obvious that I was just pouring water, but small green end kept floating out of the cup. "When the water is full, you will get a cup of water that can restore 20 points of health. This kind of cup water that looks like water, but should actually be called a potion, is enough to restore the entire vitality of ordinary people. Of course, this does not mean that it can cure diseases or reverse aging and death. Although it cannot cure diseases, after Sam drank a glass, the color of the fatal spots on his body became much lighter, and several fatal spots that were not serious and vital disappeared temporarily. These fatal spots will naturally appear again after the body absorbs or wastes the potency. You didn't come here in vain today. At least you have an extra friend. Do you want to try my wings? May I?" Sam was very interested. He was a pure person, and he could feel that this was not perfunctory. "How about we wait until dark? You can find me, I'm almost a sieve, come with me." When he came to the chicken coop on the rooftop, he took out the wings and designated Sam as the user. Sam was blessed to be able to use these wings. He flapped his wings and flew high into the sky for a long time before returning. "Is this neural connection technology? Why aren't you afraid that I will fly away and never come back?" "I'm not afraid, I just like you for no reason. I can trust my own judgment." Chapter 19, Unlocking the Combat State. It felt good to make a friend. Sam stayed until the afternoon and left. Yang Ming continued to toss in the underground space, mainly to get familiar with the new combat state. "You shouldn't be so cautious." He originally used the normal state after fully unlocking it, and of course he didn't know there were other states. Whether it was a moment of mutual congeniality or fake generosity, he lent his wings to Sam in an impulsive manner. Then he regretted it a little and had the idea of locking Sam in mind. So out of caution, I unlocked combat status. There were 3 more centripetal triangle signs in his eyes, focusing on Sam, who was flying freely in the air. He was also sure that he could retract his wings at any time. Then he let Sam fly to his heart's content before coming back. Combat mode is much more complicated than before. It is no longer like a VR game. There are 6 shortcut keys in a circle next to each of his hands. The 6 on the left hand are Smart Basic Attack, Smart Tool Switching, Aim Only / Aim and Lock, Red Bottle, Blue Bottle, and the field of view becomes smaller. The 6 on the right hand are Smart Weapon Selection, Smart Target Selection, Grappling Hook, Mount, Ejection, and Enlarged Field of View. When consciousness flows, each golden alternative key changes in size, and the shortcut cursor floats around his hands, quite like a mage. Yang Ming felt that it was really novel, but he could use everything with ease. For example, intelligent tool switching means that when he turns on intelligent target selection, he can choose the tool pickaxe, hammer or axe to use according to the situation he faces. If you click on the Smart Basic Attack, you can transform into a tool man, digging or building according to your own ideas. During the work, his consciousness is withdrawn, just like watching others working. For another example, you can choose to aim and lock, intelligent target selection, and intelligent weapon selection. You can optimally choose swords, axes, hammers, bows, throws, and staffs to deal with enemies. If you click on the Smart Basic Attack, you can become a soldier who automatically attacks the enemy and kills the enemy with extremely high efficiency. At the same time, the consciousness is also detached. With the sight addition and subtraction, you can also withdraw your sight to become a god's perspective, which can cover a maximum circle of 500 meters with the main body as the axis, and restore your own sight at the minimum. In short, turning on the combat mode is like completely returning to the horizontal version of the game. He only needs to control his body with his consciousness. Even if you don't turn on the combat mode, you can increase your sight line and pull it down in midair to observe the surrounding situation. Just like looking at a 2D picture from a 3D line of sight. All obstacles such as buildings, soil, etc. are sectioned, and the viewing angle is not fixed and can be moved at will with the body as the axis. What he didn't expect the most here was the ejection. He thought it should be the key corresponding to the jump in the game, but after he actually used it, he found that it was different. Ejection can allow him to directly escape from the current state. He can fly up to 5 meters and directly choose the grappling hook, mount, or wings to escape from the place as quickly as possible. The priority of this is higher than anything else, which means that he can attack at will while leaving the place, but leaving the place is the first priority. He can dig the underground space at will. The original small gymnasium can no longer satisfy Yang Ming in game mode, especially when he occasionally switches out the UFO mount. This flying saucer is not as tall as it looks in the game. It is a flying saucer with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 2 meters. It is completely comfortable to fly lying down when you get inside. And the speed is really very fast, supersonic speed without sound barrier, and it can also be invisible, but it does not have attack weapons. It was easy to operate. Although it accidentally hit a wall at the beginning, the hard spacecraft was unscathed and went directly into the hard rock formation underground. And I feel that if I have to move through this rock formation, it will only take a little effort. This is so enjoyable. After playing underground for a day, Yang Ming saw Nick Fury from God's perspective. The car came, but it was still parked in the back alley. While working automatically, he drilled holes and paved the cave walls, then opened a tunnel door that went straight up and down on the back gable of the house. Nick Fury, who was about to climb the fire escape behind his house, was startled. "You knew I was coming. Is this how you show up at other people's homes?" The answer was not what the question was asked, but it made Liu Dan feel embarrassed, really embarrassed, so he fought back. "Ah, by the way, I think I received a call from a paranoid man yesterday. telling me that he wanted a ton of gold and fist-sized diamonds. Can Yang Ming get used to this? He directly built up the back wall and stabbed him. Climb the fire stairs if you want to come in. You bastard! You won't let me leave if there is a door. Luodan touched the wall unwillingly and found that it was indeed very strong. After that, he could only climb the fire escape. When he climbed in through the kitchen window, he saw Yang Ming recording a video. Do you have WeChat? Or does your Avengers have a group chat? Luodan's face changed after hearing this question. Don't mess with me. Then it depends on what good news you bring me. Don't show off, just tell me the result. Luodan took out a USB flash drive and an arc reactor. This is the location of the hidden base I want you to build and the feasibility of those two things. I can't give you gold and diamonds directly, but you can earn them yourself. What do you earn from? Rolling his eyes, Yang Ming didn't even notice that he was getting more and more crazy. You also got a USB flash drive. Do you think I have a computer here? Nick Fury originally wanted to talk about someone flying up in his house yesterday. But now he found that the two of them really couldn't talk about it. Mr. Ancient God, someone uploaded your video to the internet the day before yesterday. I ordered it to be completely banned. I handed over the person who posted the video to Carlson. Will Yang Ming accept his love? You're saying that asking Carlson to absorb the troublemaker when he established the Shattered Shield is considered a solution. Nick Fury is indeed the king of agents. He has become accustomed to Yang Ming's rhythm in a short time. Just tell me whether you still want this reactor. Yang Ming found that the braised egg was really more shameless than what he saw in the movie, and he was too quick to defeat him. Are you going to stop talking? If you want this, you have to show me what you are going to do. I thought it didn't matter, I should lead the way to the rooftop first. Ordinarily, Nick Luodan really didn't believe that he was using the arc reactor as a lamp, but when he walked outside the chicken coop, he really lost his composure. Don't tell me, you want this reactor to light up the chicken coop? Yes. The braised eggs are really fried. Are you raising chickens? Or something else? Don't worry, it won't be like the element-eating beast that blinded your eyes. These are just ordinary chickens, 2 adult chickens and a nest of chicks. You are really sick. Do you really have medicine? Bring it. When I received it, the system prompted that the external energy source was to be activated. After looking at it again and again, I could only ask, how to activate this thing? Chapter 20 Guyi's Obstruction. I don't know how I got it, but working with Luodan always makes me miserable in the end. Braised Egg was even more eager to watch the excitement. You don't know how to use it. Then why do you want this thing? Hey, am I so grumpy? I didn't want to make any fuss at first, but I was still timid after saying this, so I tried to press it while recalling the plot of the movie. Chirp zi zi zi. The blue-white light was stimulated and illuminated Luodan's dark face. Don't tell me, this thing is really bright, Braised Egg. It was also a bit of a bargain. I didn't understand the meaning of braised egg, and I didn't think it was a good thing to say, but I didn't fall out when I waited to see how this thing would be used. Yang Ming took the light source and was about to go in, but at this moment, the secret door appeared. Have you forgotten what I do? Under Luodan's shocked gaze, the skinny Guyi threw Yang Ming, who was much taller than her, a few meters away. There was an extremely dangerous aura coming just now. It was a power more powerful than the Dark Lord Domu. Guyi's face was extremely ugly, and Yang Ming was stunned. I just want to summon a few slimes to get some gel. Only gel. He explained very regretfully, and it was not a big deal at first, but after being knocked down, he almost lost his soul and became sober. Have you figured it out? I understand. I stared into the abyss, and the abyss stared into me. If I borrow the power of darkness, I will be deceived by darkness. This set of chatter is quite good, and it makes Gu completely speechless. After a pause, he said, you still have to exercise restraint, it's very dangerous. Excuse me. After poking for a long time, a certain braised egg lost its composure. Did some historic event happen just now? You are the legendary Ancient One Master, right? Gu Yi glanced at Yang Ming angrily, then the secret door opened at Liu Dan's feet and sent him away with a swish. Mage, I've thought about it before. I want you to send me to some Earth-like planet, and then I can summon what I need there. Can you control it? Gu Yi was very doubtful about this. Darkness makes people corrupt, and they are the best at pretending. Even the most righteous people in their hearts will be corrupted. He couldn't answer the question, so he could only listen to what Gu Yi said. Many people believe that power has no good or evil, only those who use power can use thunderbolt methods as long as they have justice in their hearts. But darkness will always pretend to be a means to fight against evil. The more you rely on it to defend justice, the deeper you will fall. Without so troublesome. At this moment, it was as if Mr. Tiener, the troublemaker, had possessed his body. He pointed at the chicken coop and said, "You are here to supervise. Today I will let you see if I can control it." Seeing that Dan didn't stop him, he directly placed the activated reactor on the table, and a golden surge instantly enveloped the entire chicken coop. It is said to be a chicken coop, but it is also a house with an area of 8 square meters and a height of 2 meters. Inexplicable whirlpools appear around it as the golden color surges. That was the access point for the projection of another dimension. As the vortex grew larger, green jelly the size of a wine jar popped out. And with their appearance, many strands of deep malice are flying freely. Stop it quickly. The ancient book wanted to generate a mirror space, but found that the space nearby became unshakable. After hearing the greeting, Yang Ming put the light source on the table into his backpack. The conditions for manifesting the monster were shattered. The golden vortex and the locked space all disappeared in an instant. Except for the outpouring of malice, it was as if this was all a daydream. Of course, the only thing that can prove that this is not a dream are the 4 slimes who are jumping Duan and Duan heartlessly. Yang Ming was afraid. He knew that as long as he delayed for a while, he might not be able to break off the light source. Wow! Gu Yi activated the mirror space and sucked everything into it, including the 4 slimes, as well as the maliciousness that spread wantonly. This malice comes from at least 4 or 5 powerful evil gods. Each of them is no worse than Domomu. Ordinary people will fall into hallucinations if they come into contact with a little bit. They may become fools or die, or they may become the puppets of this evil god. Enslaved by this evil thought. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing as just manifesting monsters. I just wanted to make some slimes and gels, but I didn't expect that this golden finger would have such a thing. Slaved by evil thoughts? He suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. He thought of the frontline lunatic cultist who fought the big boss Thulhu in the game. It is estimated that they were controlled by the evil god before they went to awaken Thulhu. Think again about the attire of the moon worshippers, and look at yourself. Except for the golden decorative stripes on the clothes, they are exactly the same. The more you think about it, the more you think about it. What is the purpose of the UFO key? When he knows that it is easy to harm ordinary people and still wants to use monsters, he will leave. Which one is closer? The moon is just right. Where is the moon? The territory of Thulhu. Just in time to summon Thulhu to the moon, and wait for him to return to the earth. The sand value is estimated to be 0, just in time to summon Thulhu to rule the earth for thousands of years. Is this a gamer's cheat or a lunatic cultist's cheat? These clothes, this mount, everything is ready. Thinking about what Gu Yugong said again, although this gift package is just the same as the mobile game gift package before time travel, it is very suitable to be used in this place, right? Concentrate. A loud shout seemed to come from the mist. Yang Ming shook his head, and then he collapsed as if being fished out of the water, breathing heavily. What happened just now? While using the secret door to send evil thoughts and evil energy into the dark dimension, the Supreme Mage explained, you absorbed a certain amount of evil energy and evil thoughts, and you almost fell into it. What a fright! Thinking again about what he was thinking just now, Yang Ming suddenly remembered an anime he had seen. A girl was distracted in class and told herself that she must not be distracted again in the new semester and new school. With his train of thought so divergent, he became less frightened. He barely stood up after being paralyzed on the ground, pulled out his vibranium pickaxe, and hit the slime that was still bouncing. Dun-un-en. Although it penetrated deeply into the slime's body at once, the body was far firmer and tighter than imagined. This can be said to be the toughest thing he has seen so far. It is not easy to kill monsters several times in this game. Dun-un-en. Dun-un-en. 3 times in a row, a slime was finally sliced. Open. Gel. 3. Yang Ming calmed down, and then thought about the fact that the slime in the game that could only be killed after several hits with the initial weapon was not weak at all. Taking the minimum attack power of a fatal blow to an ordinary person as 1, this vibranium pickaxe has 7 points of damage and can smash something 7 times the strength of the human body in one stroke. How many hits can you take to kill a slime? 3 times, this was the right position for him to start, and he cut the flap directly. In other words, a slime's physical strength is 21 times that of an ordinary person. It wasn't until this moment that he truly understood the meaning of this golden finger. Chapter 21 The Shock of Marvel Twins. Slime seems to be easy to solve, but its power system is fundamentally different from that of ordinary life forms on Earth. If it really appears on the street, 50 NYPDs will be in vain. It is no exaggeration to say that a quick reaction team without heavy fire support will be in vain. If there is no penetrating wound that can cut open the slime's body, it is estimated that hundreds of pistol bullets will be inserted into his body. It's just a completely unreasonable damage recording system. This is still an ordinary slime. If it breaks into pieces and turns into a pile of baby slimes, it will be a disaster. With such strength, he can probably carry an RPG. The blast damage will be absorbed by his own dun-un-en, and he can only be killed by penetrating sheer force. It is estimated that even Iron Man's level A may not be able to be achieved one at a time. Even though Slime's speed is not as fast as that of ordinary people, his attack power is strong and his strength may not seem great. But it can jump 3 meters high and concentrate potential energy at the point of contact to become a non-Newtonian fluid. Being hit by a slime, the moment of contact is comparable to being hit by a car. Without giving them any room to play, they were taken away in one wave and turned into gel. Gel. 18. Guyi's face was already very ugly. It seems I should really send you off the earth. First send me to a desert with cacti. Don't rush to send me to an alien planet. I promise you that you will never mess around on Earth again, okay? He had just gotten the gel and there were still many things he wanted to do. How could he just leave like this? What do you want a cactus for? To make a cactus suit. I don't have metal mines. If I want to improve my protection and attack power, I can only rely on a cactus suit. Guyi began to be really interested in his abilities. Don't you already have tools made of vibranium? Yang Ming simply explained it thoroughly to save Guyi from not understanding. I did not make these vibranium chickens. They can only be used as makeshift ones. For example, the attack power of the wooden sword I made can kill 7 times the strength of the human body, which is already stronger than ordinary vibranium products. What would happen if you made the vibranium weapon yourself? Guyi understood the key point. Needless to say, I personally made vibranium weapons. The iron weapons I made myself are stronger than Wakanda's vibranium weapons. This is my core value. Guyi rubbed his chin with his finger, thinking, does this mean that the attack power of your weapon will exceed the limit of the material? If you see any deviation in your understanding, explain. It's not about transcending the limitations of the material, but reaching the limit that the material can reach, so you will be much stronger than others. Your abilities are quite similar to those of the dwarves, but they rely more on materials and the high temperature of the star core. Master Guyi is very eager to understand his ability in depth, for fear that he will somehow release the evil spirit just now. So I was very accommodating to him. Through the secret door, I could see the rolling yellow sand. Let's go. When the two came back half a day later, Guyi saw through Hung Gu's eyes and was really shocked and confused. Because Yang Mingsheng dug a large pit with a diameter of 2 kilometers and a depth of half a kilometer in the desert, and also dug out 3 cacti the size of a rockery. What's your loading limit? Ah! Yang Ming, who was dressed in green and used torches and stones to make a furnace, was stunned for a moment, then turned around and said, as long as they are made of the same material, using 1 cubic meter as a unit, I can stack 10,000 units per grid. I have 58 grills. The unremarkable narrative continued to shock Guyi's nerves, and then the furnace appeared. Okay. Finally we have a furnace. Before he could celebrate enough, from his perspective, Lu Dan, covered in dust, reappeared at the corner of 9th Avenue, coming over to knock on the door with a look of despair on his face. What's wrong with you? You smell so bad. Even with the rolling shutter door open, you can smell the deadly aura on his body. Luodan was really wilted, and his eyes couldn't keep up with the focus. I was sent to the sewer, it would be great if I can come out. Yang Ming was excited now. He opened the rolling door and asked him, is there a place with a lot of iron ore? I can upgrade the equipment for you and your people by then. Have you turned into Godzilla? It's no wonder that Lu Dan was confused. His cactus suit, which can provide better armor, has an upper body effect like an upright dinosaur. Stegosaurus usually has large spines all the way down its spine, shoulder armor with 7 or 8 half-meter long spikes, and blood-red claw-like gauntlets. Each piece of armor has long and short spikes. The most special thing is the helmet that looks like a dinosaur head, and the eyes are actually 3 cactus fruits. This outfit makes most people lose their san value. Don't study me yet, I'm asking you questions. Luodan thought for a while, there is really no iron ore. Can we use copper or lead? During the Cold War, the Strategic Scientific Reserve Department had a strategic reserve base 700 meters underground in Kansas. It collapsed after the earthquake. There was ore stored there. Both of them looked at Guyi, and the door to the secret method opened. It was more than half an hour before the three of them came back, and this time Nick Fury was doubting his life. Yang Ming is not at all proud of shocking the Marvel twins in one day, but it is a pity that Goldfinger does not seem to have an achievement system. Otherwise, he will surely achieve an achievement that shocked 2/3 of Marvel's 3 eggs. Guyi also asked braised egg once, but Yang Ming was not as honest with braised egg as he was with hard-boiled egg. It's not an exaggeration, it's just 10 times more. The secret base has been postponed. How much production capacity do you have for these copper daggers and copper breastplates? I personally used a large dagger-like dagger to dismantle his bulletproof car door, and used the machine cannon on his car to blast the thin breastplate. Lu Dan's one eye was filled with little stars. Putting on a full set of bronze armor, who wouldn't be an Iron Man who can't fly and has no weapons? 10,000 sets a day, do you want to arm the 9 fighters? He doesn't bother to hide his production capacity at all. Different people have different playing styles, and he can't brag about the braised eggs too much. 50 sets of light bronze armor, 50 short swords, and 50 bottles of bottled water. He extorted 3 million yuan from braised eggs, without caring that the ore belonged to others. He couldn't help but keep saying, "You are getting a big deal. Exploiting me so bloody when my business is just starting up. Remember to find someone you can trust. If someone puts cloth or spray paint on the outside of the bronze armor, there will be no clues." Originally, Lu Dan was still eyeing his body, but after really trying the cactus giant sword, Lu Dan convinced, "I think I should make one for Hulk. Apart from you, it seems that only he can use this weapon. As long as you are happy, After clearing the technology tree, there are many things he can do, including thinking and nonsense. But Guyi saw the clue. You were just an ordinary person in the beginning, how come you have so much power now? Chapter 22 Solidification Gain. You really have a keen eye. Let's talk about this alone after Black Braised Egg leaves. After complimenting Guyi, he asked Lu Dan, if Pierce asks why you keep running to me, what will you say? The USB flash drive I gave you contains a letter of appointment from the SHIELD Research and Development think tank. Your new identity is a materials science expert under Hydra. Yang Ming was stunned by these words, and Lu Dan smiled like a 300-pound child. To protect the timeline, you just stay at home and guard it. You will eventually come into contact with the outside world. Instead of being on guard all the time, why not go directly behind enemy lines? Did you give my wall tiles to Hydra for research? Yes, there must be a stepping stone. This idea is so clear. After Lu Dan waited for the tow truck to take away the weapons and armor, he also drove away in the director's car with a door missing. Yang Ming only had time to shout, next time you come back, you'd better bring news about the gold mine. I don't need the money, I want the gold mine. He was afraid that he would mess up the plot, so he asked Guyi, I am a person from the future. I only know the major events of this era, so. You will not be included in the events you see in the future, is that what you mean? Guyi summed it up sharply, that can only mean that what you saw is too one-sided. You saw that the Battle of New York was about the Avengers fighting aliens, but you didn't see that on the streets of Brooklyn, veterans were guarding their homes with semi-automatic HKM-4s and only 10-round magazines. He understands this, but he can't even lie to himself. He knows that he is not some cable from the 39th century, he is just a time traveler who tells two lies. But if you don't even believe Guyi's words, then there is no one else who can use them as a reference. Seeing that his mood calmed down, Guyi asked again, why are you sometimes an ordinary person? Sometimes you are powerful. This was a problem that went straight to the core, but he chose to tell the truth to Guyi. Sorry if I was rude. He took off his suit and walked to the furnace, which weighed at least 3 tons, wearing only a shirt and underpants. He inserted a pickaxe into the gap and lifted the furnace off the ground. Lifting the furnace with both hands seemed as light as nothing. When the furnace was placed back on the ground, it fit perfectly as if it had grown back into the ground. He turned around and picked up Guyi, and through the feeling of the 2 hands in his armpits, he let Guyi realize that his arm strength was no more than that of an ordinary person. When Guyi was put down, there was an unprecedented dodge in his eyes, but Yang Ming didn't notice the change in his expression. After a while, Guyi said, you mean, your own creations are as light as nothing to you? Yang Ming nodded and shook his head, put on the original wooden armor, and reached out to give Guyi a lift. Guyi, who dodged away, showed a rare panic expression, and said quickly, I understand, the equipment you made yourself can bring you benefits. The more equipment you gain, the stronger your power will be. So you are eager. I want to get the gel you mentioned just to make metal equipment. As she spoke, she stepped back. When she was almost pushed to the wall, she opened a secret door and left in a hurry before he could make any further moves. Yang Ming, however, scratched his head without knowing why. Are you ladies sick? With a little doubt behind him, he turned around and prepared to start a new round of innovation. Now he wanted lead with lead, copper with copper, a furnace with lead anvil, he could do anything. But before that, the house must be sealed up. Although there is nothing valuable in the house, people can't break into it. He added a layer of wooden boards to the rolling shutter door, blocked every window, and then went up to the top floor to put the chickens into bottles. Since he didn't have time to feed them, he just sealed them into decorations. What I told Sky before was not entirely a lie. There is indeed a function in the game to put creatures into glass products and turn them into decorations. It's just that he didn't have glassware at the time. Nowadays, after digging so much sand, burning glass in a furnace and adding lead ingots to make a glass kiln. Now all kinds of glassware can be made. Not to mention sealing a nest of chickens, even chickens that walk upright can be sealed at will. He put all the furniture in the building back into his backpack, dug out the entrance to the basement, spread his wings and descended into the underground palace. Wings are very practical, and they don't have to be used with costumes. He is really fed up with that costume now. He originally thought it was a developer item with some special effects. As a result, no attributes are added, and the only special effect is that it looks like a moon worshipper. The purpose of wearing fashionable clothes from the beginning was to cover up the wooden armor inside, because compared to a mage-like hooded robe, a suit of wooden armor looked more shameful. Now that people are in the underground palace, there is no need to cover up. He pressed the fashion into a newly made wooden box, intending to seal it permanently. Even if he goes out to do chivalry in the future, wouldn't he look good in this cactus suit? Wherever I go, I don't call anyone Hedgehog Man? Greenhead? Dinosaur Man? Take it off, throw it into the box, seal the box with stones, seal it thickly. Put on the lead armor again with head, chest, and legs plus 3, 2 plus suit bonus plus 3, for a total of 11, 8 plus 3, defense lead armor. Yang Ming's true feelings: I feel that I am full of strength. Although the benefits of armor will not be reflected on other people, it's ridiculous that Luo Dan still thinks that lead armor is not as good as copper armor. Lead armor is much better than copper armor, right? He usually doesn't take off his armor not because he is timid and afraid of death, but because behind the armor, there is a sense of strength that fills his limbs and bones, the thickness from the surface of the skin, the fullness from the muscles and bones. It has only been more than a week since he traveled through time, but he clearly feels that the benefits brought to him by the equipment are gradually solidifying. Originally, he had no abdominal muscles, only a small belly. Now wearing armor, his body is getting stronger every moment. Who wants a belly that can't be shaken off if he has abdominal muscles? If it weren't for the solidification of the equipment, how could his body have so much male hormones and where could he have such male charm? So even when he faced Gu Yi, he didn't say everything without any reservations. Gu Yi was not his wife, so how could he have no reservations? After feeling the stronger gain brought by the new armor for a while, Yang Ming pulled the cable connected to the light bulb to provide lighting before continuing to work. In other words, in order to prevent the aura of the evil god from being summoned again by accident, he made several preparations as if suffering from persecution paranoia. For example, deliberately leaving an entire wall in the underground palace without tiles, such as returning the small reactor to Nick Fury, such as not placing stools in the room, such as consuming all the gel without leaving a light source. For example, even if decorative materials are leaked, the leaked items will not be enough to summon monsters. Yang Ming started his manufacturing work. No one could interrupt him. The only thing that could stop his work was the exhaustion of materials. Chapter 23: Become an expert at Snake Shield Bureau. So many missed calls. Sitting on the rooftop and letting the chicken out of the bottle, Yang Ming heard cell phone notifications as dense as the sound of machine gun fire. The materials are exhausted too quickly, or what he can do is limited after all. What is exhausted is the lack of one of several materials in certain things. It had only been 2 days since he entered the cave. He had made several sets of metal furniture. After purchasing all the tools and preparing a workstation that could be used, he had nothing to play with. This was just his experience on the first day when he went down to the cave. Unable to rest, he dug along the veins of the rocks, hoping to find wild gold mines. However, he failed to find any gold mines and dug through Manhattan Island. Manhattan Island is bounded by the Hudson River to the west, the East River to the east, and an underground river. The location of this house was not far from the Hudson River. The underground palace that was dug down at the beginning was also diagonal, but he did not expect that it was dug so deep and could be dug through. On the first night, he dug blindly and dug through the island. The river water poured into the entrance of the cave, making him unable to stand firmly. He followed the water pressure and rushed inward until his underground base was soaked. The water finally calmed down. Falling into the water in this game is really different. Even if he switches to God's perspective, it will be in vain. The whole next day, after plugging the holes in sections, he started filling water with iron buckets, glass jars, glass bottles, and ceramic basins, and spent the whole day restoring his gymnasium base. Then I found that I was in big trouble. The furnace fire was out. The furnace in the game that can be used even if it is thrown into water and taken out was actually flooded by water. The key is that the ordinary fire can't be ignited. Put the things you don't want to take with you into 3 boxes, and build the 3 wooden boxes into 9 layers of various bricks surrounded by quicksand. The final large cube is still 3 kilometers deep underground. If someone used a bomb to blast it in a directional manner, the amount of explosives used to blast it all the way in would be enough to turn the entire island of Manhattan over. In fact, his 3 boxes were filled with overmade useless items, such as lead doors, 17, lead buckets, 52, lead fences, 141, lead bricks, 75. Not to mention that others can't open his box, but what is worth stealing in this pile of things? It's just a bad taste to do this. Opening the address book, I found that most of them were Lu Dan's phone calls, and the rest were landline numbers from whom I didn't know where the calls came from. Jingle bell. It's still braised eggs. The moment I answered the phone, there was an endless stream of squirting. Throwing the phone aside, he waited until the other party stopped spraying before picking up the phone again. I saw you on the satellite. Now you pack up and change your clothes. The car will arrive at the back alley of your house in 3 minutes. Yang Ming didn't care what he said. He only asked, I asked you how is the news about the gold mine? You want to buy a gold mine with $3 million US. I think you are just thinking about it. Luo Dan has obviously been very angry in the past 2 days, so he said this in a rush. Well, I didn't even ask you to get me the vibranium mine, forget it, hang up the phone. Before he could actually hang up the phone, Lu Dan started complaining again, just asking him what he had been doing these past 2 days. Why haven't you shown up yet? Even after explaining that it was always in the basement, he didn't believe it. Can you still stop eating? Didn't I tell you that I can cook? The food I cook is the best in the world. He really didn't lie. He has the ability to make food given by the system. In addition, he dug through the island. Now there are countless big fish in the waterway he sealed. He really didn't give in to himself in the past 2 days. He ate magic fish soup with attribute bonuses. Okay, let's get down to business. Now we need you to come to the headquarters to report. Good. Nick Fury was actually prepared to be rejected again, but he didn't expect him to agree so happily. Yang Ming himself came out. He wanted to take a look, after all, he needed gel compensation and wanted the spider web. Spider webs are not just for making undead suits. He already has a loom. As long as he has spider webs, he can make clothes for himself. Save I only have that one outfit, and I don't really like it. But in fact, what's more important is that with silk made from spider webs, you can make a bed for yourself, and that's all that's missing now. The concept of a bed is not about being comfortable. Wearing a suit of armor all day long will not make you comfortable even if you lie on a soft bed. The meaning of the bed represents the point of resurrection. But there is also a problem. The bed must be placed in the room. This room refers to the kind of house that meets the conditions for manifesting monsters. So this is also a trade-off. When he got into the car that picked him up downstairs, Yang Ming was a little disappointed to see that the driver was not any familiar face. It's right to think about it. The people he knows well have either become big shots, or they are still downright nobodies. They are not on the list of people sent by Lu Dan to pick him up. 3 hours later, he arrived at the research and development think tank under the personal leadership of Lu Dan, and introduced his identity to the people who took time out of their busy schedule to greet him. What he didn't expect was that he was welcomed unanimously. As soon as Lu Dan left, he was surrounded by several scientists who looked like old scholars. Without exception, they all praise him. It's just that he didn't understand what they were talking about polymer materials, so he thought it was the wall tiles he took out that scared them. But some people praise the two ideas he proposed as very good. One is an adhesive with the best ductility and adhesion, and the other is a real clean energy that breaks the energy pattern. It's cleaner than any Stark Energy company's clean energy. Yang Ming was confused. He didn't know what he had done. Why did he seem to be the master of technology here on the first day? I want to ask, has that gel been made? Immediately, a researcher with a Mediterranean head shape told him that he had made it, and then led him to the laboratory to see the samples. He listened to the words they said along the way, which he didn't particularly understand, but he felt that all this had nothing to do with him. These people are actually still thinking about writing a thesis? And let him be the corresponding author? He understood this, but he was really confused about the content. Before he could be humble, an old scientist quit his job, and Yang Ming had to be regarded as the author of whatever he said. Said that without the topic he proposed, they would not have this research direction at all. Well, he'd better stop talking. If he does, he'll make more noise. When he saw these two things, the system also gave corresponding prompts, and they actually worked. Looking at the people around him, he suddenly felt that Hydra was pretty good. At least there was no problem with the abilities of these people. As for whether they were Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D., it might be a matter of personal belief, right? Chapter 24 Tony's Recruitment. Isn't the farce downstairs over yet? In Pierce's office. He looked at Agent Sitwell and asked, "Do you believe that the butcher is a materials scientist? What do you think he will think when he sees you again? Will he kill you again?" Sitwell was embarrassed. Although he always wanted to pretend to be gentle and wise outside, he just couldn't pretend in front of people who really knew him. Pierce may have thought that teasing Sitwell was considered a disgrace, so he smiled and asked him, "How is the progress of the mission?" Benjamin Pollock, who modified alien weapons, has been sent to the Item 47 research team, and Claire Weiss is working as a civilian. Sitwell looked at Alexander Pierce with relief. This was a man who could bring huge pressure to him with just one look. Pierce indeed had no desire to talk to him anymore, so he smiled and waved his hand, "Go and get to work." Sitwell didn't even dare to waste a second before turning around and retreating. Seeing him at a loss, Pierce touched his pale hair. He felt that he was young, but he had a great responsibility. In the Research and Development think tank, the Alien Weapons Research Institute, the just mentioned Benjamin Pollock is being studied. He and Claire Weiss used his modified weapons to rob multiple banks, and then prepared to buy a boat and go to sea, but were blocked in the hotel by Sitwell agents. Not only were they not killed, but the money they robbed was also given to them, the boat was also in their names, and they even got official high-paying jobs. The only thing I'm a little unhappy about is that I've been studied for the past 2 days since I've been here. According to the little bald man, he is the only person who can activate alien weapons. He thought that after coming here, he should do guidance work. But why doesn't anyone take him seriously? And repeatedly asked him to explain the principles of modifying weapons? Today, he once again answered the difficult questions of some old men correctly. When he thought he had gotten through again, the whole laboratory became restless. When he asked others what was going on, no one answered him. Some looked forward to it, while others went out to greet him. It didn't take long before I saw, like stars holding the moon, many scientists welcomed back a weirdo. A man wearing an armor that is close to the color of steel. This man's armor is extremely strict. The simple and elegant full-body armor looks similar to Iron Man's armor. Could it be that Stark has changed into new equipment? But doesn't that showy bag come in gold and red as standard for the entire series? Benjamin looked at this group of people hugging the steel man and looking around. The old men who had made cold remarks to him before all smiled like blossoms. He chased that person like an old chrysanthemum. When this group of people passed by him, he could only curl up to prevent being squeezed by the crowd. Benjamin seemed to feel the man's gaze through his visor, but it only passed by briefly. "Who is this person?" Benjamin asked in a low voice, with a look of injustice on his face as if he was full of lemons. He didn't expect anyone to answer, but a voice did appear behind him. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s chief materials scientist, one of the strong contenders for the Nobel Prize, a Frankenstein named Yang Ming, is said to have made great achievements in polymeric materials and clean energy. It is also rumored that he has a research on B-wing aircraft. Results. Benjamin looked back and found that it was a man with a mustache wearing a suit and sunglasses. He pointed at him but was so surprised that he couldn't speak. "Stop looking, I don't take the photo." The mustache glanced at the crowd, turned and left the laboratory. Benjamin then shouted as if he was gasping for air, Iron Man is here just now." But even a female researcher who heard him on the periphery of the crowd just looked back at him and said, "What's there to see about that idiot who either sells weapons or uses himself as a weapon?" Nick Fury's office is different from Alexander Pierce's huge office of nearly 100 square meters. It doesn't look so grand but has a different kind of domineering look. Nick was talking to Maria Hill about something when Tony Stark walked in swaggeringly. "You have an Asian materials scientist named Yang Ming under you. I plan to use him for 2 days." Agent Hill was also used to Iron Man's stubborn behavior, so he nodded and left Nick Fury's office directly. "How about it, don't just look at me and give me a nice word, okay?" But Nick Fury still looked at Tony Stark with his one eye, until he looked a little confused. "You have met your opponent, right? People say you are a genius, but apart from making weapons and Howard leaving you arc reactor, you don't seem to have any masterpieces." "Will I meet my opponent?" "My opponent is myself in the future." Although Tony Stark has passed the age of being a mess, he still has the temperament to never admit defeat. You just say whether you want to borrow it or not. It's his first day at work today. You have to ask him whether he wants to go to your place or not. Nick Fury looked like he was about to watch a show, provoking. "You should have seen him just now, why didn't you ask him directly?" Tony suddenly smiled with great confidence, "Just promise to let him go. I just glanced at him from a distance. He is one of my fans. He imitated me and wore a steel armor. Of course, he did it at a distance from me. There is a considerable gap between the genuine products. If he does a good job under me, I might even be able to give him some guidance in making the suit, although I just need some help with the armor coating." Nick Fury had already laughed out loud. He reached out and touched the hard feeling under the black sweater on his body. He made a call, "Ask Yang Ming to stop visiting and come to my office and tell him about his idol." "Want to see him?" After receiving the notice that Liu Dan wanted to see him, Yang Ming immediately felt that he had been saved. He didn't know how the braised egg worked for him, or maybe the wall tiles he took out were too confusing. For more than 2 hours after he came here today, he was surrounded by a group of people. Those who asked for advice on materials were easy to answer. Some even brought up their own scientific research topics and asked him to provide guidance. Do you really think of him as a scientist? How could he, an ordinary person who had graduated and entered a public institution and devoted himself to a career as an otaku, answer correctly the questions of a bunch of science geeks who had obtained 2 PhDs at the age of 16 or 17? On the pretext of taking some samples back for research, he has already asked for some gel substitutes and spider web substitutes, and now he is waiting to find a reason to escape from here. Freed from the crowd, he went directly to thank Liu Dan. He planned to apply for a flexible working system and come back when he ran out of gels and spider webs. But I didn't expect that this trip would be full of complications. Chapter 25, installing a platinum planet. If Tony Stark gives you a chance to hang out with him, most people will definitely choose to hang out with him, even if it's just for the love. But knowing that he has a very venomous mouth, besides the brilliance of his humanity, he is actually very difficult to get in touch with. Knowing that a genius like him would find it difficult to treat everyone equally. How to choose? Look at this slightly poor imitation from my fans. You should add a reactor to your heart, even if it's a fake LED light. This was a clumsy joke made by Iron Man Ben Gong after meeting him for the first time. What are you waiting for? You can take a photo with me. This made him regret not wearing a smock when he went out. Looking at the braised egg who was about to watch the fun, he really wanted to pretend that he didn't know Tony Stark and ask who he was competing with. So what he said was, I find it difficult to communicate with the experts in the think tank. I'd better go home and work flexibly. After saying that, he was about to leave. Hey, wait, your idol Tony Stark wants to give you a job opportunity. Where did I get my idol? Yang Ming was a little unhappy. Really, it turned out that he had an idol, and he died just now. He discovered that the braised egg was an uncontrollable factor, and his identity as a materials scientist was all the result of this black braised egg. So behind the scenes, can he really be willing to play his role according to the plot? Yang Ming can check how long it will be until the director of the Family Planning Commission snaps his fingers to see if he has time to improve himself. Can he try to be less stubborn once in exchange for a long-term peace of mind? After all, who knows how much variables black braised eggs can bring, so be careful. Forget it, it's too much trouble. Anyway, he has a resurrection potion, but he doesn't believe it. Can the resurrection potion revive him? If he couldn't wait until the purple sweet potato spirit arrived, he would set up a resurrection point to ensure that he was alive. Although there will inevitably be monsters and evil spirits invading the resurrection point, you must first ensure that you are alive. His attitude did not arouse Tony Stark's resentment. It can only be said that Tony was really too conceited. He actually said to him, although you imitate me in everything, you have to say that you still caught my essence, you successfully caught my attention. Without waiting for his answer, he continued, I was going to give you a chance to work with me. No, it's nice to meet you. If I don't have anything else to do, I'll leave. He really didn't want to have more contact with these children of destiny, so he walked to the window and asked Lu Dan, where is the northeast? Nick Fury pointed in the distance and said, go east to the seaside. You can see Manhattan Island along the coastline to the north. Yang Ming clicked eject, the figure shattered the glass, chose his mount to become invisible, and headed east. So he also has some kind of invisibility method, which is exactly what my suit needs. Tony was a little surprised that someone in this world would refuse his invitation. It seems that this fan must be a little shy like a child because he is not in the best condition to meet his idol. Yang Ming tried to accelerate in the UFO, and the speed became faster and faster with his thoughts, supersonic speed, 3 times the speed of sound, 30 times the speed of sound, 1/15 the speed of light, 1/7 the speed of light, Onet heard the speed of light. Within a few seconds, we passed New York and continued heading northeast. The flying saucer can continue to accelerate, but the invisibility effect is almost useless when it reaches 1/3 the speed of light. The shortcomings of returning quickly are also very obvious. As expected, UFO is just a mount in the game, without navigation function or automatic driving. This really disappointed him. Climbing all the way to Earth orbit, looking for Mount Everest to land in Kathmandu. There is a planet called 16 Psyche, which is made of a large amount of platinum, gold, iron, and nickel. It orbits the Sun between Mars and Jupiter. Can you help me send it there? In Guyi's living room, Guyi looked at the pile of lead armor and daggers placed aside, and shook his head. Mages are just like foreign objects, these things are not needed. Yang Ming ignored the refusal, I don't have enough aerospace knowledge to support me in finding that planet by myself. I can give it to you when I make the staff. Besides, aren't the hanging rings you use made of gold? When the time comes, the gold enough. Staff. Gu Yi smiled with unknown meaning. The hanging ring is not made of gold, but I helped you with this. By the way, I also know about a white dwarf star in the constellation Centauri, with a diameter of 4,000 kilometers. Its core is extremely dense crystalline carbon, and its weight is equivalent to 1,034 carats. Yang Ming's eagerness to make further progress was slapped to pieces. Don't think about Diamond Star. It's a Cree mining area, but how do you know about 16 Psyche? I will know from reading the news in the future. What do those Cree people want diamonds for? Do they also use diamonds as luxury goods? This is both true and false. It is true that NASA discovered a platinum star that was enough to destroy the Earth's economic system before time travel, but I don't know if it exists here. The Cree use diamond as a conductor, which is used in many of their technologies. When you are ready, I will open the door. Sitting in a UFO, my flying saucer has a life support system and peripherals that allow me to live in an oxygen-free environment. I have a necromantic suit that can cut off oxygen for a short period of time. The only thing needed is to pull me back in 2 days. Gu Yi seemed to be looking at him with a deep meaning, and opened the secret door that was large enough for this huge flying saucer to pass through. When he came to space, through the adjustment of the spectrum, the UFO provided him with a darker green line of sight. What comes into view is a dark red land with unclear edges. In the sky is a star ring composed of small meteorite belts. The sun cannot be seen here, but the luster of metal can be seen everywhere. Put on the undead suit. Dig. Iron ore, 5. Platinum ore, 2. After digging twice, he knew that he would not be able to dig out the entire planet. If he was picked up in 2 days, he would miss out on a lot of treasure. If the UFO lands on a larger meteorite in the meteorite belt, try to put the platinum meteorite directly into your backpack. It works. A platinum meteorite with a diameter of more than 30 meters stayed quietly in the backpack grill. He collected several more in succession, but this was no longer enough to satisfy him. Looking at the planet again, such a large planet should be considered a whole, right? How about giving it a try directly? Anyway, the blocks stacked in the backpack are measured in units of pieces. In an instant, greed abounded. After landing on the planet, he exited the UFO with half his foot and said to the earth under his feet, "Collect it." Fur. Everything was empty under my feet. Success. But he didn't have time to get into the UFO. The momentary loss of gravity caused curvature turbulence, and he was suddenly sucked out of his mount. The huge turbulence twisted him, just like the dough in the hands of a noodle maker, twisting and pulling until it reached its limit. Poof! The lack of gravity caused the asteroid's companion belt to swing around in a disorderly manner. UFO was beaten until he disappeared. Chapter 26, Cowards Are Fearless, End of Volume 1. Fortunately, he is resurrected. With not even a hair left, he stood in front of the flower basket stand on the rooftop of the New York temple where he first appeared in the time traveled. After checking that nothing was lost in the backpack, he quickly put on a suit of lead armor. Wearing the armor in a vacuum was a bit tiring. Recalling what happened before, I couldn't help but feel scared. He was stretched into a strip hundreds of meters long in the curvature turbulence. In fact, he was not dead, but the shape of the observed image was different. But after the strips continued to twist, they finally broke through the limit. The armor on his body was completely cleared and shattered. A few seconds later, he suffered internal bleeding due to the loss of pressure in deep space, and then froze into a popsicle, and then shattered, appearing in the shape of a long, twisted strip, which continued to deform as the curvature of space oscillated. The resurrection potion took effect, and then continued to lengthen with the turbulent flow. After it was hundreds of meters long again, a strip of ice slag exploded with a pop. So repeatedly. Until the 10 bottles of resurrection potion are gone, there will be no more resurrections. Just like there is no resurrection point in the game, no matter where you die, you will appear at the place where you first entered the game. He consciously moved the summoning mount on his right hand to summon back the flying saucer that had been lost in outer space. Fortunately, it is a mount in the game, otherwise it would be really lost if lost. It's a pity that the undead armor has only been worn for half an hour, but looking back and thinking about how greedy he became at that time, I think it may have been affected by the armor. After carefully observing the UFO that appeared out of thin air, I couldn't help but be amazed. Even the chaos of the meteorite belt and the distortion of the curvature of space and time did not leave a single scratch on the surface of the flying saucer. This is the real killer. It can reach 4/5 of the speed of light, and its defense value is 8. It really hits whoever it wants. I knew you would come back like this. I originally wanted to see if there were any changes, but unfortunately it was as expected. Ancient Yi appeared holding regular clothes. Why do you feel so awkward hearing this? Are you hoping that he will die and never come back? Put it on. When the two of them were sitting on the second floor of the New York Temple again, Master Daniel was accompanying them. Yang Ming kept looking around the entire exhibition area. It was a pity that none of these magic items were recognized by the system. I have a complete understanding of your abilities, so we need to make an agreement to regulate your behavior on Earth. The tone of Gu Yi's words was very calm, but it revealed a meaning that could not be rejected. Whether you appear to protect time or serve as an anchor point for invasion from a certain latitude, you must ensure that you do not harm the Earth. So this is a showdown? After knowing that he could be resurrected, he no longer had any last worries in his heart. He is lazy because of his personality, and he is cowardly because he is afraid of death. The problem of fear of death has been solved, so what else is he afraid of? He suddenly felt that he had become an existence like Count Nicholas in the comics, and could be resurrected indefinitely almost as a rule. He is not afraid of being killed, cannot be imprisoned, and he can fly. It is useless to be infinitely exiled by 2 secret gates. I am afraid this is the reason why Gu Yi seriously sets rules with him. Opening the backpack and looking at the rotating planet in the storage grill, he didn't care about anything anymore. He was even thinking that it would be good to leave the Earth, find ways to transform the planet's environment, and then live on a platinum planet. Gu Yi could read his attitude from his face, and said helplessly, I knew it was like this. If you want to do anything outrageous in the future, remember to tell me. Okay, I won't let you have lunch. Being expelled from the New York Temple, Yang Ming knew that Gu Yijin had nothing to do with him. The relationship between the two did not reach the level of mutual hostility. Even if they really wanted to attack him, they would not be able to do anything to him. Yang Ming now wants to return to the gymnasium base as soon as possible and make a full set of platinum equipment. Now he can make some luxury goods and sell them for money. But before he had taken 2 steps, he was hungry. I wanted to take out food from my backpack, but saw a salary card. That was given to him by the person who picked him up when he went to report in the morning. It should be said that there should be $3 million in it. This time his mentality collapsed. I've been traveling through time for almost 2 weeks. I've shamelessly cheated on my food, crawling into holes every day to be a rat. I've bought food twice, once for tacos and once for hamburgers. What am I planning? Go for the platinum equipment. He reached out to stop the car and said to the driver with an extremely arrogant temperament, go to the most expensive hotel in Manhattan, which costs tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars a night. Looking at the taxi driving away, Master Daniel asked Gu Yi worriedly, do not talk. A dazzling light shone on Yang Ming's face, forcing him to break out of his deep sleep. There is no jade body lying on the bed, only the most expensive bedding in IKEA-style furniture. Yang Ming woke up from the bed in the presidential suite of the desert-style hotel. This was already the 2nd week after returning from outer space. At noon that day, he had a presidential suite in the so-called most expensive hotel. After having the most expensive lunch, he still chose to check out and come back. But on the way back, he went for a big purchase, ranging from luxury men's clothing, carpets, curtains, bedding, to plastic tracks, courts, basketball hoops. After returning to the underground stadium base, he simply developed the base horizontally. First, the high dome was expanded, and then a casino, a road, and a refueling station were built not far from the stadium. Station, an abandoned factory, a basketball court, and this desert-style hotel. In order to look real, he even spread the yellow sand that had not been refined into glass or sand bricks in the open space, and used sand bricks to build some specious broken walls and ruins, and installed 300 warm-colored searchlights on the top of the dome. Make the underground space look more natural. Living in a large suite on the top floor of the newly built 6-story hotel, I have seen what a presidential suite should look like, and I tried my best to restore it. Since I can't buy this hotel with my $3 million, then I'll build one myself. He also widened the channel dug through Manhattan to allow his flying saucers to exit from the bottom of the Hudson River. Get up, put on the fashion he made based on the new summer style of a well-known men's clothing, and then put on a platinum full-body armor under the cover of the fashion. Sitting in the studio outside the suite, Yang Ming studied the new flagship product of his studio this season, Platinum Pocket Watch. A few days ago, when he was undergoing crazy renovations, Gu Yi came to see him. At that time, his house in Hell's Kitchen had been completely converted into a store. When Gu Yi asked him why he was selling gold bricks, pocket watches, candlesticks, precious metal palace chandeliers and the like, Yang Ming said calmly, "You can't just go out and not go in, right?" Now, in his spare time, he dares to think about maintaining world peace. Live your own life. The content is still being processed, please come back to chapter 27 later to help Tony set goals. At the end of October, there is still no sign of golden autumn in Manhattan. The summer is still scorching, and the scorching temperature does not delay travel. On weekends, the flea market, which is a holy place for shopping, is filled with a large number of shoppers. An inconspicuous shop is open behind the blue fence that circles the market. No one will pass by at all, but it is still open stubbornly. When the market opened several times in the past, the shops that had had their fences removed attracted a large number of onlookers with their quaint facades, clean shop floors, and various items that made Americans with a short history feel that they had a rich charm. But after seeing the extremely high selling price, everyone could only look at it. The shop immediately became popular on the internet, and the way it became popular was embarrassing. There were a lot of negative comments, saying that he was selling handicrafts at antique prices. At first, a sailor with the ID name Master Wang wanted to clean up the situation. They are all made of real gold and silver. They are too expensive. That is not the product's problem, it is your problem. Netizens with sharp eyes scolded the sailor so that he would never show up again. At this moment, there are only two figures in this shop that specializes in selling expensive items. One is a tall and well-dressed Asian shopkeeper who makes people feel very warm and secure, and the other is a slightly shorter man with slicked back hair and a mustache. Do you mean this restaurant serves food? The shopkeeper picked out a gold brick bigger than his feet and spoke with facts. How can you come to my place to help? It's really not about money. I'm not very talented and I can't help you. Ever since his shop became popular, every now and then there would be a customer who came to sincerely recruit him, the shop owner, to go out to work. He could also see that Stark really admired him. Of course, it was not ruled out that he wanted to study him directly after studying the products of his material science that he could not understand. Since you said it's not about money, let's make a bet. He took off his glasses and decided rashly, it's 10:30 in the morning, and until 14:30 this afternoon, as long as you can sell one thing, the rest will be mine, and I won't come again. On the contrary, you go to work at Stark Energy. Yang Ming nodded, and he really felt that he should get rid of this person's continued entanglement. According to his true feelings, unless he has the strength to defeat Thanos, he cannot change history, not to mention that he himself cannot help Stark. But this bet is not without any chance of winning. Except for the first week or two when some good people came to his store, almost no one paid any attention to it after that. In addition to braised eggs and gritting his teeth, he bought some and went back to study them. Even when some reviewers came to talk about advertising, he rejected them all. There was also a regular customer who came several times without buying anything. He felt that the bet should be on this regular customer. According to the rules, it was the day when the regular customer should come again. He was a man who knew what he was looking for. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes and had an unremarkable appearance, his speech and behavior showed that he was not an ordinary person. The two of them lined up and waited, and Stark knew that he didn't like to talk, so he sat aside by himself. "This water is free, right?" Picking up a streamlined glass bottle with a cork, he took a slow sip after confirming that he would not lose the bet like this. "Your water is still so magical. If you really don't want to help me, how about we sell water together? You can also listen to my advice. The previous bottle looks much better like a can. You said you don't buy a car, so you fly by yourself every time you go to Washington." There was nothing to say. Stark's cultivation prevented him from playing with his mobile phone at this time, so he could only harass Yang Ming. Yang Ming took off the lens stuck in his eye and stopped observing the movement of the platinum pocket watch. "Will you still drive a sports car after becoming Iron Man?" Unless he had to speak, he would rather study the movement produced by this system. The process of making things in the system is very simple. You need a suitable workstation, prepare the accessories, and burst out a ball of golden runes in your hands, and you are done. After dismembering several platinum meteorites, he had no choice but to renovate the huge platinum planet and make his residence extremely luxurious. He also became interested in the machinery produced by the system. "Do you read a book?" Yang was simply disturbed. Ming took the initiative to ask questions. "Reading? Of course." Stark, who was accustomed to using Jarvis for direct searches, no longer had the habit of reading, but he could pretend. He waved his hand and said, "If you have any questions that you can't figure out, I'll be happy to help. Have you ever heard of the Diamond Star? It is located in the constellation Centauri. It is a white dwarf star 17 light-years away from the Earth. How can a diamond with a diameter of 7,000 kilometers be mined?" This couldn't help Stark. The little plug-in Jarvis immediately displayed all the information on the lens. With the current technology of NASA, it does not have the ability to mine that planet. You should be able to find out that this room full of precious metals has no source, so where do you think they come from? You said you went to outer space? Did you use Chitauri technology? Tony's eyes looked unnatural when he talked about the Chitauri. He had suffered from traumatic stress anxiety disorder after the New York War. Yang Ming could feel that his superficial cheerfulness was all a cover-up. Yang Ming thought for a while and thought it would be better to stimulate him. It would be better to work hard after being stimulated by him and not come to him again. "I don't know how you are doing with your armor research now, but have you ever thought about coming to aliens again? What should people do? You call me an Avenger, right? If you're so lackadaisical, why don't you just call me a beater?" He got beat up but he won by accident. Stark's face suddenly turned ugly. Yang Ming continued to say, "The Chitauri you fought in New York were the Chitauri sent by Loki, but do you know why they came? Who sent them? What's the force behind them?" In fact, Yang Ming was bullying people. After all, this is the limitation of the times. Stark is subject to the Earth's technological environment. No matter how good he is, he can only be like this. But firstly, he was a little emotional about being annoyed all the time. Secondly, he didn't want to see him torture himself like this anymore. And thirdly, he also had a sense of urgency. It is said that when Ancient One and Odin were both alive, Thanos would not dare to act recklessly. But is the war between civilizations really only about high-end combat power? Do you dare to be the director of the Universal Family Planning Commission because you can defeat Thanos alone? Where is his army that conquers the universe? How can we conquer interstellar civilizations that even Wakanda can't defeat? Just rely on the Vanguard and the Chitauri? If snapping fingers is a game, the people on Earth are just a small level that gives points in the task of getting gems. Asgard, Nova Empire, Collector, and the like are the big levels. He shouldn't slack off, and he doesn't want to see Stark struggling with anxiety after the war. What were you doing during the Battle of New York? Stark finally exploded. Are you judging me? Wear your imitations with chicken wings and fight with me before you judge me. If you want it. It should be exciting. Ding! At this moment, someone just pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the strange atmosphere, he asked, "Did you come at the wrong time?" Chapter 28, Victory Without Injury. The visitor was none other than a regular customer, an intellectual of medium height, slightly fat, and with a dangerous hairline. Iron Man. Do you also like the things in the store? The regular customer was very excited to see Tony, which made him suppress his anger. I just came in to buy a bottle of water, but I don't allow credit cards. But Yang Ming felt that the stimulation should be enough at once, otherwise all the previous words would be in vain. I'm closing the store now, let's find a place to chat alone. Tony's anger that he had just suppressed could no longer be suppressed. I know a missile testing site, let's go. Yang Ming would be afraid. You don't have to go home and get dressed. Jarvis, give me the Mark 7. I thought I had to wait for you to cut your back short before you could make a suit that can fly by yourself. You actually don't like my hairstyle? Did I come here from Marbury to recruit you, so I gave you the illusion that you can evaluate my hairstyle? I'll only stay in your Ocean View villa for 2 more months. When the firefighting effort reached the rooftop, J. Happy Weiss opened the trunk of the car in the back alley, and a shuttle-shaped box flew up. The current Tony is not perfect yet. He has not even made the 42nd generation remote-wearing armor. Although the Mark 7 is the first-generation automatic wear, it is still too slow. If it wasn't a fair fight, Yang Ming had 100 ways to kill him. It looks like he is still wearing home clothes, but he has an extra fisherman hat. Is this what you're wearing? After Tony showed off his cool armor, if you can't keep up with me, I won't wait for you. Purple-gray wings sprouted from its back and followed directly. It seems that there is no armor, but actually there is armor, but there are costumes on the outside. When both are equipped at the same time, the default armor will be invisible and the costumes will be displayed. Even if he wears a platinum suit with a head, chest, and leg defense of 5, 6, and 5, a set bonus of 4, and a total defense of plus 20, he looks like a home suit. Tony's armor is very fast, even exceeding Mach 3 at the beginning. He will definitely not be able to keep up when flying, so after locking the target, he directly gets into the invisible UFO. Activate anti-invisibility and target Yang Ming. Lost target. Tony knew that Yang Ming had stealth technology, but he didn't expect that the specially upgraded anti-stealth technology wouldn't work. Jarvis, guided missile range. Okay. When all this happened, the UFO was 15 meters behind Tony and could almost hear him. He wasn't sure whether he could win without hurting Tony, but he was sure that Tony couldn't beat him to death now. It was about how he planned to stimulate Tony. This is his confidence to stand up and have a fight with Tony Stark. As for whether it will affect the plot of Tony 3, and then affect Pepper's acquisition of superpowers? It is now the end of October 2012, and it is less than a month and a half until Christmas Eve 2012, when the plot begins. He had wanted to fight this battle for a long time. After traveling for nearly 3 months, he also wanted to feel like the protagonist. When he saw Tony stopped and knew he was at the right place, he got off his mount and punched him in the back. Be careful! He yelled but didn't use his weapon, because cutting the steel suit with a platinum sword with 15 damage was probably just for fun, and he didn't want to chop out a broken steel man. Platinum Broadsword. Damage, 15. Critical hit, 4%. Speed, 18, very fast. Knockback, 5, normal. Even with bare hands, the 20-point defense reflected in the fist was quite hard. When he hit Tony on the back, Jarvis didn't even have time to give a warning. Coax. One punch knocked him down more than 20 meters, and then he took advantage of the situation to pursue him, but he hit him in the air. Tony accelerated forward to avoid the attack. In fact, Tony was hesitant. After taking the first blow, he subconsciously wanted to activate the weapon system, but when Jarvis cut the screen to him, he saw that Yang Ming was completely without armor. Jarvis, analyze the opponent's strength and physical strength. Tony was also afraid that a single shot would really kill him, but before Jarvis could analyze his physical data, he actually hit him again. Jarvis, analyze his attack trajectory. This is cheating. If you can't beat you, the AI will beat you. Of course, Yang Ming's continuous punches and kicks in hot pursuit were also launched under the condition of smart basic attack and locking the target. Faced with his continuous attacks, Tony not only hid, but also started to fight back with the help of AI after analyzing the trajectory. Yang Ming withstood Tony's heavy punches twice and found that his defense was not broken. He chased after him and slapped him with his wings when he couldn't reach him with his hands and feet. The two of them started fighting back and forth in the sky. Except for Tony taking a few blows at the beginning, they also fought back and forth in the future. Yang Ming won't suffer any loss if he fights like this, but Jarvis has already warned that the armor is damaged. Who is this? Can his fist break my suit? After being hit in the thigh again, Tony spun away, accelerating more than 100 meters east and turning around to rush back. Yang Ming also happened to catch up and was knocked over by a supersonic sonic boom. Before he could react, he was hit in the stomach and hit the ground. Yang Ming's physical strength exceeds that of Thor. Boom! Listening to Jarvis's analysis, Tony let go and took off just before the impact. He used inertia to push Yang Ming into the ground. He looked at the dust rising from the ground due to Yang Ming's impact and gave him instructions. Jarvis checks vital signs and prepares to save people. Ahem! Damn it! I'm pretending to be bigger than I already am. Yang Ming, who felt pain all over his body, found that the costume was broken, the platinum armor was deformed, and only half of the 5 red hearts representing blood volume were left. She put on new armor, took out 2 bottles of bottled water, bit out the corks, and poured them into her mouth. She felt relieved when her blood volume was out of danger. When did I, a mage, change into a warrior? He originally planned to hit Tony with a platinum hammer instead of cutting with a sword, but then he remembered that he was a mage. He took out a platinum staff made of large diamonds mixed with platinum from broken diamonds he bought, and pointed it at the locked tray before the smoke cleared. It's just one shot. Chirp. Tony's sharp eyes saw the crystal clear energy bombs coming, and he was destroyed with one energy cannon. The target's vitality is very active, at least 15 times more than yours. Your attack is too slow, look at me. I heard that it's okay to stay on the ground at this high altitude, so a row of shoulder cannons were thrown down. As the smoke rolled, Yang Ming had already come up against an iron door. It was impossible to hit the defensive door with his light. He took the time to fire another magic bullet. But the slow attack speed not only earned Tony ridicule, but also caused his magic value to bottom out. The magician, who only had enough magic power to fire 2 shots, angrily used his staff as a javelin and threw it out. Then, while Tony was hiding, he held the iron door and swatted the iron fly with an iron fly swatter. Pang! Tony was severely slapped into the smoke and dust that had not dissipated, stirring up new smoke and dust. Bricks fell from the sky, pinning Tony to the ground. Yang Ming managed to win without hurting Tony, but an accident happened. From then on, he had less to rely on, causing him to shout, "How could this happen?" Chapter 29 Old Mason. System Patch. Furniture 8 defensive items cannot participate in attacks, and their durability value as weapons is 1. 1 point of durability is useless, and the 2-finger thick iron door transforms into a cloak, reflecting a figure. The scenario in his imagination of carrying the iron gate and charging would never happen again, but it was better to find out now than to be killed in the future. In the future, if you want to open Invincible, you will have to build a house on the same spot. But generally it cannot withstand the explosion. Once it explodes, it will break into a block. Although the block will not be damaged, the building will be gone. When he was distracted, there were 2 continuous bangs on the ground, and he was rushed away by a huge golden attack. The impact pushed him more than 100 meters. He fell to the ground, bounced up, and rolled over a deep ditch before stopping. The suit was worn away, revealing a suit of armor. The armor on the side waist that was hit was red hot. If it had been more powerful, it would have been damaged again. This shows the power of this energy cannon. Tony, who was freed from the restraints, was embarrassed and angry, but when he rose into the air and saw Yang Ming wearing armor, he smiled. "How dare you say that you are not my fan? Don't you have a reactor? Why don't you use it?" He had a reason to laugh, because the color of the armor was platinum gold with multiple ruby patches. The most fan-like thing was that the heart of the breastplate was gold and had a palm-sized diamond-shaped ruby dot paired with the purple-grey wings behind him. It actually looks a bit like Kyle's skin in LOL, but there is no LOL in Marvel. Comparing the platinum armor with the lead armor, it does look like he followed Tony's advice and installed a fake reactor on his chest and sprayed it with the same idle paint. It's not over yet. Yang Ming switched out the platinum broadsword that was longer than anyone else, fluttered his wings and rushed towards Tony. At the same time, he took out the platinum crown he had made before, and put the equipment on the fashion position to cover up the helmet. At least this way he looks like a crowned angel wearing full body armor. Even the ruby on his heart doesn't look like a fan behavior. Tony misunderstood that he was quite resistant to beatings, but when he saw him wearing armor, he opened his arms even more. He took out the posture he used to fight aliens 2 months ago, using hand cannons, shoulder cannons, chest cannons, small tracking missiles, and anti-tank missiles to greet the rushing Yang Ming. However, whether it was the core-charged energy cannon or the physical missile, they were all knocked crooked with the sword. Yang Ming rushed towards Tony Stark with an unstoppable and indomitable momentum. However, when he finally rushed in front of him, Mark 7 soared into the sky. Then Yang Ming, who was fluttering his wings, could only watch the locked cursor flying higher and higher. He could only watch as he failed to catch up. Yang Ming, who was so angry that he had forgotten his original intention, summoned the UFO mount and rushed towards Tony. Fortunately, he still knew not to hurt him. After the soft connection, he increased his speed and pushed him out of the atmosphere. After the same emergency stop, Tony watched the opponent being carried away by inertia. Tony's situation was much stronger than Yang Ming's before. He used multiple energy jets to stop and fly off the ground. "Jarvis, report the situation." "Sir, you have 3 bone fractures, a large number of soft tissue contusions, 57% damage to your armor, and 32% energy remaining. You are now approaching the Earth's orbit. Be careful to avoid orbiting satellites. You will have enough energy to return to the ground." Although he did not see the invisible UFO, he felt that it was not a human body when it was pushed up. When he saw Yang Ming in the shape of a crowned angel appearing more than 1,000 meters below, he knew that he had lost this battle. But it inspired fighting spirit and research enthusiasm. Except for the 3 useless laser beams on the back of his hands, all the attacks he could perform did not cause any damage to the opponent, and the opponent was still hiding some means. He doesn't know that UFOs only have one other characteristic besides being invisible and fast. Okay, as a fan, I have sincerely urged you to accept it. Does this count as your Christmas wish being fulfilled in advance? When the two landed, a Quinjet fighter was already waiting there. When Lu Dan, Mei, and Widow Sister saw Yang Ming landing with Tony between his legs, they really thought he had beaten Tony to death. Fortunately, after landing, Tony released Mark 7 and returned to his well-dressed and energetic appearance. On the contrary, Yang Ming looked more like a winner than Yang Ming, who was carrying a transformed weapon and wearing an armor full of battle marks. "What are you doing?" Seeing that both of them were okay, Luoden looked a little better. "Teach my little fans how to fight." Tony's answer was still such nonsense, but Yang Ming did not refute it. Anyway, he completed 2 items on his bucket list: fight like the protagonist and beat Iron Man once. But they didn't know what kind of impact he would have on the female agents who saw him for the first time, with wings on his back, gorgeous armor, and a platinum gemstone crown on his head. Mei, who had never been exposed to Yang Ming's information, even asked the widowed sister in a low voice, "What race is he?" "An angel." The face that looks like Galen in Twisted Destiny, the short black and smooth hair, and the armor, are simply not like the usual cowardly persona. If Luoden hadn't known that he could lend his wings to others, he would have doubted whether he was an angel. The broad wings with a wingspan of 4 meters folded and disappeared behind her back. The appearance of a literary and early autumn outfit instantly dulled her sharpness, but it could not hide her tall and strong figure. "Are you using nanotechnology? Have you grown taller?" "Yes, I'm just 18 and still growing." Lu Dan was a little confused, and Yang Ming just climbed up. Even the widowed sister who has experienced many battles can't help but think, 18, it seems that the age difference is a bit big. The process of changing the armor fell into Tony's eyes. He felt that his armor had a new development direction. First, it should be fully automatic, and then it should be able to fly out of the atmosphere and fight in the universe. It should also have the function of replenishing it at any time. It is best to have it. Nano-donning and taking off technology must be able to resist Yang Ming. He said goodbye to Tony on the pretext that something happened in the store, and went back to the store. What he didn't expect was that the regular customer was still waiting outside the store. Yang Ming opened the store, and the regular customer who had been hiding suddenly appeared with an unknown aura. "You are not from Earth. Are you an Asgardian or a Vanaheimer?" The man's tone was extremely positive. "I must admit that the reason why I came to you many times is not to buy your things, but actually to seek help." Yang Ming did not answer directly, but handed him a glass of bottled water and said, "Take a drink of water and speak slowly." Taking advantage of the unintentional contact between the two, the person in front of him had a bright blood bar. Randolph. Species, Aesir. Life, 176/176. I had long known that he was unusual, but I didn't expect that the health bar was so exaggerated. The average person only had 5 health points and Yang Ming only had 20 health points. Ordinary people have 2 fatal points in their head and heart. The body will have many damage points in different internal organs due to strain. But this regular customer not only has a very shallow strain point on his head, but the location of the strain point representing the heart is different from that of humans. I hadn't figured it out yet, but when I saw the health bar, I thought of the stranded character in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Asgardian Stonemason of Earth. Chapter 30 Fire-Breathing Baby, Contact with the Plot. If you ask me for help, at least introduce yourself. You can call me Professor Randolph, an Asgardian. Yang Ming really forgot the plot of the TV series, otherwise he would have been recognized long ago. You said you wanted to ask me for help. Is there anything I can do to help you? Professor Randolph looked outside the door. After Yang Ming closed the store, the two of them came to the activity area on the second floor. Randolph told his story. He was a stonemason who was drafted during Asgard's military conscription, but he didn't like fighting, so he secretly stayed on Earth. Then what's the problem? Yang Ming remembered that this rhetoric was what he and Coulson said in the plot. Because I was in the Berserker army, I had a staff. To avoid going crazy, I cut off the staff and hid it. Now I find someone is following me. Yang Ming felt that his story seemed incomplete. Do you know who is following you? They haven't found me yet, and I don't dare to take the initiative to contact them. They seem to be distinguishing us. It is true that someone is looking for him. It is nothing more than two groups. One group is the fanatical believers in Norse mythology who want to take his cane, and the other group is Coulson and the others. But it can't be Coulson. Coulson's team is empty at this moment. As for those fanatical believers, they pose no threat to Randolph at all. The timeline is wrong, things are wrong. Yang Ming felt more and more that this man was not a good person. I remember that in the plot, when Coulson asked him, he always avoided the important and showed weakness, saying that he was just a stonemason who had never seen the god of thunder. He had smashed stones for thousands of years and was drafted because he found it boring. Why doesn't he talk about his experience of following Odin to defeat Odin's brother, and then following Hela to conquer the world? This guy is not even much younger than Hela. When he ran to the earth, Odin had not yet renewed his string. Where did the god of thunder come from? Yang Ming became wary and kept a calm expression on his face. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't answer, the professor obviously stopped talking and asked, "Do you know how I was sure that you are not from Earth?" Yang Ming really wants to hear this. You shouldn't just sell the palace supplies of the Warner Protoss. Are you the blacksmith who escaped when the Warner Protoss fell? Yang Ming didn't intend to explain but wanted to make another trick. However, Randolph seemed to have missed the code, his expression changed and he stood up to leave. Instead of turning his back and being ruthless, killing people and silencing them, he left directly as if he had recognized the wrong person. This is nonsense. A person who has made a lot of efforts to keep his identity secret, exposed him to him, and then left after making a mistake? Yang Ming felt that there must be a conspiracy. Using God's perspective, I followed him off the subway without tracking him. Who knows if there are some other means waiting to ambush him? After sending Tony away and being inexplicably disturbed by the professor, Yang Mingjing was very excited. The world is so big and he wants to see it. Collect all the goods in the store. They won't sell them for money anyway. Go down to the underground palace and seal the passage. Let's leave as soon as we say. After all, it heralded that the third phase of the MCU was about to begin, and he became restless. Anthony Stark, who had fought with him, had just returned home from the hospital. I wanted to hide it from Pepper Potts, but Happy was too quick to talk. As soon as he was taken to the hospital by the Quinjet, Pepper was waiting. I'm fine, Happy, please go back. Happy didn't want to leave yet, so Pepper persuaded him, I'll be with Tony, so go back. Then Tony, who looked indifferent, and Pepper Potts, who was extremely serious, began to confront each other. I'm fine, I have a good idea in my head now, I'm going to the garage. Pepper acted like the strong woman she was in the company and refused to let her go. I checked the person you fought with. He is a lunatic. He can set some fancy things at such high prices. He is also a money-obsessed man. Why do you always want to recruit him? Tony laughed when he heard Pepper's description of Yang Ming, his eyes bright and firm. It's this madness that gave me great inspiration. I foresee that my armor will have a big breakthrough. You're not allowed to go, you need to rest. Okay, rest. Picked up Pepper and went upstairs to rest. Put me down, you are still injured. In the back alley of Yang Ming's house, a stooped man with a crew cut was leaning against the wall and playing dog tags. When the man appeared, Yang Ming had just finished packing his things to block the passage on the back wall. Looking at this man dressed as a homeless man, he also had a ridiculous idea: should I adopt a housekeeper to help him take care of the house? Just like the protagonists in the novel do, giving hope to a person in desperate situation in exchange for loyalty. Then I thought about how he had so many secrets, so he had better stop messing around. He was not someone who could conquer people casually and then trust the person he conquered. He was about to find a place to eat when he saw another person. It was a thin man with an almost bald head. Seeing his sloppy look in a suit, Yang Ming took out the notebook in his backpack. The so-called good memory is not as good as a bad pen. A few days after I moved into this small building, I bought a notebook and wrote down all the storylines I knew. I was afraid that I would forget it in the future. Recently, because the time is approaching, he always looks through the paragraphs recording Nini 3, which reads, because Nini had a date with a girl, she let a lame man go. The lame man came back and wanted to make some chili peppers. He has a skinny fire-breathing baby under his command. The thin man suspected to be a fire-breathing boy came with a box. Go to ping to side, are you able to control yourself recently? Able. This batch of goods is good, please be careful. After the thin man left, Yang Ming also closed his notebook. He had already determined that this guy was the fire-breathing kid. But he felt something was wrong. The plot he remembered was still more than a month away, and the place was wrong. How did he know that this was not going to explode every time, but that it would be a joke? Besides, this explosion happened a long time ago. He just doesn't have the habit of watching TV. Now there are videos of Mandarin. Before the plot began, there were 3 explosions that were acknowledged as terrorist attacks. Later, the one at the Chinese theater was added. Before that, there were at least 6 explosions that were not acknowledged. There were no terrorists at all, just a cover-up by the lame Aldereza Kilian on his record book. The explosion was just the reason why Cripple S men lost control and overclocked. He couldn't remember so many details, so he was interested in the flat-top box. Not knowing much about the plot, he mistakenly thought that the things in the box could be transformed by using them. Little did he know that this was not the case and that there were steps. He was very interested in this virus, and he remembered that Chen Hunan had a platelet that could resist fire. It would be great if he could operate this thing. He decided to attack the flathead and let the fire-breathing boy leave empty-handed. Chapter 31 Go to Causeway Bay and find Chen Hunan. The attack went very smoothly, and there was no explosion or miss. After all, not everyone can withstand his heavy punch. In the alley between buildings on 40th Street, Yang Ming, who used a punch from the sky, was looking at 7 lighters and a stapler in the box. This thing about the size of a Zippo lighter was a little different from what he thought. It turned out to be a syringe with a scale of 1200 on it. That stapler looks like an enlarged version of a lighter. The upper end has a suction port that opens to both sides. Could it be taken orally? While he was studying, a red light appeared from the back of his flat head where he had punched him, and he looked like he was about to wake up. Yang Ming raised his leg and stepped on the red light with one kick. He put the box away, picked up the flat head and left. Since there are 2 kinds of things in the box, it means that the usage is different. This guy looks like an addict, but he must know how to use the things. After contact, the health bar will light up, and the name will be the same as the one on the dog tag. Search Michaels. Species, human, desperate warrior. Life, 104/104. This person's blood volume is also quite astonishing, but this also shows that the blood volume is only the blood volume. No matter how high the blood volume is, he will be knocked down with one punch. When Search woke up, his first reaction was to struggle, but he found that he could not move, and the extremis virus in his body seemed not to exist. When I wanted to look up, I realized that he couldn't even move his head. The entire body below the eyes was sealed in a transparent tank. To be honest, this is my first time making a man in a vat, so this vat is a bit unfair to you. Yang Ming put something in front of his eyes. This is the situation. Will you cooperate or not? If you do, just blink. As soon as he said this, Serge blinked fiercely. Yang Ming was very happy that he could understand current affairs. This thing is the ultimate transformation, right? Didn't blink. He changed the question. is this the terminal virus? Blink. How to use this thing? After asking, it was found that it didn't work, and he had to change his tank. After a lot of trouble, Serge was able to show his mouth. He really had no spine at all, so he just said it without asking. He didn't know who developed the extremis virus, but he knew that Killian, who had 9 dragons tattooed on his body, experimented with them and injected them in divided cycles to prevent drug addiction. All addicts have been driven away, but addicts are still provided with the virus stock solution. I heard that some people will explode due to overdose. Yang Ming is quite satisfied that Serge knows a lot about this. Are you afraid of getting burned? Don't be afraid. Seeing that the other party was satisfied, Serge said everything he knew. This virus can stimulate the human body's potential and repair physical damage, so why are you afraid of burns? Isn't this right? Yang Ming opened his notebook and saw that the first 7 episodes of Shengong 1 corresponded to Nini 3. It was clearly about Centipede Warrior being afraid of being burned, so he found a magician to extract fire-resistant platelets. But he did remember that whether it was Killian or the fire-breathing baby, they could grow back even if they exploded into shaped bodies. Conflicted? Can I use this? Seer screamed in shock, Sir, not everyone can bear this. Normal use requires diluted circulation injections, but some people will explode. If you don't circulate the injections, it will be easier to become addicted, and addiction will make it easier to explode. I saw on TV that someone was responsible for the explosion, saying it was a terrorist attack. Yang Mingzhen said there is something? Serge said more enthusiastically, I didn't know it at first. It wasn't until one of my comrades died that it was defined as a terrorist attack that someone was responsible for. I didn't know there was a problem here. Then you continue. Serge was also very bachelor, if we don't continue, we will explode faster. We have not undergone the final transformation, and we will explode if we run out of medicine. Yang Ming asked what would happen to those who had undergone the final transformation. I thought he didn't know, but it turned out that he really did. According to what he said, if you follow it step by step until it is completed, even if it undergoes the final transformation, it will still be easy to overclock, because the formula is fundamentally incomplete. A new hole was dug that was big enough, and Serge was put aside. Is this small syringe worth 1,200 enough to make a desperate warrior? I advise you not to do this, there is no such thing, really. Regardless of Serge's stop, Yang Ming hit his neck. As the liquid entered his body, he felt a line of fire follow the blood vessels and enter his heart, instantly flowing throughout his body. An unimaginable heat illuminated him from the inside out, and even the clothes on his body were directly ignited by the red platinum armor. Serge kept saying, it's over, I can never get out of this tank again. The heat was excessive. Yang Ming watched as the blood volume of red hearts increased by 5 in a row. The original 20 points of blood volume actually doubled. It's 40 o'clock. But he couldn't hold it any longer, as huge heat started from his heart and was released wantonly from the inside out. Boom! Serge was desperate. He didn't expect that this man really committed suicide like this. As the smoke and dust disappeared, he seemed to have lost his soul. Until a few minutes later, he started shouting hysterically, "Here comes someone! Help! Someone comes here!" Before he could shout, a familiar figure with a hoarse voice appeared again. "What are you shouting? The explosion can't be heard from outside. You know where this is, just shout." Serge was dumbfounded. The Asian who caught him after the explosion was resurrected. And he took out a syringe from nowhere and hit his neck again? Yang Ming ignored the confused Serge, put away his armor and only wore shorts to see if he could do it. Yang Ming dares to do this for one reason: he can be resurrected. Rather, he has understood why some people can bear it and others cannot. That is the upper limit of blood volume determined by genes. Just now, his blood volume doubled to 40 points. He did it again, experiencing the heat of the blood, and saw that his blood volume reached 80 points, a full 20 red hearts. Then it exploded again. By the time Yang Ming came back, Serge was already numb. But before he started this time, Gu Yi opened the door and came over. "Can you please stop showing up naked on the rooftop of the New York sanctuary?" This made Yang Ming's mood shattered. "I almost succeeded." "That won't work. Every time you are resurrected, the bond between different dimensions will deepen." After leaving the words, the person returned. Serge, who had no experience at first, was very calm. After seeing people who could be resurrected after being killed by bombs, he was not surprised to see people appearing and disappearing out of thin air. Yang Ming was stopped from committing suicide, and he was eager to get this kind of power. He had an idea and said that he was also anxious and confused. "Wasn't there Chen Hunan? Just now I was worried that I had remembered the plot incorrectly and couldn't figure out why the virus in the TV series needed fire-resistant platelets. Now it's obvious that I'm afraid of exploding." After releasing Serge from the tank, Serge had no intention of running away. Yang Ming was very satisfied. "Let's go to Causeway Bay to solve the explosion problem." "Why are you going?" "Look for Chen Hunan." Chapter 32 The Brotherhood Boss debuts. My grandpa once said that everyone has secrets, and some secrets are very beautiful. Kowloon, Yau Ma Ti, Temple Street, 8:30 at night. A group of people gathered around a magic man and watched him perform 2 clumsy tricks. When the crowd dispersed, there were not a few dollars in the jar at the man's feet. The man looked around calmly, seemingly used to it. A foreigner with a crew cut came over and threw a large bundle of American knives into the jar. "What's the matter?" The magic man didn't move and just looked at the foreigner. Unexpectedly, the foreigner replied, "My boss wants you." The two people talking to each other were Chen Haoran and Seer. It was only after Yang Ming arrived that he found out that his name was Chen Haoran, not Chen Hunan, and he was not in Causeway Bay. After several inquiries, I learned that there were only a few places that matched the background. I didn't expect to find the first one. Yang Ming didn't come forward because he couldn't remember the bad guys in the series and didn't want to come forward in person. He simply asked Serge to call Chen Haoran over. "What's the big deal with me? He is worthy of this name, he really has the energy to be fearless in everything, even if he is hit by money, he will not bend his back. Can you speak Mandarin?" Yang Ming's attitude was very calm. He recalled what he did to the villain who tricked him into drawing blood. Unfortunately, he didn't remember it. "Meeting. This is not the place to talk. Just follow. If you don't dare to follow, the money will be yours." Since Serge could call him here, it wasn't that far away. Although it was also an alley, he had to be careful that the walls had ears. Yang Ming turned around and left. Chen Haoran was also a very brave man, so he dared to follow him with a straight face. When he arrived at the hotel, Chen Haoran still stood still, waiting to hear what he wanted to say. He had already thought of his words along the way, thinking to himself that he didn't know if there was a brotherhood of mutants, but there were definitely aliens, so he might as well borrow Lao Wan's skin. Seeing Serge closing the curtains, Yang Ming spread his wings. "My brother, your behavior of casually showing off your abilities on the street is too dangerous. If I hadn't discovered it earlier, your killer would have cut off your head as a trophy." Chen Haoran never expected him to do this, and was stunned by the wings and his words. He has the ability to control fire. He thought it was Qigong or cultivation, but he never thought about this starting mode. Yang Ming also struck while the iron was hot and winked at Serge, who also showed off his ability to turn red from the inside out, causing the temperature in the room to rise. Chen Haoran had never seen anyone else with supernatural abilities. He was so happy when he saw Hunter Xin that he also sent out a burning fire snake from his palm, which was considered to be the completion of the joint. Yang Ming retracted his wings, Seer's skin color returned to normal, and Chen Haoran also destroyed his palm. After the fire, Yang Ming immediately asked to change places. This cautiousness was quite reasonable, and it further deepened Chen Haoran's trust. This time the three of them talked more on the road, and Chen Haoran also had a certain understanding of the new human brotherhood. Of course, his understanding is purely based on Yang Ming's current knowledge. What new humans have existed since ancient times? People on Earth are not alone in the world. What are the 9 kingdoms? What is the Supreme Sanctuary? What is the difference between new humans and aliens? Hydra and more. This half-truth and half-false nonsense stunned Serge Max, let alone Chen Haoran. Haoran, do you still have any relatives on Hong Kong Island that you can't let go of? Your current situation is very dangerous. I think it's best for you to leave Hong Kong for safety. The weight of what he said now was different. Chen Haoran said without any hesitation, I am alone and can leave at any time. Is it possible to go through the formalities in time? Formalities? What are the procedures? Only mediocre people go through the formalities when they go out. How can strangers like them go through the formalities and leave directly? Even when Serge came to Hong Kong, Yang Ming completely sealed him and put it in his backpack to fly a flying saucer. Of course, this trick requires the person being sealed not to resist. In addition, it is too unbecoming of a good person and cannot be used frequently. The three of them came all the way to the Hong Kong sanctuary. He didn't even need to knock on the door. Fat Wang was already waiting here. When he saw me, he asked, how come my YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter accounts have all been reported? Only then did Yang Ming remember to take out his phone and return it to him. Don't worry about this little thing. I want to take my 2 brothers back to New York. Is that okay? If I don't agree, will you go to the rooftop directly? Seeing Yang Ming nod, Wang said in a bachelor's manner, teacher said that every time you are resurrected, the bond between the evil god and this world will be deepened. You will be the living ancestor. Come on. Chen Haoran and Serge didn't speak at the back, but they heard the conversation between Yang Ming and Yang Ming clearly, and they were both shocked by the words that they seemed to understand but didn't understand. While entering the sanctuary, Yang Ming did not forget to introduce, this is the Hong Kong Sanctuary, one of the 3 major sanctuaries of the sanctuary mages I mentioned. I am familiar with these mages. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come and ask for help. Chen Haoran could still talk to him naturally at first, but now that what he described has become reality, he has developed a deep respect for Yang Ming. Serge, on the other hand, recognized the living ancestor after seeing Yang Ming Nang resurrected 3 days ago. After teleporting through the sanctuary, the 3 of them arrived in New York in one fell swoop. Chen Haoran and Serge, who had experienced this magic, were so shocked that they could not speak. First I will take you to a shelter under my name to settle down. The 3 of them went up to the rooftop. When Serge and Chen Haoran were wondering if there was a private plane on board, a UFO appeared. With the goal of being shocked to the point of numbness, Yang Ming planned to simply open their eyes. If you want people not to betray, then you have to show strength that makes them unable to betray. It's hard to say for Serge Max, but Chen Haoran must have fallen into Hydra's sights. No matter which branch of Hydra he is from, sooner or later he will try to poach him, even for the anti-fire serum in his body. Then simply let Chen Haoran understand that Hydra is not worth mentioning in front of his boss Yang. The flying saucer, which was originally very comfortable for 1 person, was just fine for 3 people. Yang Ming operated the flying saucer to become invisible and flew all the way into the Hudson River, entering his desert base from the bottom of the river. Until they got off the flying saucer, the 2 country bumpkins who had never seen the world were sitting upright, not daring to touch anything and not daring to look around. Okay, this is my shelter. See the desert-colored 6-story building. Except for the top floor, you 2 can choose your own place to live. No need to say anything. He didn't care that these 2 people were still shocked by this huge underground space, and threw out another sentence, tomorrow you 2 will go to S.H.I.E.L.D. with me, the shield of the Avengers. I will ask them to study the extremis virus, and Hauran's serum will give you too some self-protection capabilities. Don't be stunned and go to sleep. Chapter 33 Tony driving fast forward. The next day, Yang Ming came to Shield with the two pandas who had not slept all night. Naturally, Yang Ming was still sought after and welcomed by all the scientific researchers, because Nick Fury actually made another fortune in his name. Fewer papers. Only then did these two people with dark circles realize that the boss was actually the chief materials scientist of SHIELD, a leader in clean energy, invisible composite materials, and emerging composite materials, and one of the strong contenders for the Nobel Prize. Rounding it all off, can he be considered a senior executive of SHIELD? The two guys also saw a one-eyed dragon called the director who was extremely enthusiastic about the boss. When they found out, he was the director of SHIELD, Iron Man, Captain America, and everything else were under the control of this black one-eyed dragon. Let's look at his attitude towards his boss. Manner. They didn't do anything. Just while drinking a cup of coffee at SHIELD, Chen Hauran and Search's understanding of Boss Yang rose to another level. Chen Hauran thought to himself that the boss was too humble yesterday and said that he could talk to the Supreme Mage. However, he was regarded as his ancestor and said that he was an acquaintance with Nick Rudin of S.H.I.E.L.D. Manner. They may not understand that there is a special word to describe their state. In fact, what Yang Ming and Liu Dan said was not what they thought. Do you know what's happening to Tony who you beat up? What's wrong? 4 days, just 4 days, I heard that someone photographed a group of armors dancing in formation around his house. It's you. Was it taken by someone? Have you heard about it? Anyone else take photos? Am I not thinking about his safety? Only then did Yang Ming realize that Tony was really stimulated. He pressed fast forward and completed the steel 3-hour process 1.5 months ahead of schedule. He didn't know that Tony had specially developed a single target and powerful attack weapon to target opponents like him who were good at defending against high blood pressure and heavy activity. Tony, who originally fell into anxiety after the New York War, was thinking about how to deal with a large-scale invasion. In terms of weapons and armor settings, he focused on flexibility, various means, and the power of group attacks was greatly developed. For powerful single enemies, the imaginary enemies were fools like the Hulk and Thor. However, when they encountered Yang Ming, he was not as big as the Hulk. He was more flexible than the Thor, and his combat skills were so powerful that he could defeat the opponent unless he detonated the reactor. A hopeless opponent. His scientific research progress and development optimization after passing prompts have been greatly improved. Moreover, Tony dreamed back one night and used the template of the Women's Federation hero to set up Yang Ming, and found that he was both omnipotent and seemingly incompetent, but when he met any of the Women's Federation heroes Oneo none, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. When did such a troublesome character appear? If Yang Ming knew that Iron Man had such a high opinion of himself, he would probably be flattered. In his conscience, he might not be able to defeat anyone if he really tried his best. He still thinks that he is not strong enough and wants to go to Wakanda to steal some mines and make a vibranium suit to increase his strength. Even if he hadn't met Surge and the fire-breathing baby, he would have thought about the specific process. Find the entrance of the underground river on the seabed near the coastal city of Beira in Mozambique, and then follow the underground river across the East African continent to the northwest, starting directly from the Wakanda vibranium mine. In fact, he didn't know if the vibranium mine had defensive measures, otherwise with the speed of his flying saucer, he would have been able to grab it and run away. He doesn't remember where he saw the data. The fastest speed of Wakanda's vibranium spaceship is 5,000 times the speed of sound, which sounds like it should not be as fast as his flying saucer. But what to do after robbing him? Can Wakanda spare him? So he was grateful to meet Surge Max, a veteran, otherwise he would have been put in a glass jar or thrown out and left to fend for himself. It would be like the unlimited supply of bottled water now, using strong vitality to resist his drug addiction. It was actually unwise for Yang Ming to bring these two people to Shield, but he did not have the ability to separate Chen Haoran's anti-flame serum, so finding Tony would easily affect the normal plot. At least with his current scientific status in the Snake Shield Bureau, he can still ensure that the separated serum will not be tricked, as long as he follows his braised eggs and does not trick anyone. Liu Dan watched personally as Chen Haoran was put on a blood-drawing machine. After not much blood was drawn, he was put down. He didn't even feel dizzy after staying up all night. This is also what Yang Ming requested, to extract Onet Herd of the fire resistance factor and take it away in 2 parts. Nick Fury finally turned around. He didn't do what Yang Ming wanted to do with his own eyes. His habit of taking advantage of everyone was suppressed. This factor is amazing. It can be accepted by any recipient regardless of blood type, and there will be basically no rejection. However, since no experiments have been done, there is no comparative data. After listening to the last instructions from the girl who was doing the biological analysis, Yang Ming couldn't wait to take the people back. Where are the people? Tony, wearing a suit with the MK42 number printed on his left arm, rushed to SHIELD headquarters when Yang Ming had just left. As you can see, Liu Dan looked at the new suit with some uncertainty. In fact, it was difficult to tell the iteration of Iron Man's suit because he would most likely wear a smaller numbered suit. It's far more experimental than practical. Well, who told me to live far away? Tony was about to leave, but Nick Ludan tempted him with words, "You're not interested in what he's doing here? He's here to get something very interesting." Not interested. Nick didn't care if the temptation failed. Tony flew to New York unwillingly. Seeing that he really couldn't meet Yang Ming on the road, he also went home. Yang Ming, whom Tony wanted to force a chance encounter with, has now returned to the previously opened testing site to test the changes in Chen Haoran, who had just been injected with 1,200 units of the extremis virus. In fact, nothing has changed. He is definitely the most regrettable ability user in the original plot. His ability to create fire and control fire and his fire resistance factor are two completely complementary but independent abilities. When combined together, they are definitely not the power of 1 + 1 = 2. Being infected with the virus really enhances your abilities, just like the plot. In the past, he could emit a ball of fire the size of a basketball, and he couldn't sustain it. At first glance, he was considered the most rubbish. When 1,200 units of the extremis virus enter the body, there is no sign of being modified by the virus at all, but it can continue to spew out a huge amount of flames with a temperature of no less than 2000 degrees Celsius. It is now classified into 6 levels: Alpha, Beta, Delta, Epsilon, Gamma, and Omega. Now he can at least have a Delta level. Yang Ming only has 7 syringes in total, and now he has 4 left. Seeing that he still looks unfinished, he probably hasn't reached the limit yet. "Boss, I had my blood drawn and it feels like the upper limit of my endurance has been lowered. Give me a few days to recover, and I can endure more. So I need to go out and figure out some sources. How can we get something without spoiling the plot?" Chapter 34: Fraud and Anti-Fraud. After learning about the administration process from Serge, I came up with a way to defraud the original solution. Serge, who had withdrawn from dependence after being injected with the serum, reappeared in his life, making his behavior appear to be fine. His residence is also in Hell's Kitchen, 5 blocks away from Yang Ming's home. It is a low-rent house owned by the Clinton Home Sales Company. In fact, Master Daniel bought Yang Ming's small building from that company. Chen Haoran, who had received 3 more injections of the virus, rented a house next to Sears' house and was responsible for providing support at any time. Yang Ming, who injected another can of virus to bring his blood volume to 100 points and then exploded and resurrected, rented a house on the other side to support him. On the night of November 5, Serge, as the executor of the plan, used the pretext of leakage of the original liquid to meet with the fire-breathing baby Eric Severn, the subordinate of the lame Aldres Killian Julian Long. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Severin, who originally insisted not to get involved in the life circle of addicts, arrived at Serge's apartment-style rental house carrying a black box. "You'd better let me confirm that your liquid has leaked. I really didn't mean it, I didn't expect it to break." Wearing a suit that didn't fit at all, Seven drifted into Serge's house like a ghost, and Serge, who had been wearing a more personal style after following Yang Ming, also returned to his slovenly look. The two inspected the table that was melted by the high temperature and the messy things on it, including several deformation injections. "The company's tolerance for you is not the reason for your mistakes. It's just this time. Please be more careful in the future." Severin really didn't seem to see anything wrong, so he threw down the box and left. Yang Ming and Chen Haoran, who were watching from the rooftops on both sides, were neither professional nor could they see anything about Ziai Wu Mao Yu, so they did not dare to act rashly. However, half an hour later, the fire-breathing baby who should have left long ago appeared again in a rental house opposite Serge's house. "Sir, there is indeed no abnormality found. It seems that he should be fine. Do I need to enable him to work?" "No, we will gather these cannon fodders when our big plan is implemented," a slightly dismissive voice came from the other end of the phone. "Come back first and inform the master that a performance is needed." The scene of Severin leaving from the back alley of the opposite building was captured by Yang Ming's God's perspective. That is to say, the system had locked him before. Otherwise, it would be hard to imagine that in the movie, Severin, who always wears a large black suit and looks like a douchebag, would actually change his clothes and come back. Sure enough, you can't hold any prejudice against anyone, otherwise you won't always suffer a loss. There are actually people in the rental house. It seems that it is the surveillance point to monitor Serge. Once again, he suffered the disadvantage of not having professional skills. If he was a computer expert, or a professional agent, or at least a clueless protagonist, he should have analyzed the information of all the residents in the entire neighborhood. The reality is that he can't find trouble for this matter, and he doesn't have the ability to hack into various files. Sky's little face suddenly flashed in his mind. It would be useful if she was here. The only damn thing is that the Rising Tide organization exists specifically to dig into S.H.I.E.L.D's secret files. This group of people has no bottom line in what they do. They really drag Sky to their side, and everything they do seems to be highlighted. The person who used God's perspective to observe the surveillance point found that he was not a desperate warrior. Only then did I realize that Killian owned a hair company, and he was not a single man who could only be used by desperate warriors. He had normal people under his command. This discovery made Yang Ming further realize that the real world is much more difficult than watching movies. Thanks to being cautious enough before and letting Serge recover his slovenly appearance before returning home, neither of them ever went to Serge's house. Otherwise it would have been exposed long ago. Did you say there was surveillance at his home? Can't? If so, wouldn't it have been exposed when he set up the scene? How could anyone give him the virus? Use UFO to become invisible to Chen Haoran, and the two of them started studying. What if the virus was given with the intention of uncovering the mastermind behind it? Yang Ming sat on the chair and thought about it. Now he had to prepare for the worst. Judging from the fact that Serge did not come home on the day of the last handover and there is now a surveillance point opposite his house, Serge may have been suspected for a long time. Serge, who disappeared for a week, will need a new liquid when he appears again. Not to mention whether the liquid is genuine or not, at least it has been taken seriously, right? Now let's see how advanced the opponent's methods are. If it can be discovered that Serge, who has no entry and exit records, has appeared in Hong Kong, then even he will be exposed to the other party's sight. Judging from the plot of Agents of the Divine Bureau, Killian is not the biggest boss. The person who invested in him to research the terminal virus is the invisible boss. Therefore, considering the worst aspect, their behavior is obvious. So what are you waiting for? The UFO appeared invisible outside Serge's window, and Serge, who was waiting by the window, was put into the flying saucer. "Did you get the stuff?" Serge spread out the large and small bottles in his hand and asked worriedly, "I just don't know if this injection was tampered with, or if the cylinder can be located or eavesdropped." "No, as long as I don't allow it, the signal in the flying saucer will be blocked." Controlled the UFO to rise to a high altitude and began to observe the monitor's reaction after Serge disappeared. But after a long time, there was no response, so was it exposed or not? If exposed, shouldn't a lot of people rush out at this time? I couldn't figure it out, so I simply waited here until dawn. Everyone in the surveillance point went out, but no one came to check. I controlled the flying saucer and followed the man at the surveillance point, but he got off the subway. Although he was treated, if you lock him, you can find his whereabouts by following the lock, but so what? Forget it, go back. After all, the current situation is very critical. Chenharan can already emit 4000 degrees Celsius high temperature after 4 needles, and the thrust caused by the high temperature spray can push him off the ground briefly. And his life has also increased to 100 points. It seems that when he can fly freely, it will be the time when he is finally transformed by the extremis virus. By then, this strength will have a spurt of growth. Serge Max, who was a weakling at the beginning, not only solved the problem of self-destruction due to the injection of fire resistance factor, but his own strength also increased a lot. With the fire control factor present, the strength will continue to grow if the original solution is injected again. In order to test the authenticity of the injection, Yang Ming, who has the ability to resurrect, naturally did it. This moved the two of them to death, and their sense of belonging became much stronger. In fact, they don't know that the reason why Yang Ming never injects fire-resistant factors is because drinking the original solution is strong, but it will increase the blood volume. If it weren't for the fact that there were not enough injections, he would have wanted to keep increasing the amount until it had no effect. The only pity is that his golden finger is not cold to the original virus solution, otherwise he is still cheating. Just produce and sell by yourself. Chapter 35 I Lost My Vulcan. Looking at the original solution syringe, 1200, in his hand, Yang Ming took a deep breath. The newly acquired virus was indeed fine. What made him nervous was the next enhancement. He is not sacrificing himself to test the poison at all. Whatever he touches will bring up the health bar, and he will naturally know whether it is true or false when he gets it. With a cruel heart, piercing the neck is not pleasant, but this time he pierced the heart directly. With the injection of the original solution, the scorching magma-like heat flows through the left heart bract and penetrates the right ventricle, instantly giving the heart a burning throbbing. Gudong, 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 gudong. The sound of the heartbeat became the beat of gongs and drums, and the whole heart turned blazing red like burning steel. The virus liquid was pumped out, igniting each blood vessel along the main blood vessels. The blood mixed with the liquid was like the fuel pumped out of the engine. Power circulates rapidly throughout the body along with the blood. The flames burned, from the blood vessels to the organs, from the organs to the flesh, and finally burned through the spine section by section, penetrated the skull, and penetrated the limbs. The number of red hearts indicating his blood volume was also increasing. When he looked like a burnt gold statue, his blood volume finally reached the peak of this enhancement, 50 red hearts. Blood volume, 230/200. Magic power, 5. Defense, 30 plus 20, platinum armor plus 5 plus 6 plus 5 suit bonus plus 4. Attack, 30 plus 15, platinum broadsword plus 15. The imaginary explosion did not appear. The heat continued for a period of time and then slowly subsided in accordance with his will. It's done, boss, it's done. Yang Ming was very excited. The data on the armor's solidification gain has not been shown yet. The virus modification has taken effect first. Now he can wear Mk42 with his bare hands. With this melt ability, he can tear apart a main battle tank with his bare hands. Serge and Chen Haoran were even more excited because the boss actually succeeded using the original solution directly. If Dr. Maya knew, he would be so embarrassed that he would swallow feces and commit suicide. She has been researching for 13 years, but there is no way to ensure safety during cyclic injection. Even after the modification is completed, there is a danger of overclocking at any time. As a result, Yang Ming succeeded without using any auxiliary equipment. "Boss, do you want to inject fire resistance factor into it?" Yang Ming refused. "It's not the time yet." He originally thought that as long as he applied the fire resistance factor, he would have Chen Haoran's ability to control fire, but that was because he couldn't remember the plot. Only after he saw with his own eyes that Serge's addiction and overclocking were cured did he understand that the fire resistance factor was just the backlash of the immune receptor being modified unsatisfactorily by the extremis virus. Serge is qualified because of the immunity provided by the fire resistance factor, so he has the opportunity to continue to inject the virus and become stronger. Others don't have Yang Ming's ability to repeatedly seek death to increase his limit. For an ordinary person like him who has no ability to control fire, this fire resistance factor not only makes him immune to a certain degree of fire damage, but also limits his growth limit. Although the ultimate transformation has been completed, as long as you continue to ingest the original liquid, you will be like a desperate warrior overclocking, and you will have to face self-destruction. The virus is always enhancing its receptors, and overclocking means that the frequency of virus enhancement exceeds what the body can bear. This is the same reason as the initial failure of the transformation, and the body cannot keep up. This is Yang Ming's growth opportunity, but he estimates that there is not much room for improvement. Of the 14 small injections they had, 6 were left, and the 2 large ones were still there. In Yang Mingji's plot, the man who blew up the Chinese Grand Theatre simply used his big mouth to take a deep breath, and then exploded. After asking Serge, I found out that the big sprayer was designed to prevent the injection from looking too like a drug addict. One big one is as much as the sum of 7 small ones. Now he has a total of 1200 times 6 plus 1200 times 14 units of original solution in his hand. This is the normal algorithm of Kilian and his colleagues, because Kilian, who knew that 600 units were enough to kill, had not seen the method of attacking 1200 units at a time. Yang Ming confirmed that the thing was available, and then he and Serge gave Chen Haoran acupuncture. It was not 1 acupuncture, but 3 acupuncture. 6 consecutive small injections entered Chen Haoran's body, making him now like a living fire god burning both inside and outside. The ground beneath my feet was transformed into magma by nearly 10,000 degree flames. The oxygen seemed to be exhausted, and the heat wave made the entire space appear distorted. Even if Yang Ming and Serge were far away, their clothes were ignited. Even the heat of the virus in their bodies swayed with each other, burning them both like 2 golden statues. Yang Ming looked at Chen Haoran, whose surrounding flames had turned golden, and thought of the flame giant Surtur in his mind. Although he didn't look so powerful, Yang Ming was still full of a sense of accomplishment. He really personally changed the fate of a plot character and made him stronger. At least on the current Earth, there is no one who can compete with him in playing with fire. The one who seems to have similar attack modes is Captain Marvel. Of course, it is unknown who is stronger and who is weaker. The crazy release of flames lasted for less than a minute. The heat wave obscured the sight and began to collapse inward. The suction of the black hole sucked back all the surrounding heat. What did you create with your own hands? A golden secret door opened, an ancient one came again. If you think that time is the magic weapon of the supreme mage, and space is the plaything in the hand, the Vulcan who is still raging when the mirror space is opened disappears instantly. After waiting for a while, Gu Yi came back. Where is our Haoran? Yang Ming quit. How much effort did you put in? At the risk of changing the plot, he created such a powerful subordinate and let Gu Yumi kill him? Sent to Muspelheim. The earth is not suitable for him to live, and he can't control his abilities. We made an agreement with him that he will be sent back after he can control his abilities. He doesn't accept this statement. Who knows when he can come back? Besides, after spending so much effort to deceive a lame person, will he still be willing to come back if he really stays in Muspelheim for a while? For the first time, Guyi understood his feelings. I will come back, I can see it. Just like that, after Guyi left, Serge and Yang Ming each used a respirator and began to inhale the virus spray. Because Serge saw with his own eyes how powerful Chen Haoran was, he blindly thought that he had everything he should have, and he would eventually grow so powerful that he would be worthy of being by the boss's side. Didn't you see that the Supreme Mage was all busy around the boss? Yang Ming is holding his breath. As a cube player, his favorite thing is creation. Chen Haoran, his best work so far, is just gone? When the virus spray was inhaled into his body, his entire upper body became transparent, and the golden flame inside seemed to be ready to come out at any time. He did not expect that he would overclock as he breathed in it. Cell, run. Put the respirator back into your backpack and quickly pile up objects around you to cover yourself. Boom. Chapter 36 Captain America's New Outfit. The deserted shop behind the blue separation wall of the flea market is isolated from the other side of the world by the crowds of people. The windows are still bright and clean, and it is still lonely and quiet. Taste and smell, a corner of the world of mortals, impermanent warmth and coldness, and the tranquility of youth. Since Chen Haoran was sent away, Yang Ming has been living like a resentful person. He has no interest in anything, like a child who has lost his beloved toy. After overclocking 4 times in a row, the blood volume only increased by 100, and a can of virus stock spray was also used up. In order to prevent the bond between different dimensions from deepening, Fatty Wong was sent to guard him to prevent him from continuing to commit suicide. So everything seemed to be back on track. The store opened again, and there was a fat figure in the store. As for the flat-headed brother Serge, Yang Ming really didn't know what to say about this veteran. Yang Ming overclocked that day, and Serge ran so fast that he didn't even come. Feeling scared, he subconsciously took a sip of the original solution spray and was blown away. With only his torso left in the explosion, Serge quickly grew all his limbs. At the same time, he truly achieved the ultimate transformation and awakened his ability, overclocking release. It can be released up and down, front and back, which is similar to the mouth-spraying flames shown by Killian in the movie, but he is much more powerful than Killian because he can not only spray with his mouth. Speaking of Serge's disappearance, I don't know if no one really cared about it or something else. Even if he tentatively returned to his original life and cleaned up his personal hygiene and stopped showing off as a homeless man, no one cared or asked. The only difference is that this morning Serge came to tell Yang Ming that the fire-breathing baby was looking for him. Not only did he give him 2 black suits, but he also gave him a job. Is being a follower considered a job? Boss, if you're not happy, I won't go. Anyway, I'm not addicted anymore, so I'm not afraid of them taking control. Yang Ming glanced at the calendar and knew that the plot was about to begin. He stretched out his hand and drew out 3 gold bricks that were bigger than his feet. You call me a boss and I'm a month old. You can hold these little things and squeeze them pocket. No, I'm fine. Serge Max has never seen such a big gold brick in his life. In other words, the most gold objects he has ever seen in his life are in this store. Take it if it's given to you. If you're a big deal, you have to show off. Okay. If Severin comes to find you, go ahead. Just remember the same thing. Just be careful and don't really sell your life to him. The 2 of them finished chatting with Serge and left. Nick Fury, who was working hard on both front and back, came. Are you a little too idle? Do you need me to find something for you to do? If you don't apply for a card, don't work out, don't buy funds or stocks, don't buy a house or a car, you don't need it. Then buy insurance. Forward. Nick Fury smiled greasily. and then began to stir up emotion, buy an insurance policy for the people on Earth. WK. What do you want to do when you speak human language? Seeing that Yang Ming was really numb, he said, Steve and the others have been executing a lot of tasks recently. For multitasking, I think their protective aspects should be increased. Isn't bronze armor bad? Knocking on his belly, Nick Fury moved his body again. Your armor lacks flexibility and is very unsuitable for Steve and the others. No, my armor is not some high-tech new combat uniform. I can't make it that soft. Yang Ming refused simply, because in his concept, Captain America did not need armor. Yang Ming wanted to make him a hammer first and let him try it out. Think of a way, you must have a way. I do have a way, but it can only resist the attack of assault rifles. It is a consumable item. When Lu Dan asked, he saw a pattern on the wall calendar and got an idea. It would be great if there is a way. What about the price? It's not expensive, a set of $500. After speaking, Yang Ming turned around and shouted, Old Wang, where did you buy the pumpkin you made yesterday? He made an appointment with Braised Egg to deliver 100 sets in 3 days, but the delivery was still too slow. He could only raise the price to reason, $1,000 a piece, $1,000 a life. Do you think it's appropriate? Yang Ming, who needed to prepare materials, and Lao Wang came to a pumpkin planting base in North Africa. Yang Ming was quite satisfied when he saw all the big pumpkins that were bigger than the wheels of a large truck. Lao Wang also walked up to the Asian person in charge of the planting base to chat. When I heard that they were here to deal with unsaleable pumpkins, the person in charge, who looked in his 30s, was as happy as a kid weighing more than 300 pounds, and introduced himself with great enthusiasm. My name is Cheng Wei. My grandfather is also a mage. Unfortunately, my father and I don't have the talent to become mages. This is also my first year as a plantation. The pumpkins I prepared for Halloween are only now ripe. Since we are all our own people, I won't hide it anymore. I'll trouble Lao Wang to calculate the money with you. I'll receive the goods first. She wasn't interested in listening to him. Yang Ming didn't have the energy to do anything right now. He just wanted to put the big pumpkin into his backpack and go back. The platinum pickaxe was rounded and chopped, and pieces of pumpkins flew to his side and disappeared without a trace. He covered a mere 300 acres of plantation in less than half a day. As an ordinary person, Cheng Wei and his black wife were dumbfounded. He could not wait to look through the mage notes left by his grandfather. It seemed that he had never seen such a record in it. After returning home, Yang Ming immediately made armor. It was the softest, best energy-absorbing, and simplest-looking armor he could imagine besides the cactus. It is an armor that has been rated as 7 stars for practicality and 3 stars for collection. It can completely crush weird equipment like the cactus suit. The only problem with this armor is that it doesn't look impressive enough with the yellow armor, but that's not a problem. The silk made by the loom can just cover the deck. In this way, pieces of armor that provide head, chest, legs plus 2, 3, 2 for a total of 7 points of defense, and a suit bonus of plus 10% damage are wrapped in silk. This thing looks very crude, but the only magical thing about it is the adaptability given by the game system. No matter what your physique is, as long as you dare to wear it, it will fit you. Moreover, the silk itself, which is navy blue and green with light reflection, looks very high-end. After 3 busy days, Lu Dan took away the armor, and Yang Ming finally survived another 3 boring days. Just when he was about to continue sitting behind the counter and watching Downton Abbey to pass the time, Tony Stark, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, actually came to the door in person. Christmas is just 2 days away. I think someone seems to be quite lonely. Is this uncle your father? Your dad? What are you doing here? This is an employee of my store. How dare you take care of your employees in this store? Tony Stark originally wanted to tactfully invite Yang Ming, a lonely little fan, to his home for a gathering. Of course, it was mainly to show off his achievements. As soon as I mentioned this TV set, it was hijacked again. Chapter 37, Kill the Plot. You are quite a good person. So what? On the occupied TV, Mandarin preached a manifesto of terrorism. His sudden words made Tony feel uncomfortable. But he took out a notebook as if he had made a decision with great effort, the kind of notebooks sold in Costco. So I'm going to help you. This is some information about Mandarin that a friend of mine has. Yes, Yang Ming has decided to participate in the plot, although it seems that he has nothing to do with it. Mandarin has nothing to do with me, that is a problem of Congress. Tony felt confused, but for your sake, I can help your friend pass this thing to the person who needs it. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, just take it. Having decided to go to Tony's house for dinner tomorrow, he went to make an appointment with War Machine. The two made an appointment for lunch, and Roddy seemed mysterious and wanted to tell him something. Tomorrow? I'm working hard to prevent your home from being blown up tomorrow. I hope you won't be in such a mess after your technology has advanced so much. Yang Ming also got up and went straight to Maya Hansen's laboratory that Serge told him. He really didn't participate in the plot rashly, he actually had his own reasons. What is Iron Man 3 about? After the war in New York, Tony fell into a traumatic stress disorder and built MK-42 to defeat the bad guys and regain his confidence. The specific plot is that he had a one-night stand with Maya Hansen and let Killian go. Killian, who was invested by AIM, collaborated with Maya on the desperate virus. 12 years later, overclocking explosions of addicts began to appear everywhere. In order to deliberately create a false impression, Killian asked an actor to play Mandarin and said it was a terrorist attack. While Killian seeks revenge from Tony, his main mission is to kill the president and make the vice president, whose daughter has a leg problem, be his political puppet. What has Yang Ming done so far? Because he was bothered endlessly, he had a fight with Tony, gave him some inspiration, and helped him get rid of his anxiety. MK-42 had appeared in advance. Obtained Killian's terminal virus, completed the ultimate transformation, and sent spies to Killian's men. The detailed information about Mandarin obtained from the flathead brother Serge Max has been brought by Tony. When he and Rhodey are chatting, he will definitely take it out to Rhodey if he mentions it. Killian's main mission has been ruined by Yang Ming. He had known beforehand the plans of AIM, the supervillain organization suspected of cooperating with Hydra, behind Killian, and changed the fate of Chen Haoran, who had a fire resistance factor in advance. Only Killian, who seeks revenge from Tony, and Maya Hansen, who is obsessed with perfecting the extremis virus, are left to approach Tony to ask about the equation. So strictly speaking, the plot is meaningless before it begins. Since it is useless to the growth of Iron Man, it will not hinder the subsequent plot. Why focus on Maya Hansen? Not because of her beauty, but because he thinks this woman is a good person. Yes, good man. Although she was close to Tony and sold small peppers to Killian, which seemed like she had done nothing good, she still used her conscience to resist Killian at the last moment of her life. Before traveling through time, I saw the truth about Maya Hansen at Station B before she was killed. She threatened her own life to attract attention, but actually used the extremis virus to catalyze a flower in an attempt to attack Killian. After being discovered and shot by Killian, Killian placed the catalytic flower next to the host. If Maya did not delete the data would be uploaded to the internet. If the host was bombed, the chance to destroy the data would be lost. Knowing that she would die if she deleted the extremis virus data, she still did it. In the end, she prayed to Iron Man to destroy it all and stop them from harming others, and then she was blown up to death. So Yang Ming wanted to recruit a scientist for braised egg, and asked Maya Hansen to help him study the potential for liquid enhancement. Not long after flying, the UFO hovered invisible on a small white building, monitoring the conditions of the people inside from God's perspective. He just suffered the disadvantage of not having sources of information and secret agents, so he let Serge Max infiltrate Killian's staff, just to stop being blind. In fact, this is also true. When watching a movie, most of the scene changes do not include place names and locations. In addition, he had not paid attention to it and now has forgotten it. If Serge hadn't delivered the message, everything would have been in vain. Without Serge, the note he gave Tony could only read, "Then Mandarin is an actor, and the man behind it is the cripple you used to let go of the doves. He wants to kill the president." It must be all a summary that means nothing about real action. It was different now. Under the cover of a Quinjet fighter jet, the Shield ground armed forces rushed in and turned those desperate warriors into a hornet's nest. And the attacking troops who knew the details of the desperate warriors used copper daggers to decapitate and smash the hearts of every fallen enemy. Yang Ming followed in secret. These people who wear pumpkin armor and use copper daggers are the real elites of Ludan, and Yang Ming is here to protect them. The sudden attack left the guards at a loss. Ordinary militants were easily killed. The few desperate warriors who could ignore firearms were also defeated by shield agents wearing pumpkin armor and holding copper daggers. If it is a metal armor, it will definitely conduct heat, but the pumpkin armor is different. The surface is completely dried, which increases the defense. Although they are consumables, these armors are really good. Fortunately, you insist on using this. The choice depends on your experimental results. Luo Dan was very excited while watching the video of Lu Dan lying in the UFO. It turns out that the cactus armor is too watery and will lose its resistance after being roasted by the virus at high temperatures. Pumpkin armor is better. But you are such a genius. How did you make a pumpkin into armor? Don't talk nonsense, it's useless. Even 100 years given to your people will be in vain. This is the technology of the 39th century. He fooled Lu Dan, I told you not to use high-end combat power. There are no important people in this base now, and the information is complete. Luo Dan inserted a video source into the video call and saw Carlson and May park Maya Hansen's car on the way to Tony's house, taking control of the soul of the desperate virus. Killian is looking at Pepper's brain right now. Do you want to take him down yourself? He's not worthy yet. He can be used as a training ground for Serge. I won't participate in the arrest of addicts scattered all over the place. Afraid that the braised eggs would not be taken to his heart, he also told him, stop staring at me all the time. Be careful when arresting Mandarin at night. Although he is an actor, the Ten Rings gang is really paying attention to him. There is no chance of him being around. An unexpected master. Okay. See you tonight. See you tonight. The call was hung up and the laboratory was completely captured. There were no casualties among these agents. Chapter 38, Taking Over the Old Nest. What happened here was that Yang Ming flew to Stark Industries and saw Serge and Severn leaving with Killian. He did not show up but followed Killian and the others away. He came here for no other reason than to confirm whether the story followed the original plot. The attack laboratory had blocked all signals there before, so Killian probably didn't know anything. Killian really didn't know anything, and he didn't even know that Serge Max, who was following him, had leaked his list of addicts. The result is that Luo Dan's secret minions are hunting down addicts. In order to prevent Hydra from knowing about it, the cooling agents used to capture addicts were researched by Gemma Simmons in Carlson's team. Although he is not willing to be a tool to follow the plot, Luodan also knows to try not to add variables to the Avengers. This incident was kept secret from Hawkeye and Captain America from beginning to end, which was also Yang Ming's request. After confirming Killian's movements, Yang Ming went to the address given by Serge to see the arrests of the agents one by one. After walking around, more than 50 addicts were all arrested. Now, except for the dozen extremist warriors who are still in Killian's base camp, all the extremist transformation receptors who appeared in the plot of Iron Man 3 have been captured. Among agents of SHIELD, the centipede serum is also a product of merging multiple serums and viruses, so the desperate transformation receptors currently on the market are indeed invincible. Guided by Liu Dan, Yang Ming found the headquarters of the entire arrest operation, a large transport plane flying in the sky, but found that there were actually 2 military transport planes accompanying it. "Call Nick Fury, are you planning to expose me to the military? It was you who revealed the information to the military yourself. I disclosed it to the military to give them a vaccination. Aren't you the ones taking the lead in taking real action?" Yang Ming couldn't understand the idea of braised eggs. Isn't Carlson a secret team? How to get them to contact the military? This is not asking you to help me lead the team. As the highest-end combat force in this operation, you just need to hold the line. Yang Ming could barely accept this statement, but he always felt that there was an uncontrollable smile on Liu Dan's face. In the end, Yang Ming did not get on the plane. Instead, he used braised eggs to let the controlled Jack Taggart lead the fire-breathing baby Severin to meet at the Chinese Grand Theatre. There are not many strong combat forces around Killian, so taking away Severin is the signal to finally close the net. At night, at the Chinese Grand Theatre, Seven, carrying a suitcase and wearing a suit, came to the arrest scene that had been completely arranged. Every visitor present was a pumpkin agent pretending to be a police officer. Even Yang Ming ended up personally because he discovered that Happy, a melon, had somehow gotten into the ambush, and the plot correction was too strong. How did he, a non-professional with a boxing background, get into a circle full of pumpkin agents? In the original plot, he saw Severin when Killian met Pepper Potts at Stark Industries, and happened to see Severin handing Jack Taggart a box of extremis virus preparations. He stole the medicine and provoked Severin and was thrown out. Taggart overclocked him and injured him because he absorbed too much dose. Now that the plot is gone, Happy actually appears here again? The controlled Jack Taggart was resisting the large amount of coolant in his body, and his ugly face could tell that something was wrong. The ambush laid by these pumpkin agents is full of loopholes. I don't even plan to take action personally, Killian, so I have to deal with such a shrimp myself? It really doesn't fit in with my image as the boss behind the scenes. Yang Ming shouted before the ambush was exposed, "Seven, run!" Even though he pretended to be a deadbeat, Severin, who was already very suspicious, saw something was wrong and ran away without even thinking about it. Just as he was running on the main street in front of the Grand Theatre, he saw an Asian man who called him to run away. Just when he was wondering that he didn't recognize this person, 2 sword lights flashed across the night. Plop! Seven's body fell to the ground in 2 parts, and his body was cut in half from the neck to the crotch. The virus was still trying to repair itself, but it was doomed to be in vain. The coolant has little effect on the extremis warrior who has completed the ultimate evolution. Tell Carlson to be careful when attacking the manor. After saying a few words to the agents who were chasing him, he picked up the box on the ground and disappeared in front of them. Some of those people knew Yang Ming, but no one had ever thought that he, a scientist, could actually go out in the field. On the contrary, they were not surprised that he was invisible. After all, his title also includes the achievement of being the leader of new invisible materials. After chopping off Sai Wen with his own hands, Yang Ming felt more at ease. He looked calm on the surface, but in fact he was panicking inside. Just like changing Chen Haoran's fate with his own hands, now that the plot of Iron Man 3 is forcibly ended, the biggest fear is that there will be an accident. Yang Ming left, but something happened right after he left. Jack Taggart, an addict who was out of supervision because all the agents were attracted, forced the extremis virus to escape. The blue and red colors on his body were intertwined with each other, but he attracted Happy, who was destined to be doomed. This Guapi clearly saw someone killing someone on the street, but he was still attracted by the addict in front of him. A large amount of coolant was injected into Taggart's body, and the extremis virus was pressed against his heart. As he struggled to break free, a large amount of blue light and red light that was visible through his clothes emitted from his body. Seeing this situation, Happy actually dared to move closer. What are you? Boom! Addict Jack Taggart exploded. A dozen desperate warriors got out of the 3 cars that had just stopped in front of the manor, and Killian returned home under the protection of the crowd. Sal, is Severin back? Facing the red light that shines through the body from time to time surge, Killian asked casually, but without thinking. An attack without warning was launched. Plop, pop. 7 or 8 of the dozen or so desperate warriors who followed him had their heads shattered. And the rest were either shot through their bodies or had their arms broken. Kuong, 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 kuong. The body fell to the ground, and then heavy gunshots were heard in the distance. 222 Tuesday. An attack plane suddenly appeared over the manor. Its 6-barreled rotor cannon fired at the pile of corpses in front of the door. Those desperate soldiers who were knocked down by anti-equipment sniper rifles were bombarded into minced meat by the cannon. Killian disappeared. Before the sniper rifle was fired, the perception highly developed by the extremis virus stimulated Killian's nerves, and he ran away at the first sign of the attack. There are only 3 people who can really escape the attack range: Killian, Serge, and Killian's female warrior Ellen Brandt. The cannon bombing was over, and the pumpkin agents were dispatched. Chapter 39, Put Out Fire or Kill People. Ellen Brandt is the scar-faced woman whom Tony met when his home was bombed in the original plot and was sent to Tennessee by the Armor to find the true image. Brandt and Severin were looking for evidence implicating other extremis virus fighters. They met Tony and tried to kill him, but were killed instead. During the attack, he followed Killian and was not sent out. He almost didn't get hit by his reflexes. Killian's ability in critical moments was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There was military support outside the well-arranged encirclement. But Killian and the 2 of them actually rushed out alive. The agents wore pumpkin armor given to them by Yang Ming, which could withstand the high temperatures of addicts and ordinary desperate warriors for a while. Facing Killian, who can tear MK42 apart with his hands, the pumpkin armor is really just a pumpkin. With a casual blow, the temperature reaches thousands of degrees, and the pumpkin is dried instantly. After the plastic energy absorption is completed, it is considered good that the agent who fell out will not die. There were too few agents outside the wall, not enough for Killian to fight alone, and they were easily penetrated. The performance of the troops was even weaker. The brain and body deeply modified by the virus can almost dodge bullets, and the strength and heat are not something ordinary soldiers can resist. 3 blazing red figures broke through the 2 layers of defense and disappeared into the dense forest of the night. Although they were fully prepared, they failed to retain the person, leaving only a mess at the scene. Killian was very angry. He didn't know what happened. Why was he attacked? I just met Pepper, and before I even started to take revenge on Stark, why was he sent to his lair? Hurry to the laboratory, find a car, find a phone, notify. Don't bother. Serge Max interrupted him, it's over, you have nothing left. It's you. Killian was so angry that he almost overclocked. Who are you working for? How dare you betray me? Are you afraid that overclocking will make you unable to control it? Overclocking? It's just a way for you to control addicts like us. Serge's sneer erupted with a violent red light, and his clothes were burned instantly. The scorching light seemed to reflect all his skin, and his lava-like muscles and bones were clearly visible. How can it be? Seeing that Serge had exploded with an intensity that was close to his but didn't explode, he was no longer surprised. He was actually a little speechless. Serge was immersed in the satisfaction brought to him by Killian's unexpected and uneasy performance. My boss wants to see you, will you follow me, or should I go with your head? Arrogant. Brandt took action angrily, his face distorted by the scars caused by someone else's failed experiment. Empty a magazine at Serge and punch him in the chest. The high-temperature fist sliced through the air, causing waves of distortion. Serge and Brandt were both disabled soldiers, and both had their strength and reaction speed enhanced by the virus. How could they be punched in the chest? But Serge just stood there without dodging, and when the red fist came, he caught him. The high temperature coming out of his hand was far stronger than Brandt's, and the difference could be seen in the color. Like molten steel, a more deadly high temperature emerged, crushing the fist, and then raised his hand to smash her head with a punch. Vulnerable. The broken corpse fell to the ground, with the virus still stirring in the body. Serge stepped on the corpse's chest. Killian. You tricked me into participating in your experiment, but you deliberately made me addicted, just to control me like Jay and blow myself up to achieve your goal. Serge Max shouted angrily, as if complaining about the pain and fear he had suffered, and rushed towards Killian while screaming. Killian also entered the state in an instant, and a huge amount of heat also burst out from the inside out. His clothes were ignited, and the nearby weeds and trees were affected. The burning started from the two of them and spread. The two people struggled together in the flames. You punched me and kicked me, causing huge damage to each other. You tried your best to kill your opponent with your wild instincts, but they were evenly matched for a while. Yang Ming couldn't stand it anymore. In order to prove himself to him, or to avenge himself for being deceived and tortured, Serge will personally kill Killian with the desperate virus given by Killian. Yang Ming agreed. But the fight between the two caused a forest fire, so that wouldn't work. No matter what happens, you must have a basic sense of social responsibility, right? Yang Ming ignored the two fighting men. Instead, he cut a fire separation strip downwind and used reverse lighting to prevent the fire from spreading. Surround again, he cut a fire zone around the burning fire, and then walked through the flames into the battlefield between the two. When I came in, I saw a man with 9 dragons tattooed on his back, pushing the other one to the ground and beating him. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it, Serge. Having just controlled the forest fire, he spoke very seriously, which made the two people fighting realize that someone was coming. Killian didn't recognize Yang Ming, who was dressed gorgeously. He was obviously not a helper. He punched Serge a few more times, so hard that his skull and spine were fractured and he couldn't get up for a while. Are you the person behind him? Right. Before he finished speaking, he rushed over and struck Killian with an axe, who was also rushing towards him. Killian was so confident that he actually grabbed the axe handle with his hand, but he obviously misjudged Yang Ming's strength. Poof! With an axe and a shoulder strap, Killian was cut into 2 pieces and sent flying. Bah, who gave me the confidence? However, Killian did have the capital to be confident. The axe handles he had come into contact with had been burned to coke. Seeing a platinum axe being destroyed, he also had a high health bar. Aldrezi Killian. Species, I am desperate man. Life, 140/240. He is 60 points lower than Yang Ming, who has grown up because of his death, and higher than ordinary Asgardians. And even the species has changed? Because the attack and defense are only visible because the health bar is bright, but even if it does not need to be digitized, this thing will at least have nearly a ton of power output when fully exploded. Coupled with his high temperature characteristics and recovery power, it is simply abnormal. Sure enough, when he rushed back, his arms had grown back, and he punched Yang Ming in the chest. The scorching fist was like a gas-gutting flame, with a force that made the metal burn and melt. Yang Ming's platinum breastplate would not be punched through like the Mk42, but there was no need to force it. Not only did he avoid the attack by flapping his wings, he turned around and hit him twice with the staff and platinum broadsword that he quickly switched out. The first time the platinum staff hit someone after it was made, the magic energy blew half of Killian's arm away. The platinum broadsword slashed vertically and cut off the other arm. Then he folded his wings, fell quickly, and threw the staff as a spear, piercing Killian's body. At the same time, he held the sword in both hands and launched another overwhelming move from top to bottom. Split Killian in half from head to toe. You think in the movie, I saw you grow your arms and then fight me? Chapter 40 Strategizing Stark. The body that was split into 2 pieces was still twitching nervously due to the activity of the virus, and the broken parts of the body were still trying to grow. There is also energy driving the flesh and blood to climb along the platinum staff inserted into the corpse, burning the staff until white smoke comes out. This prompted Yang Ming to take out his staff. The corpse finally lost its activity, but the staff changed. The original staff was similar to Gandalf's staff in The Lord of the Rings. The staff was made of platinum and was 1.8 meters tall, with a palm-sized synthetic diamond at the top that was crystal clear. The 23 damage staff is slow and consumes high magic power. With its magic power and recovery speed, it is powerful to use once. It takes more than 20 seconds to use it twice. But it was different after it was pulled out from the corpse. I originally thought that the upper end was stained with blood, but when I looked carefully, the entire front section, including the diamonds, had a burnt color that was about to melt, and there were burn marks where blood veins had climbed over it. The most important thing is that the data has changed. Desperate Fire Diamond. Type: Magic Weapon. Damage: 23 plus 30 Magic Fire, 30. Knockback: 0. Piercing damage without knockback, 5.5. Magic power, 0, 8. Critical hit rate, 14%, 10%. Usage interval, 1, 25. Rate of fire, 9.5. This change is so big that I can't even recognize it. It has plus 30 piercing fire damage, 0 magic power consumption, critical hit rate has increased. The use interval has become 1 second, but the rate of fire is still 9.5 seconds per 100 meters. This is equivalent to Yang Ming having an extra bazooka with a VSS rate of fire and unlimited bullets. The damage can penetrate a main battle tank, while Barrett only does 10 points of damage. I have to practice my prediction in the future. I didn't expect that the biggest gain from this trip is the magic staff. You can do some good things. He kicked the corpse and muttered, but suddenly remembered the plot in the TV series and wanted to dig out his eyes to see. When the platinum gauntlet was inserted into the eye socket, the eyeball was broken. He turned over to the other half and continued to buckle it, but it turned out to be 2 bloody holes. It's not being monitored. Serge Max recovered from his injuries. Did you chop him up? Of course. Is it possible that we would fight each other physically like you? Throw him some clothes, get on the UFO and then retreat. I met Tony and Roddy waiting outside the store. Why are you not answering the phone? Where are you going this afternoon? What are you here for? Is Tony here to thank him for getting rid of Killian? Not like him as a person? The next sentence exposed his ignorance. We have looked at the information you asked me to bring to Roddy. I think this matter is serious and must be stopped. Serge looked at Tony, who was talking eloquently as if he had seen a ghost, and asked Yang Ming for help. Boss, is he talking about what happened just now? Should be. Tony and Roddy still didn't understand what it meant. Roddy asked seriously, does your friend also know about it? Because this matter involves confidentiality and needs to be kept secret. Now Serge was sure, and said with an expression of disgust, if you are referring to Mandarin, I provided the information. I'm really sorry. Roddy looked at Serge with apologies and admiration, because he knew how difficult it would be to break into an enemy criminal group and obtain such detailed information. The crew cut in front of him was really admirable. Well, since we are all insiders, we have to talk now. Tony began to make arrangements with a strategizing look. First of all, should the temporary covert operations team have a base where they can drink unlimited bottled water? Yang Ming called Lu Dan directly, who from the military found him. Coulson? You didn't conflict with them, did you? No. Yang Ming understood and hung up the phone. When he looked at Tony again, he really wanted to laugh. At this time, Tony also received a call from the medical center. Happy was injured? Is it a terrorist attack? Tony was anxious. He raised his hand and multiple armor modules flew in succession from a distance. It took him less than half a minute to finish changing armors. I have to go see Happy. Our seminar will be postponed a little. After he disappeared, Serge asked weakly, "Is this okay, boss?" "It's okay, he will know, Roddy, let's go to the second floor and wait for him to come back." A few people sat down on the second floor. Serge served some dried fruit refreshments and was about to talk about something when Tony came in directly from the window on the second floor. "You did it." Tony looked at Yang Ming as if he had eaten Xiang. This expression was very similar to Serge's just now. "I expected you to do it at first, but your efficiency was too low, so I just helped kill them." Yang Ming thinks this bee is pretty good at pretending. Roddy looked at the conversation between the two and seemed to understand something. "You mean you have captured this Mandarin?" "Of course, my boss sent me a few days ago." The second time Yang Buxier was so excited that he gave Yang Ming a good blow. But Yang Ming, who is the best Yang Chui in the world, feels that the description is not vivid enough, and it would be better to add more side descriptions. Finally, when Serge said that Yang Ming personally saved him when Killian was knocked down and killed Killian with a knife, Yang Ming sighed, "You really still need to practice." Roddy didn't feel embarrassed at all but rather blamed himself. He was more filled with admiration. "I was the one who hesitated. I should have given the information to Congress directly, so as not to put you two at risk. Please Roddy." Tony knew Roddy, he didn't want to continue to be embarrassed here, and he didn't want Roddy to take it seriously. Wang, who didn't know when he came back, turned on the TV. What was playing was news about wiping out the Ten Rings gang and capturing Mandarin. "You know, if you have time, you can go to my house for dinner tomorrow, but I see that you also have your own friends." "Of course, you are welcome to bring your friends." Tony Stark has never been so embarrassed. He pulled Roddy away, and a burst of cautious laughter erupted from upstairs. "Strategic Stark." The days became calm again, and after a few days, Wang, who had been watching over him, decided to leave because he really didn't seem to have any intention of committing suicide. "No, Lao Wang, don't we get along well together?" Lao Wang was a fat man who was slow in speech but quick in action. He said nothing and left carrying his cloth parcel. "Boss, what are you going to do by sending him away?" Serge Max, who was originally only tied for second place with Chen Haoran, has obviously made great progress. There is a tendency to completely get rid of Chen Haoran and occupy the second place alone. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Serge's understanding of the holy intent. "I plan to lead you to experience the power of the 10 Commandments." The 10 Commandments. Serge Max was indeed motivated. He understood what Yang Ming meant. Wasn't Mandarin from the 10 Commandments gang arrested? That's fake. Then do you know where it really is? Serge Michaels, a retired veteran in his 30s, can call Yang Ming, who is always 18 years old, a boss, and he can naturally pretend to be an ignorant girl. "I don't know, but I know what he looks like. I would definitely recognize him if I could see him." Chapter 41 The Baron appears again. Do we have a direction we are looking for? Where to find this is a question. Yang Ming remembers that in the MCU short film Long Live the King, the fake Mandarin was visited by the real Mandarin's men. But that was 2014, and it's not yet New Year's Day of 2013, which means it will take another year to follow the plot. Isn't this nonsense? As for the visitor, not to mention that he couldn't remember his name at all, even if he tried to remember it, it would be in vain. It was a 100% fake identity. What he can be sure of about Mandarin is that his son's name is Shang-Chi, and he should look like Choi Liang Yu Mao. Yang Ming did not release any other details before traveling through time. How about we stop looking for it and celebrate New Year's Day? The second player, Serge Max, saw that his boss was really obsessed, and quickly changed the subject. "Boss, what weapon do you think I should use in this situation? This Cha-Cha fights well." The two returned to the underground base and put out a platinum set. In your case, it's actually best to use a hammer. It's thick enough and won't be easily melted by you. Also, do you know how to use yo-yos, boomerangs, and bows and arrows? Serge couldn't help but look bitter. How could he, an Apache pilot, use these? Do you really think American soldiers are all Rambos? Isn't it good to use a gun? Yang Ming smiled, stretched out his hand to twist his platinum bow, and aimed an arrow at the basketball stand more than 1,000 meters away. Whoosh! Boom! The main pillar of the basketball stand, which was thicker than the thigh, was directly shot out, and the basketball stand collapsed. Serge was confused. How could he not be confused? He couldn't see the data. Platinum bow. Attributes, physics. Type, remote. Ammunition used, arrows. Damage, 13 ranged. Knockback, 0, piercing damage has no knockback, critical hit rate, 4%. Usage time, 25 speed. Rate of fire, 6.6. What concept? The Barrett anti-material sniper rifle only has about 10 points of damage, and this bow has 13 points of penetration damage. The maximum bow speed can withstand 25 shots per minute. The rate of fire is 6.6, which means that it takes 6.6 seconds for an arrow to fly over a range of 2,000 meters. This bow can be used directly in his hands, but when it is given to Serge, he still needs to practice his accuracy. The key is that this is still a blank slate of damage. Yang Ming can also make a variety of arrows, but Serge has no intention of equipping him with them before he masters them. He left a hammer for him to practice with, but it didn't take long for him to break it, like the long-handled hammer used by the World of Warcraft paladin. Only then did I discover that the hammer handle of this very good-looking platinum hammer was plated with platinum and the inside was made of wood. Although Surge Max can emit a high temperature of nearly more than 4,000 degrees, the melting point of the platinum products made by Yang Ming has already reached 5,000 degrees Celsius, and he cannot melt them at all. But the wood inside the platinum hammer handle is still wood no matter how it is improved through the system. Platinum hammer. Hammer force, 59%. Type, tool. Damage, 10 melee. Knockback, 5.5, normal knockback power. Critical hit rate, 4%. Usage time, 27, normal speed. Tool speed, 21. Such a good weapon was destroyed. Serge stood there at a loss and was very frightened. I'm very disappointed in you. Upon hearing this, Serge was even more disappointed, but he didn't expect a critical attack. I thought you could broaden your horizons by following me, but why are your knowledge still so shallow? This is a pure platinum weapon. Serge's face turned even uglier. I have plenty. Before he finished speaking, more than 60 platinum hammers, more than 30 platinum bows, and more than 10 platinum armors were thrown out from the space. You boss, I am so poor that I only have money left. Serge felt relaxed now, and his heart was instantly filled with the happiness of fate's favor. He really felt that fate was so good to him, allowing him to meet someone who had lived for who knows how many years, could be resurrected infinitely, had a high status, and had endless wealth. The boss. As soon as Yang Ming saw this guy's expression, he knew that he was in the proper noun state again, so he simply put away the things on the ground and left the underground space, letting him figure it out on his own. Back in the store, Yang Ming continued to think about his upgraded staff. After the secret experiments in Anshen's life over the past few days, he had a clear understanding of the staff. The staff no longer fires energy bombs, but the extremis virus absorbed by the diamond. Each shot is a fire of extremis as thick as the mouth of a half-meter-long teacup. The temperature of this flame is extremely high, enough to penetrate a tank with a new composite structure. Even if the external bulletproof module does not work, it will be melted through, and then melted out from the other side. He tested this with the help of Luo Dan. Luo Dan was so envious that he almost snatched it away. Unfortunately, it has restrictions on its users, and they must be those who have been strengthened by desperate situations. The fly in the ointment is that this energy is not released indefinitely, but can be released continuously for up to 50 rounds, and then the desperate diamond must be allowed to recover. If he wants to speed up his recovery, he has to activate the virus and hold the extremist diamond in his hand, allowing the diamond to absorb his energy. Anyway, it's okay to take it out to play within his own store. Touching the desperate blood diamond with a temperature of 500 to 600 degrees, Yang Ming was distracted in his daily routine. Ding! His shop is actually open? When I looked up, I saw that it was an acquaintance. A German man dressed in black leather and wearing a monocle, Baron Strucker. Are you brave? Yang Ming picked up the staff and thrust it in front of the guy's face. The scorching heat made him uncomfortable, but he forcefully did not avoid it. The high temperature of 500 to 600 degrees was only a few feet away from Baron Strucker's face, and the skin on the Baron's face was blistered after a moment of burning. Yang Ming admired the opponent's character of standing up straight after being beaten, and took back his staff. Tell me, what are the regulations? Forgive me, it's easy for you to take my life. I'm here to get to know Yang Zi. Speaking Chinese, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. What's the solution? I will pay my respects. Clapping his hands, the person waiting at the door brought in a military green iron box, opened the buckle and revealed a box of tempered gold bricks. Yang Ming lost interest at first glance. What are you trying to do? I have nothing to ask for, I just hope you will be busy. Yang Ming didn't believe that he was here to explain Liangzi. Coupled with the changed Chinese language, his initial curiosity and expectation were suppressed. If you have nothing to do, just leave. I still have to do business. You guys are all pretending to be here. Who will come in to see the goods? Buying goods, I will buy goods. Check the price yourself, there is a bank account number on the counter. Yang Ming really didn't care who he sold it to. Anyway, it wouldn't be able to meet the system's anchor point standards without his own hands, and he wasn't afraid of evil gods projecting over him. The Baron was stunned when he saw it. He had long heard that the items in this store were expensive, but he didn't expect them to be so expensive. Do you dare to ask for $700,000 for a palace lantern? I was annoyed by his unseen look in his eyes. What's the current price of platinum? See for yourself what my lamp is made of and how much it weighs. It's not expensive for 3 layers of premium, right? Baron Strucker thought to himself, just wait until my experiment is successful. He asked people to pay and remove the lamp quickly, without mentioning issues such as delivery and warranty, and left quickly. At this time, the flap of the back wall was pushed open, and Serge, who had walked 5 kilometers up, asked, "Boss, you asked me to practice bowing, but you forgot to leave arrows for me." Chapter 42 Inspection of Bonanzana. When the underground palace was being built, it was true that the issue of other people's access was not considered, but you couldn't just build an elevator specifically for him, right? It would be nice to have stairs to walk on, but he should keep his legs on. If there is a shortage of arrows, make them. Go to the workbench and use 40 stones plus 40 wood to make 1000 wooden arrows. Then use 33 generation gel and 33 wood to make 99 torches. Then use 100 torches to upgrade a set of 1000 wooden arrows to 1000. Flaming arrow. Flaming arrow. Type, ammunition. Damage, 7 ranged. Rate of fire, 3.5. Apply debuff, on fire. Tip, slowly lose health points. Probability, 33.3%. Duration 3 seconds. 7 points of damage, even if you stab someone with it, no protective clothing can withstand it. Not to mention the combined damage of the flaming arrow and the platinum bow. Currently, no armored unit can withstand it. No matter the Mk42 or the reinforced concrete with a thickness of more than 10 meters, one arrow will still create a big hole. Although the arrows are good, the gel and wood are running out one after another. If you have money, you can get wood, but there is only one supply point for gel, shield. Only then did he realize that braised egg held him up high, and used these two substitutes to hang him up. He really planned to weld him to shield. It was the gentleman who bullied him, so Yang Ming blamed him for being lazy. Luodan has already studied his character thoroughly. If he needs these two things, he should leave them open for him to use. Anyway, besides taking them from here, he can only summon monsters to hunt them. But Guyi will not let him rely on the method of coming from another latitude to hunt. Luodan also knows that as long as he can produce these two substitutes stably, he will never make substitutions due to his fear of trouble. The first is trouble and the second is picking. And besides what he has been using, these two things can also be used in their own industries. One is a new type of clean energy, and the other is an emerging nanoscale adhesive. The use of these two patents has brought great benefits to S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, Luodan uses conspiracy. As long as he still wants to have this kind of stable and free supply, he can't watch Hydra destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. Taking a step back and following the original plot, relying on these two things as political legacy can also allow Yang Ming to take more care of Coulson and the others. After all, according to Luodan, Yang Ming, who can come back from the future to guard the timeline alone, is still a good person no matter how fucked he is. Why did the Baron come to the door? It must be because of what he has done in the past period of time. First, he has surrendered, and second, there is something coveted in him. According to Baron Strucker's character, he didn't hide away and thought that he actually came to the door on his own initiative, so there must be a trap waiting for him to get into. After thinking about all this, he had to hide. Obviously, if he continues to stay like this, he will only attract attention from all parties. It is even unknown what Professor Randolph has waiting for him behind his back. We have to get out of New York and Washington, the center of this problem. Jingji is restless. He plans to restart the Wakanda plan, but his equipment cannot even withstand his own high temperature due to the limitations of its material properties. The leaked vibranium products are not good either. Although the melting point after molding is as high as 6,000 degrees Celsius, not to mention Chen Haoran, Yang Ming, or Killian, even Surge is close to the limit temperature. If he could obtain vibranium ore and use Goldfinger's power to make equipment, he would probably be able to use it for people like them, who are high-temperature people. Now the Golden Leopard has gone to fight in the Middle East, and the Little Panther is still studying in the United States with the money his father earned from selling vibranium. What entry point is there for him to enter Wakanda? Just like what was written in those novels before time travel, capture the intruder Ulysses Crow and use it as a stepping stone? It feels unreliable. Let's not talk about whether Ulysses, the vibranium thief who is backed by the CIA, can be caught. Even if he is caught, how much profit can he get in exchange for it? I used to think that Professor Randolph was the overlord among the best, but compared to Wakanda, a hegemon among the best, it was still not good enough. For Wakanda, which has an isolation policy, there must be sufficient interests. His ability to make weapons is indeed amazing, but Wakanda's vibranium system also has its own style. Although he owns a platinum planet, Wakanda, which owns a vibranium mine, may not really notice it. Habitually using the splitting ability of the backpack to split a piece of platinum ore that is 100 meters in diameter and 3 meters thick from the huge platinum star into another grid, Yang Ming thought about countermeasures. The splitting ability is used to separate coins and various blocks in the game. For example, if you have 50 copper coins stacked in a grid, and you want to separate 2, just select 2, and you will get one of the 2 grids. There are 2 in 48. Using this function to decompose planets can be considered a very effective method. In fact, since the planet was put into his pocket, Guyi's attitude towards him has changed, because he now has the ability to destroy mankind. As long as this platinum planet is released into the Earth's orbit, a series of things that will happen next will not be enough to destroy the Earth, but the human civilization on the Earth will basically be over. Of course, it is impossible for him to do that, but this does not prevent him from making some throwing weapons for himself like sorting ore, such as iron ore with a diameter of 300 meters and a thickness of 1 meter, or nickel ore with a diameter of 2000 meters and a thickness of 5 meters. Although the cut things are quite big, compared to the platinum planet which looks like a potato and has a diameter of 252 kilometers, it is like peeling off dust from the surface of an asteroid. Anyway, with enough means of self-protection, Yang Ming is determined to go to Wakanda to visit. At worst, he will let the other party make a clear path when the time comes. Once again, he put everything in the store into the inconspicuous wooden box in the corner, and caught up with Serge, who was not halfway down the road carrying a large pile of arrows. "I'll give you two choices. One is to practice archery at the base, and the other is to follow me." "I will definitely follow you." The two of them got out of the river on UFO mounts and headed straight for East Africa. Yang Ming, who didn't know the way, used the globe method again, raised the height, and then rotated around the Earth like a globe, looking at the map to match the position. When they found it correctly, they saw that a large area of the desert was considered the territory of Wakanda. After further identification, the UFO landed directly in the sky above Bonanzana, the capital of Wakanda. The rolling yellow sand disappeared from the site all the way down, and the UFO disappeared through a thick layer of water-like masking material. Once you completely fall into the disguise, the scene you see will be completely different. There is actually an inlet hidden in this desert? And a group of high-rise buildings? Is this the world in Blade Runner? Yang Ming was really dissatisfied when Serge looked like he had never seen the world. Serge also felt the attitude of his boss and immediately restrained himself a lot, but he still couldn't help but glance around. Flying over the Warrior Falls, which is shaped like a rock in the Oribi Grand Canyon in South Africa, slipping past the high-rise buildings of unknown purpose, turning around the Royal Palace, Wakanda Design Group, and even planning to explore the ancient underground King's Chamber. After walking around in such a big circle, no one noticed him? Chapter 43, Deceiving Wakanda. Outsiders, what are you doing by breaking into Wakanda and staying for so long? Yang Ming, who was wondering whether to steal something, was surrounded by a group of aircraft. 15 minutes ago. The old King T'Chaka suddenly received a request from his daughter. "There is an intruder, and he has almost eluded all our screening methods." The king felt strange that there were still targets that they could not detect. This is the first time in history. Princess Shu Rui said to her father, "This spaceship is very strange, like the outside world's imagination of UFO." The virtual screen in the princess's hand is like a bat's sonic feedback, depicting a flying saucer-shaped aircraft hovering in the sky unscrupulously. Has the outside world been able to design this? Impossible. The transmission system of this spacecraft is completely inconsistent with the development direction of the outside world, and its stealth technology cannot even be achieved by us. The ability to lock it relies on the mastery of ripples through vibranium technology. Then Yang Ming was surrounded by vibranium spacecraft. "What is your purpose of coming to Earth, outsider?" Yang Mingle heard this. "It's showtime again. When I come to establish diplomatic relations with Earth, I naturally choose the strongest country on Earth." After simultaneous interpretation by Goldfinger, he spoke extremely fluent Wakanda. At the same time, he got off the flying saucer and appeared in front of everyone. "It turns out that Mr. Yang Ming, you are an alien. No wonder you have mastered so many cutting-edge technologies that are even incomprehensible. Your technological aspects and tonal orientation are completely different from those of the Earth." Yang Ming saw that this little girl was speaking on behalf of Wakanda. It seemed like she was some kind of princess, right? The most embarrassing thing was that he was actually recognized. Princess Shu Rui asked doubtfully, "But sir, you have chosen to contact SHIELD, how do you know the situation in Wakanda?" I didn't expect that under isolationism, Wakanda would have such an understanding of the world, and even a not-so-famous person like him would understand it. He doesn't know that Wakanda has a very powerful reporting agency called Pride, which is second only to Snake and Shield in terms of strength. But this expansion mode is not bad, at least it saves him a lot of trouble. I came into contact with a man named Eric. His real name is Ni Yadaka. He described to me Wakanda, the most powerful country in the world. When the old king heard this name, his expression was quite unnatural, but it was all hidden under his dark old folds. The seemingly innocent Princess Shurui asked, "Can I see your spaceship?" "My pleasure. In this case, if you want to win people's trust, you must release more information, or even meet certain demands of the other party." The UFO appeared, and Surge was released at the same time. This is the friend I made when I came to Earth, and he also followed me on adventures. Although Wakanda is small, it also welcomes friends from the outside. The old king walked over and smiled unsuspectingly. Yang Ming, who has actually watched the movie, knows that every king of Wakanda is protected by a group of Al family personal guards, the Durham Mileage. The three seemingly ordinary bald women next to the old king may be as good as Captain America in terms of combat effectiveness. Princess Shurui looked outside for a while and then wanted to go in to study. Yang Ming simply agreed. The king invited the two of them into the palace and entertained them in the main hall. After a brief conversation, Yang Ming revealed more. After all, he, Gu Yi and Lu Dan were talking about coming from the future, so don't make things worse again. It just so happened that Princess Shurui came back. Princess Shurui, His Majesty the King, and all the elders, I actually didn't tell you everything. I actually come from an alien planet in the future. Humanity has spread throughout the right spiral arm of Orion in the 39th century. I came back from that time. Believe it or not, at least this cliché must be unified. This statement is incredible, but Princess Shurui is even more interested in flying saucers. Are you using it to travel through time? Of course not. His ability to tell stories unfolded. In the 39th century, mankind has become the fourth largest force in the universe after the Kree, Xandar Nova Empire, and Skrulls. Different from the bloody rule of the three empires, mankind has become more peaceful, but it also offends some people's interests. Seeing that both Princess Shurui and the old king were attracted by him, they continued, in the universe the most evil apocalypse has unleashed a curse on the people of Earth. A powerful evil god will engulf all human territories, infect and further descend on this world. In this case, as long as 100 years of human latitude will become the projection world of the evil god's latitude, everything will be irreversible. However, the technological level at that time was simply not enough to contend with this curse. Unless there was a technological explosion, this was the only way for the weak to survive when the two civilizations were at odds with each other. Some radical elements among humans on Earth are trying to reverse history by gathering all the great scientists in history to complete a technological explosion in order to face the crisis. And some people want to assemble all the powerful weapons in history, such as the 6 Infinity Stones, to break the curse with absolute power. But no matter which method is used, it will cause irreversible damage to the world. As a member of the Earth Federation's executive judges, I was ordered to come to the 21st century to ensure that the major events of this era will not change and that some deadly weapons will not be stolen. It was perfect, and he gave himself full marks for this story. The princess and the king fell into doubt. How do you prove it? That's a good question. Yang Ming said to King T'Chaka, do you want to know when you died? Presumptuous. A middle-aged bald female general quit, her dark face burning with anger. It's okay. I heard that you have gained the trust of the Ancient One Master and Director Nick Fury. The old king was very magnanimous. So what exactly are you doing when you visit Wakanda? Faced with the king's question, Yang Ming had already thought about how to explain, since I cannot be the one to destroy history, I do not carry weapons that transcend the 21st century, and enemies who disrupt the timeline may not be able to stick to time like me. Criteria. So you want Wakanda's weapons? You liar! A man with a speckled face and a blue cloak strode out of the palace. Your Majesty, this man must be a liar. He is not a liar, at least his technology is not something that outsiders can possess. Unexpectedly receiving support from Princess Shurui, Yang Ming calmly met the king's gaze and said, I'm not here to get Wakanda's weapons, but to give you the ability to protect yourself. Looking at the huge platform outside the palace, overlooking the future city that looked like a science fiction movie, he asked calmly, how long can Wakanda stay ahead of the people on Earth? Can it resist the robbers from the future? Vibranium is one of their goals. First, as the optimal ratio of mining technology and survival, this is the anchor point where they may arrive. Chapter 44 Upgrading Equipment. The elders of the border tribes could not answer such a shocking question. He glanced at the king covertly, stamped his feet and said, if you can prove that what you said is true, I will apologize to you. And the border tribes will fully cooperate with your request. If not, I will kill you, a thief who deceives the world and steals your reputation. Alas, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart, I'm sure I'm going to lie to you. Fortunately, we don't have any bad intentions. You must be wondering how people in the future will take away vibranium meteorites. Let me show you the space folding technology. As he spoke, he released a piece of platinum ore 3 meters thick and 100 meters in diameter on a large platform measuring thousands of square meters outside the palace. The sound was loud, the elephant was invisible, and the sudden changes shocked everyone's hearts. After a while, a female guard used a spear in her hand to test whether this was an illusion of projection technology. This is platinum ore. Oh my God, there is such a high purity and such a large platinum ore in the world. If it is exiled to the outside world, it will cause a financial tsunami. Princess Shurui is quite knowledgeable, but after all, she was shocked and speechless at a young age, and her eyes when looking at Yang Ming were even more full of curiosity. This is nothing. In the interstellar era, platinum is not considered a precious metal. I personally own a platinum planet as a fishing spot. The elder was dumbfounded. Such technology and financial resources were too intuitive. But he still insisted, why do we need protection? Yang Ming gestured to borrow a vibranium spear, and then used his hands as hot as the sun to melt the spear in public. This is just one of several cheap enhancements that people on Earth can choose when they reach adulthood in the future. It is as common as parents in Bangsa country giving plastic surgery projects to their children as gifts. Everyone understood what he said, and Old Hay asked in disbelief, you mean we might face enemies who ignore our weapons? We will definitely face it. Those who want to take away the vibranium meteorite must at least have this kind of strength to have a chance of winning. Space folding technology ignores vibranium weapons. If this is true, Wakanda will not be able to survive. This is just your one-sided statement. He was still questioning. From the moment he looked at the king subconsciously in shock, Yang Ming knew that he was cooperating with the king and asking questions that the king was not suitable to say. Simply took out a platinum bow and handed it to Princess Shurui, and the guards took it to analyze the data. This is a platinum product. Its strength and toughness are at least 3 times greater than vibranium. It has reached the theoretical limit that platinum can achieve. You want to teach us this technology? Can you raise vibranium to its theoretical limit? No wonder Princess Shurui made a mistake. Everyone present was very enthusiastic, but the old king understood that it was impossible to teach this kind of technology. Yang Ming was the person who protected time, and it was impossible for this kind of technology to be used to encourage young people to be left behind. Looking at Yang Ming, who always had a calm look, King T'Chaka personally asked, how many vibranium weapons of this technology can you provide us? Yang Ming he asked, how many weapons do you think can protect you when I can't take care of you, at least until I come? 10 minutes, Princess Shurui reminded. The ultimate speed of his spaceship can reach 4/5 the speed of light, so as long as he is still on the surface, it only takes 10 minutes at most to arrive. Just when the king was about to speak, Yang Ming said that there was no need to be so harsh. He was willing to stay for a period of time to iterate equipment for all warriors in Wakanda. At the same time, all the technologies on his body could be used for research as long as Wakanda needed it. This made the entire palace immersed in excitement, especially the little princess Lolita Shurui, whose admiration was written on her face. The only pity is that I was trained from birth to be a warrior and craftsman, not a scientist, otherwise I could be of more specific help. This is an excuse to avoid being asked questions that he cannot answer. He provided a set of fashionable clothes, a set of platinum products, a wall tile, a wooden door, a piece of gel and a ball of spider web for Princess Shurui to study. It seems generous, but those last two things are one of the purposes of his coming here. He may help take care of S.H.I.E.L.D., but he must not be tied up by Nick Fury. He owes too much and cannot afford to pay it back. Yang Ming was so focused on dealing with the people of Wakanda that he forgot about Serge, who was following him. This veteran had completely transformed. He muttered in a low voice, "That's right, everything is right. How come the boss is bound to the evil god? This boss is the real great one." At first, I was shocked by his strength and wanted to use his power to escape the dangers of addiction and overclocking. Then I was brainwashed by the lies he spun. Now the lies have been fully sublimated. Even seeing Yang Ming staring at him, he hurriedly said that he would definitely put all this into his stomach and would fight to the death to help the boss accomplish his great cause. It made Yang Ming feel that this was an evil act, and that even a good person had been fooled by him. The two of them settled in Wakanda and started building vibranium weapons in a planned way every day. What he didn't expect was that the biggest gain from coming here this time was not to gain Wakanda's trust, but that after integrating vibranium technology, the vibranium armor and vibranium fashions he produced were no longer rigid armor and consumables. In return for answering the curious Princess Shurui's questions every day, Yang Ming combined the many movies, TV shows, novels and comics he had seen in his previous life to weave a grand picture of the universe for her. One day, after listening to him tell the story of Xiao Yan, who transformed into a spaceship, defeated Gui Li, who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and transformed into Dongfang Jusuk, and married Balala, the little demon fairy Yin Susu, Princess Shurui said, "I will definitely build Wakan in the future. Master's Space Fleet." From now on, Shurui no longer pestered Yang Ming, but instead focused on studying flying saucers, saying that he wanted to see with his own eyes how majestic Turin, the royal city of the Full Metal Alchemist clan, was when he relied on multiple shadow clone battleships to destroy an entire country. This allowed him to finally focus on researching equipment. After the Black Panther suit was upgraded, its functions were simply abnormal. Originally, the original version of the suit was afraid of almost nothing except high temperatures exceeding the melting point limit. Now, after undergoing magic modification, the Super Black Panther suit provided to the Old King has the ability to withstand high temperatures of 16,000 degrees Celsius, and has stronger attacks. The transformation of the attack power is very comprehensive. In addition to the original nails, retractable claws imitating Wolverine are also added, which perfectly blends Wolverine and saber-toothed tiger. Short-distance jet flight and Spider-Man imitating hooks are also added. Damage integration up to 60 points. Of course, this is a stack of multiple data. The damage of the nails and wolf claws used in melee combat is 13 or 17 points, so it is not difficult to tear through some armored vehicles. The attack is false, but the defense is real. It has a 60 point comprehensive defense that can survive the power of tactical nuclear weapons. And the spear in Yang Ming's hand is even more amazing. Chapter 45 Honorary Member. This spear with laser firing is a weapon prepared for Dora's guards. Vibranium Laser Spear. Type: melee/ranged. Damage: 16. Knockback: 3.5. Critical hit rate: 19%. Usage time, 21. Rate of fire, 6.6. The damage is much weaker than that of Blood Diamond, but the laser cannon can fire 21 rounds in 1 minute and fly to a range of 2,000 meters in 6.6 seconds. It beats Blood Diamond in terms of range and rate of fire. For him, it just so happens that he has a long-range clearing of troops with high efficiency, and a closetophus output to defeat the boss. There is also vibranium silk woven from spider webs that absorb vibranium technology, and a shirt adds 20 points of defense. Paired with the Super Leopard armor, his offensive and defensive performance is over 100. Blood volume, 350/300. Super Leopard armor plus 50. Magic power, 5. Defense, 35 plus 20 plus 60, vibranium shirt plus 20, Super Leopard armor plus 60. Attack, 35 plus 60 plus 16 plus 53, vibranium laser spear plus 16, Super Leopard armor plus 60, Desperate Blood Diamond plus 53. Looking at the panel data, I guess I can play solo with Odin. Of course he knew it was impossible, but the Infinity Gauntlet in Odin's treasure house was really delicious. Odin once possessed the Infinity Gauntlet and controlled 3 Infinity Stones to conquer the 9 realms. Later, he scattered the 3 stones and set some fake ones as souvenirs. Thanos ordered the same model as Odin from the dwarves. It was only when he got the first gem on Xandar that he discovered that he was wearing a goods. The furious Thanos returned and took out the fake one before replacing it with a genuine one. Every time Yang Ming swelled up, he wanted to get Odin's gloves, and then grab the gems from Thanos. But Tony learned that the body strength of Thor scanned by Jarvis was stronger than his naked body wearing platinum armor. The armor is still high. From this point of view, God King Odin's physical strength is at least 50. He can't exert the damage on paper. Even the extremis Blood Diamond with damage of 53 can't even get through Odin's oily skin. Okay, I can't be rash. He restrained his unrealistic fantasies and continued to make ordinary vibranium armor. It is said that ordinary armor lacks the design of the Black Panther suit, which is quite simple, but it becomes complicated when it is required to combine the clothing characteristics of various tribes. It's like the one in the movie who wears a blue cloak or looks like a big sweater. If you can't make an iron can, you have to rely on vibranium silk craftsmanship. It took 3 months and was finally completed. In the future, everyone in Wakanda will have 20 points of defense and 16 and 7 points of attack, becoming a powerful country where any individual can compete with the US Team 5050. The reason why Captain America wants to compete with them 5 or 5 times is because of his skillful combat skills and the limit of human physique. Manual doghead. Originally it wasn't that slow, because after making equipment countless times, he had the means to give spirituality to the equipment. Falling words. Falling words are very important. The ruthless vibranium laser spear has one more set of enchantments than the laser spear, plus 18% attack power, 10 knockback. He faces more than 100 kinds of falling words, and can effectively control the gain or debuff of falling words with training. This training process is the most time-consuming. After playing 3 ruthless falling words in a row, I found that activating the desperate heat with both hands can increase the chance of getting a good falling word. In the end, Yang Ming left behind the best legendary spear he had ever made, with extra plus 15% attack, plus 10% usage speed, plus 5% critical hit, plus 10% usage distance, and plus 15% knockback. Furthermore, 28 pieces of clothing and 10 sets of Super Leopard armor have been enhanced throughout the year. These experiments took more than 2 months, otherwise they would have been completed long ago. In the King's Hall, the armor conferring ceremony is being prepared in an orderly manner. T'Challa, who had studied abroad for this ceremony, was recalled. He was surprised to see the changes everywhere in the country. After knowing the cause of everything, the beardless prince eagerly expressed his gratitude to Yang Ming. Before the two of them had even exchanged a word, the celebration began. The soldiers lined up to take away their weapons and armor. This step took a long time. King T'Chaka raised his glass to congratulate all the warriors, and all the warriors responded, and the atmosphere of the banquet reached its peak. Thank you to the Black Panther goddess for her honor, which reflects the glory of humanity. Now today the Wakanda royal family will welcome an honorary member. Ha! Everyone stands and beats their chests. Thank you to the Black Panther goddess for your protection, and welcome the help of my best friends. My brother Yang Ming is a warrior who comes from the future to fight to protect us. Ha! Everyone beat their chests again, even Serge Max shouted. On the contrary, Yang Ming was a little out of tune with this environment, but he still walked up to the king and said, I helped you and got rewards. In any case, we thank you for your dedication and efforts. From now on, you will be an honorary member of my Wakanda royal family. The king was very excited, but Yang Ming couldn't fit into their atmosphere. Didn't he just want to tie him to Wakanda's camp to prevent possible dangers? T'Challa, Shu Rui, from now on you will call Yang Ming uncle and treat him as my brother. What's going on? Yang Ming was a little confused when he saw the older and younger people calling him uncle. When you eat, and when you shout, you shout. Why do you still recognize your relatives when nothing happens? But he was happy when he heard the next sentence. King T'Chaka announced to all those present, from today on, the ownership of the vibranium mine also belongs to Yang Ming and his descendants. He also smiled and symbolically took out a glass bucket containing vibranium and gave him a vibranium ring as a symbol of royal power. Yang Ming looked at the ring and the separated blue vibranium in the glass bucket, and felt that his busy work these past few months was not in vain. Everyone was so excited that they started celebrating, but it was still difficult for Yang Ming to blend in. He admitted that he was materialistic, and all he thought about was vibranium. The warriors who got the equipment didn't care about that. First, the warriors from the ape tribe, and then the border tribes took turns to come forward to persuade them to drink. In the end, he drank so much that he didn't know anything anymore. King T'Chaka held such a grand event and recognized him as his younger brother because he knew that Yang Ming would not be able to stay here permanently. From what he could tell about Yang Ming, this man had neither bad intentions nor patience. He could make equipment for them for several months in a row, and he also had no patience to wait long after the equipment was made. Yang Ming woke up again. Serge in a vibranium suit and 4 bald heads were standing beside the bed. Your Highness, King T'Chaka is waiting for you in the king's meeting hall. Yang Ming asked him with a look that looked crazy, who taught you to talk like this? Well, Serge was stunned. Princess Shu Rui said that the king's brother should be called the prince, and the king's uncle should be called the elder, so as long as King T'Chaka is still alive, you will be the prince. Okay, even if I am a prince, what are you doing with that stinky Li Jin? Speechless, it seems that this guy who has been brainwashed before leaving Wakanda cannot change. Serge opened his lower lip to reveal a line of fluorescent blue text. Seer, son of Warden, has met the prince. Did you forget that we were naturalized last night? I go. Yang Ming almost fell off the ground. He quickly went to the mirror and pulled open his lower lip. A fluorescent blue vibranium barcode was there. Chapter 46 Wakandan Ambassador to Manhattan. When I looked in the mirror, I suddenly felt like there was something foreign in my mouth. In fact, I didn't feel anything just now, it was just a psychological effect. Arousing the heat of desperation, he burned his entire head like the sun, and the blazing golden skull was reflected, and even started to turn white. That is to say, he has a fire resistance factor, otherwise his head will be burned. The more blazing blonde and whiter he is, the more clearly he can see the blue Kosovan. This is liquid vibranium genetic technology. Unless the mouth is cut off or the temperature reaches enough to vaporize the vibranium, the key is that you can grow it back even if you cut it off. He doesn't understand the boss's behavior. In his opinion, it is recognition and honor, but why is the boss so manic? When he met T'Chaka again, the king no longer regarded him as an outsider, and gave him 4 bald beauties as soon as they met. "My brother, as the Prince of Wakanda, I am obliged to have someone accompanying you. They are the best new members of Dora's bodyguard, and they will follow you to do some work of protecting and serving you. I will give you the Wakanda Embassy in New York to live in, if you want to return to New York." To be honest, T'Chaka was really nice to him. Now that he thought about it, he even had a label on him, so he accepted it. In fact, he already regrets what he has done during this period of time, because he has messed up because he did not want to change the plot. He initially wanted to increase Wakanda's combat power against the Vanguard in the Women's Federation 3, but the reality was more than that. The first time Wakanda appeared in the movie plot was because a dozen children were affected by the Women's Federation's battle. Now everyone in Wakanda is wearing clothes woven from vibranium spider webs, which can automatically activate an energy shield with a defense of 20, making them unable to die easily. Saving a dozen children is a good thing, but what about T'Chaka? T'Challa succeeded because King T'Chaka was killed by Colonel Zima, who was bent on revenge, when he was speaking at the Sokovia Accord proposal meeting. The collar he is wearing now is a Super Black Panther vibranium suit that can automatically put on when warning of danger, because Yang Ming's suit technology has been advanced and enhanced. I still want to keep the plot going, unless vibranium products don't leave Wakanda. Looking at T'Chaka's sincere eyes, Yang Ming really didn't want him to die, so I changed the plot. It's inconvenient for you to wear armor when walking outside. My portable workstation can be used to make various armors. This is how I made the blue cloak for the warriors of the border tribes. On the spot, he used vibranium spider webs to make 28 different formal suits for T'Chaka in 4 seasons. Yang Ming, who became rebellious, thought to himself, as long as he was wearing the clothes I made when he was bombed, even Jesus can't take him away. I said of my brother, your craftsmanship is so good that even the best tailors in the world would be ashamed to see you. Let's not talk about that anymore. Now that I have given you the things, I should leave. I am a restless person and I have stayed here for too long. I should go out for a walk. Yang Ming's departure from King T'Chaka was well prepared. It just so happens that T'Challa wants to continue his studies, so you might as well go together. No problem. I told you to keep a low profile. How embarrassing it is now. The Secretary of State and military attaché of the embassy of an African country are both Asian and white. Isn't it a bit ridiculous? When Yang Ming appeared in the public eye again, he had become the Secretary of State and Wakanda's ambassador to Manhattan, accompanying the Crown Prince of Wakanda on a state visit. Looking at the U.S. Secretary of State who took the time to accompany him, Yang Ming felt that he was making things difficult for him. With his blonde hair styled into a slicked back, he looks gentlemanly and elegant. Wearing a blue shirt and black trousers, Secretary of State Ross, who looks like an old British man, is really fascinated now. His background before joining politics made him sensitive enough to some things. The Secretary of State of Wakanda in front of him was obviously a mysterious person registered with SHIELD, so how could he become a poor relative of the poor king of Wakanda? Prince Yang Ming, do you plan to live in Manhattan for a long time, or return to Wakanda after your visit? This kind of question should not appear in the conversation between the two secretaries of state, but should be reflected in the reported schedule. However, as a general who has not been in politics for a short time, Ross has nothing to say to Yang Ming after making polite remarks. Yes, I don't necessarily have to be here permanently. I still have a shop in Hell's Kitchen. I am now considered a member of the foreign royal family. Can I be exempted from the house tax? After a tense conversation, the two, both newbies in the political world, just felt disgusted with each other. Ross resisted the urge to reach for a gun at his waist and stood up to leave. Yang Ming can be regarded as temporarily settling in this embassy. The original embassy staff returned to Wakanda after handover with the new arrivals. As the military attaché of the embassy, Serge Max seemed to have regained his military demeanor and was lecturing the soldiers in the embassy. It was really hard for these teenagers from various tribes to dress uniformly in the embassy. Yang Ming also thought it was absurd. It was just a pilot becoming the military attaché of the embassy? But a group of intellectuals who pretended to be natives but returned from various institutions of higher learning became the embassy guards. With nothing to do, he began to visit the Wakanda embassy, which was 1 block away from the Chinese embassy. A yard of less than 30 acres, an 8-story building and a circle of small buildings surrounding the backyard. The floor area of the building is not small, but it has no special features. The only view is from the top floor, which overlooks the busy Hudson River, but this is really not worth seeing. Yang Ming felt addicted for a while, so he went to the rooftop and took out the furnace and workbench. He felt that this embassy, which was completely in line with American aesthetics, was not a qualified palace. He plans to build a palace on top of this building. At least it should be more gorgeous than the manor on the rooftop of Zihong Life Insurance. What he has most is gold and platinum, anyway, no one bought the chandeliers and clocks he made, so he might as well use them himself. Burn gold bricks, gold ores and stones in natural blocks, and use the furnace as a workstation to get gold bricks, which are used for construction. Using the workbench as a workstation, gold bricks can be cut into 1/4 thickness and spliced into a gold brick wall with 4 times the area. The concepts of gold bricks and gold brick walls are equivalent to load-bearing walls and ordinary infill walls. The same goes for platinum bricks and platinum brick walls. Yang Ming made several huge gold ore and platinum flakes that he planned to use as hidden weapons into bricks and brick walls. He then used grey bricks to lay a frame support along the bottom of the building, and then paved it on the 4 corner supports. Gold bricks. In this way, although it seems that the palace is located on the main building of the embassy, it is actually the 4 supports he built himself that bear the load. Buildings blessed with the power of gold finger do not actually have to comply with mechanical principles. A single earth beam can support a huge building. The reason why he built 4 supports along the building was to prevent someone from deliberately damaging it. Even if one was blown up, there would still be 3. As soon as the 1-meter thick gold base was laid in the Golden Palace, a visitor was welcomed. Chapter 47 Ancient Yi's Soul-Stirring Fear. Thanks to Huangji and Amp, Emperor for the reward of 2,000 starting coins. Why does Master have time to see me? As important nodes on the Earth, aren't the 3 major sanctuaries resisting crises in other dimensions at all times? Aren't you just making projection anchor points in other dimensions? Feeling the rhythm of the secret door behind him, Yang Ming knew who was coming. Gu Yi's expression was calm, which made Yang Ming think that the Golden Palace might not be built. Do you have any instructions? Have. The 2 of them no longer had any cover-ups and pretense, and their attitudes no longer had the inexplicable little atmosphere they had before. Your growth rate is too fast, and it has even exceeded the limit that can be seen. So? Do you want to restrain me? It's meaningless. The timeline has been destroyed by you. I shouldn't believe that existence is reasonable. You come from outside their efforts to maintain the time loop. Your arrival is a variable. Yang Ming knew that sooner or later he would be intolerable. How about you send me back? Send it back to where? Go back where you came from. Gu Yi looked at him with some reproach. Can't do it. Still, the work at hand did not stop. The 4-meter square ornate gold brick wall was used as floor tiles. The gold bricks were used as walls and columns. They were hammered and deformed into round Roman columns with ribs. The main body of the wall is made of gold bricks, and all window frames and doorways are made of platinum bricks. While working, I asked, how bad is the worst future you see? I have seen many results, because of your participation. The worst results generally have one thing in common. The evil god is here, and no one can compete with his strength. Gu Yi was scared. This is something Yang Ming never expected. He knew that Ancient One had a human side, but a supreme mage who had lived for so long and could even look at death very lightly, was actually sometimes afraid? That demon god made this universe a part of his rule, and then those gods who surrendered to him who were outstanding enough were sent by him to countless latitudes and universes to become new anchor points. There was only deathly grayness in Guyi's eyes. I was wrong, I thought he was just much more powerful than Domu, and Domu didn't even have the qualifications to surrender to him. I feel Kesu. Don't call his name. Guyi actually covered Yang Ming's mouth. There is an existence in the dark, and there will be an echo when called. Even if his name is called out in this world, it will attract his attention and deepen the bond. But isn't that demon very powerful? Ancient One seemed to know something from the future, and just said, what you are talking about is the specious things made by some people under the influence of the evil god's projection. The evil god is not so easy to defeat. Yang Ming was shocked by Guyi's panic. He wanted to comfort him but also comforted himself by asking, isn't there still a good result? Pick a few and talk about it. The best result is that you suddenly leave and the anchor point of this world is cleared. I was sent away by you. Hearing some hope, he even wished that he had returned to Earth. You can't be sent away. No matter whether I kill you or teleport you to another dimension, no matter what method I use, you will be resurrected on the rooftop of the New York Temple. Even if the New York Temple is destroyed, Manhattan Island is destroyed, and the Earth is destroyed, you will still appear there. Looked desperate, which even made Yang Ming start to have a creepy feeling. Infinite resurrection is indeed a power in the game. Even if the birth point is destroyed, it will be useless. Even stacking blocks at the resurrection point is useless. The player's resurrection will forcefully destroy everything around him and appear there. The resurrection is like a power above all powers. But why is it that such a setting in the game seems so creepy after being said out loud? Didn't you say there were other, good results? He no longer wanted to comfort Guyi, but he was also a little scared. Have. Then tell me quickly. Yang Ming was very excited. It seemed that there was another way besides disappearing inexplicably. You've ruined this world. WTF. Thanos snapped his fingers and destroyed half of all life. You grabbed the Infinity Gauntlet and snapped your fingers a second time. All living and undead in this world were wiped out, the evil god abandoned this place. You call this a good result? Yang Ming was confused. He was so confused that he couldn't even build a house. Does that mean there's no time left? Infinite golden light suddenly appeared in Guyi's eyes, which was the hope of life, eager and fast. Now is the node that I have deduced countless times. Just tell me what you want me to do. Yang Ming felt a little awkward when Guyi looked at him, with a look that made him want to skin him alive, as if he was electricity, light, and the only myth. He was so eager that he couldn't bear it. He bent back a little and backed away without asking, just tell me, I agree with you. Give up everything. WTF. Give up your abilities come from that evil god. Guyi continued, I didn't feel clear enough about these things before, but after you use the power of this evil god extensively, the bond between this world and the evil god's dimension it's already very profound. Yang Ming understood. After making so many clothes, armors, and weapons in Wakanda, the bonds of the world would deepen. It was also because of this that Ancient One could see a farther future. Looking at it this way, it has nothing to do with whether he changes the plot or not. It's just that the more people in the world use Goldfinger products, the deeper the bond will be by default. Yang Ming suddenly looked at Guyi seriously, sizing up this face and eyes, but even if he kept approaching, he was still looking at him so seriously, as if praying for a glimmer of hope. In the end, Yang Ming pressed nose to nose in front of Guyi's face. He didn't have any other emotions, let alone dodge. There was a sudden kiss out of nowhere, and panic suddenly appeared in Guyi's eyes. From this panic, his eyes began to have spirituality. Hey, ahem, you. Yang Ming pushed away the evil smiling Yang Ming. After coughing for a while, he didn't say anything, but he looked really different from before, more like a human being. Have you secretly studied the latitude of Thulhu? Yang Ming wiped his mouth and casually mentioned Thulhu's real name without summoning Ancient One to stop him again. Stop messing around. He is not as powerful as you fear, but he is indeed much stronger than Domu. Don't try to reversely study his world through anchor points. If you watch it once, it will scare you to this point. If you watch Thulhu conquers the world twice more, I will no longer be needed. You can just be the leader. I was indeed fascinated by the evil god's aura, but he is indeed very powerful. You really can't build any more buildings that can strengthen the anchor point. Chapter 48 Planning the Winter Soldier. Thanks to Lin and Xing Chen for the 500 starting coin reward. It's not an alarmist. In the observable timeline, there is indeed a chance that the evil god will come due to your appearance. Gu Yi's expression was very strange, as if all human expressions of emotion, whether shy, grateful, or angry, were being suppressed by an inhuman emotion. I just found out you were back, so I peeked into the evil god's latitude with you as the anchor, but I was blinded by the evil god's aura. After Gu Yi said these words, he completely hid his emotions and turned into the one who could laugh and make many kinds of expressions, but the whole person looked very Gu Yi. It turns out that she was disguising her true emotions when she became a lover. You have done too much. You have changed Tony Stark, you have changed the fate of everyone in Wakanda, you have changed Nick Fury, you have changed Baron Strucker, and you have changed Chen Haoran, a mortal man. Change. He had known that everything he did would be known by Gu Yi, so he just asked, so has everything gotten better or worse? There are good and bad. Iron Man learned the scanning combat mode in advance, making the armor more confrontational. Wakanda has changed a lot, and Nick Fury is more fully prepared. But as for Hydra, Baron Strucker wants to become more powerful and make greater use of the Mind Scepter, and not only the twins will appear. That means Hydra and Shield are still as they were before. Almost. Gu Yi took a deep look at Yang Ming. Your appearance has not brought about a decisive change in the future so far. Gu Yi calmed down, but Yang Ming was confused. Why did he still have no change in the subsequent plot despite all the trouble? Thulhu aside, what you are doing now is not enough to fight against Thanos' destruction. Yang Ming was confused. Didn't you say that I came from outside the time loop? Gu Yi returned to his accustomed state. You are a variable, but your ability and influence are not strong enough to leverage the cycle. As if he had gained something from his thoughts, Gu Yi opened the door to the secret method and left. Yang Ming felt very uncomfortable. Although he didn't deliberately destroy the plot, he had done so many things but still didn't make any changes to the plot. Although he didn't like the story of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson's team appeared in advance due to his influence on Nick Fury. Sky, who was originally caught by Coulson for messing around online, was directly recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. because of his connections. May, who was hired by Coulson as a clerk, was sent there by Nick Fury in advance, and the male protagonist originally assigned by Hydra was not in Coulson's team. Even Hydra may not know that this team exists, and this team is no longer even a team. 200 bronze armors, 100 pumpkins, and a total of 300 quick reaction teams armed with copper daggers, under the command of Coulson, shattered the AIM crisis. He changed the fate of Chen Haoran, the supporting character in the first season. It is unknown how the villains will stabilize the Centipede Warriors. So it doesn't matter that the plot has been messed up like this. After the palace walls and vestibule were completed, standing on the golden roof, Yang Ming thought of Baron Strucker's visit. Supposedly, this Baron is the opponent of the enhanced braised egg, but he still can't help but want to mess with the Baron. He hates men who look better than him. Baron Strucker was born to be an elegant domineering president. Speaking of temperament, he thought of another very tragic villain with temperament, Colonel Zima, the Avenger whose whole family died in the Battle of Sokovia and who attempted to avenge the Avengers. In order to cause internal strife among the Avengers, he followed the US team for a year, traveled to many places to obtain Bucky's password and base location, shot 5 frozen winter soldiers, and then played the video to Stark. That's right. Will Baron Strucker activate those 5 frozen winter soldiers? Yang Ming jumped off the building to find Serge. I want to go out, and I'll leave this place to you. Would you like me to go with you? The good bow and arrow I have learned in the past 3 months should be used for you. No need, said Yang Ming, who was quite moved. You have your duty, guard my palace. Activate the communicator, and a physical projection of Princess Shu Rui composed of vibranium particles appears above the palm of your hand. Niece, help me ask Pride's spies in Siberia if they have a base that has been sealed in the ice and snow for more than 90 years. He has limited memory of the plot. The little book he prepared contains more detailed plots that are closer to the time before he traveled through time, and blurrier ones that are further back. He really couldn't remember where Colonel Zima caught the Soviet officer and asked for the password, let alone where the address Bucky provided was. Simply leave the problem to Wakanda's spy organization. I believe they will be able to provide him with enough help. Uncle, you can order Danny among the 4 guards to be in charge of intelligence. You have the right to directly command any spy in Pride. Just as he was talking, a black girl came over to report. Your Highness, your greatness shines on the road ahead. The target you are looking for has been determined. 3 local spies are waiting for your further orders nearby. Efficiency. Relying on Wakanda is indeed much better than fighting alone. Thinking back to a few months ago, he even had problems with food and clothing. Going to work in Chinatown? Even if you go begging, you will be looked down upon. Where is there such a store that just needs an unidentified person to work? As long as you have no identity, you cannot do many serious things. All serious businessmen would avoid situations like his. He just had to be thick-skinned and stay in the sanctuary, otherwise he would have had a hard time during the initial battle. Now you don't need to think about these anymore, you just need to give an order and someone will naturally work hard for it. But enjoying such power also comes with responsibilities that must be borne. In fact, Nick Fury has long been willing to provide him with such rights, but there are too many chaos between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, and the situation in Wakanda is much simpler. Another female guard, whom Yang Ming couldn't tell who was who, reported, the spaceship is ready and ready to go at any time. Your spaceship is too slow. Get on my flying saucer and I'll give you piloting authority. With that said, he hugged the 4 black girls and got into the UFO. The flying saucer, which could only accommodate 3 grown men, was a little more crowded and allowed 5 of them to sit there, but it was actually quite comfortable. With 2 black girls on one side, the flying saucer flew straight into the sky under Serge's resentful eyes. You're crazy. Who has a girl who has no time to take a rough guy out to do errands? Yang Ming even thought in his mind that he should give them the ultimate transformation to prevent them from being burned again accidentally. With so many scientific researchers and Maya's information and experience, even without the fire-carrying factor, more than 3 months would be enough to perfect the virus, right? Turn to Washington. Chapter 49 Shield's Centipede Serum, thanks to Miao Xiao for the 200 book coins reward. Outside Director Fury's office, Hill chased away the clerks who were poking their heads and couldn't help but take a look inside. 4 bald black women wearing red shirts and holding full metal spears were standing in the door. Their attire was indeed eye-catching. In the office, you can faintly hear 2 voices teasing each other. The atmosphere is very harmonious, but they are just disparaging each other. After hesitating for a moment, Hill still didn't go in. I remember someone claimed that he would never change history. If he wanted to be worthy of Stark and Natasha's sacrifice, how could he go to Wakanda and become a prince and come back? You know that fate is not something that a mortal can understand. It cannot be changed if you want to. You have made so many efforts. Believe it or not. Whatever is supposed to happen in fate will still happen to you. On your body. Okay. Don't break up with me. What are you doing here? The smile that could not be hidden in Nick Fury's single eye turned his neck gently, and a trace of uncontrollable redness spread from his neck to his cheeks. In fact, there is no need to see this intentional or unintentional show-off. When Yang Ming flew to the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., he felt a large amount of heat sensors in the Trident headquarters on the small island in the middle of the river. This can be regarded as a kind of induction to low-level desperate warriors after becoming a desperate person. It is just a reaction, but it does not cause suppression in terms of rank. Seeing Yang Ming as if he hadn't seen him, he wasn't upset. If you just made a special trip to see me, I have a meeting later, so I won't keep you here. For this, stretch out your hand, blazing gold. The bones and meridians on the palm of the hand are visible through the skin, and the air is exploded by the sudden high temperature of thousands of degrees. You already have this kind of enhancement, what else do you need? He originally complained, but following Yang Ming's gaze he saw the 4 brave and heroic female compatriots. Okay, Nick Fury very generously took out a small box from his desk. Do you want 4 servings? He took out 4 things about the length of a fist, composed of 6 round fluorescent green transparent balls and metal injection claws. They looked like 4 centipedes. Centipede serum. Good name. Luoden didn't hear his surprise. This serum modified from the terminal virus has not yet been named, although they also call it that in private. Yang Ming was surprised by the inertia of the plot. Maya Hansen, who originally developed the Extremis virus for AIM in Iron Man 3, eventually destroyed the data and died. AIM lost its mastery of virus technology. After the residual drugs were lost, multiple tissues were obtained. Among them, the centipede tissue used the residual virus and added other ingredients to reversely produce a centipede serum. Yang Ming still didn't know whether the centipede organization had mastered this technology, but Lu Dan's men actually came up with it. Nick Fury unbuttoned his cufflinks and saw a centipede serum syringe fastened on his forearm. Concealed, safe, it can continuously enhance the receptors, and it also eliminates the danger of explosion. The original word desperate situation is no longer suitable, so it is just right to use this image of the name. After hearing this, Yang Ming was not surprised that this virus was safer and more convenient. After all, Maya Hansen was still alive. This transformation is also in stages. Yes, if you are just someone who is being incited to rebel, you only need 3 minutes to place the syringe and you can transform into a super soldier and come out with information all the way. Think about how amazing this is. If you want to continue to increase your strength, you have 2 options. One is to attach multiple syringes at the same time, and the other is to continue to replace new syringes. The former is faster than the latter, but it is slower to fully control the power. The latter takes longer than the former, but it is very stable. Yang Ming was speechless, but he still planned to continue hooking him, but the substitute became this centipede serum. Okay, give me the thing. In exchange, I can reveal something. Nick Fury did not hand the serum syringe to the female warrior, it can only be used on the spot. I know what kind of place Wakanda is. If this thing is not used now, this technology will be considered stolen. Black braised egg's cautiousness is frustrating. He sees Yang Ming very clearly. After the 4 women placed the syringe, visible heat flow was injected into the body and went straight to the heart. As you can imagine, the pain did not appear. This way of strengthening the virus was very gentle. No wonder it is an enhanced weapon that can transform ordinary civilians into super soldiers after being instigated to rebel. When the heat flow visible to the naked eye flows through the whole body and burns them black and red, the first strengthening is over. After that, there will be continuous enhancement. The first stage will not be completed until the medicine is completely consumed. However, as far as the first enhancement is concerned, it can indeed allow an ordinary person to evolve into a super warrior who can defeat dozens of people through the enhancement of mental reactions and physical fitness. For the female guards of Wakanda, they are even more powerful. Okay, is there anything you want to tell me that I don't know? Faced with Luo Dan's inquiry, he stood up and walked away while saying, not only have you become stronger, your enemies will also use the same strength to deal with you. Is this the end? Otherwise? Do you still need me to tell you that Baron Strucker used the staff to not only strengthen Quicksilver and the Witch, but also that the time has been greatly advanced? Will the assassination in your fate be more difficult to deal with? After receiving this relatively conscientious answer, Nick Fury watched him leave with a smile. Agent Sitwell, how did the investigation you were asked to investigate go? I haven't found out what he did in Wakanda for 3 months. Pierce was no longer calm, and asked the little bald head suffocatingly, then have you found out what happened 3 months ago? Maya Hansen's confidentiality clearance is too high for me to have access to. I have interrogated Mandarin several times, but there is no useful information. I just know that Director Fury should have a secret force. Agent Sitwell's back was sweating, and he exposed the centipede injection on his arm. Director Fury should not have noticed anything about us, otherwise he wouldn't have strengthened everyone above level 7. You are such an idiot. Alexander Pierce turned back to look at the flying saucer that disappeared in the cloud, and cursed angrily, every agent above level 7 has it, so it means they haven't been strengthened at all. And how do you know that after this tube of potion, the strengthening is completely completed? It has to be said that Alexander Pierce is indeed a veteran double agent leader, and he saw Nick Fury's fake generosity at a glance. He had even begun to wonder if Nick Fury already knew something, but after thinking about it, now was not the time to take action. He also needs Nick Fury to charge forward and do things that are inconvenient for him to do. Continuing to understand the plan is the most important thing. Chapter 50. The password is not universal. Give Huangji and Emperor 2000 starting coins to make up for it. After leaving the Trident headquarters, he went straight to his destination. When he arrived at the frozen base, which was like a huge tundra, the spies who had received orders in advance had already opened the door. All the way entering this base that has been abandoned for almost 20 years, we arrived in front of 5 freezing cabinets that were being thawed. It seems that Baron Strucker has not planned to use these soldiers yet. These 5 people were strengthened by Bucky, who stole the Winter Soldier serum from the old Stark's car, but one of the Europa Winter Soldiers could fight better than Bucky. Yang Ming vaguely remembered that the remaining 5 Winter Soldiers seemed not to be very controlled. It should be for this reason that they were left to freeze in this abandoned base. Of course, it is also possible that because there is no need to dispatch so many Winter Soldiers at the same time, even Bucky freezes and thaws intermittently. Yang Ming took out his notebook and turned directly to the creased article. I woke up and began to chant to the 5 Winter Soldiers who were gradually recovering: Longing, Rust, 17, Dawn, Stove, 9, Kindness, Return to the Motherland, 1, Train and Freight Car. When he read the sentence, the system translated it into pure Russian pronunciation, but the extremely weak Winter Soldier acted as if he didn't hear it. Soldier. He didn't get that sentence of willingness to obey. Was it because he had taken the wrong steps? Looking at his own record, after Bucky was thawed, he was dragged to a seat with a head and brainwashed, and then the Russian officer recited a spell. Find a brainwashing device, plug it in and resume use. Yes, Prince. I don't care whether the things in this base that have been abandoned for at least 10 years can be used. The execution power is too high. 5 Winter Soldiers were taken down, 4 men and 1 woman, a Slavic woman, a black man, a Viking, a European, a monk and a dragon? I have no impression of Yulong at all. Looking at that Europa man, he really looks like a combined version of Dachau and Lao Yat. The equipment has been restored. Bring it over. I didn't expect that this base that had been abandoned for more than 10 years could actually be restored to use. The base established by Lao Mazi was genuine. Clean up this place, and it will be ours from now on. Yang Ming and the others came to this brainwashing center and arranged for Yulong first. The pain caused by the huge electric current stimulating his brain made him howl in pain. Fortunately, among his Wakanda spies, there are capable people who can actually operate this equipment and know how to reach a certain limit. After confirming that it was washed, Yang Ming read the passage again, but Yulong still didn't respond, which was a bit annoying. Yang Ming thought of a possibility that he really didn't want to believe, that is, everyone has a password, and not all use the same password. That would be troublesome. You really have to find that little red book. There is such a person, the commander of this base, and a red leather notebook with a 5-point star printed on it. Danny stepped forward with a look of embarrassment, paused her vibranium laser spear, and reported, "Your description is too general. We were able to find this base because its existence happened to be in the information we were involved in. It's hard to find the nameless person you mentioned." Before Yang Ming could say anything, Danny stood upright and held her head high as she said, "No matter how difficult it is, we must complete the mission of His Highness the Prince." "No need." Yang Ming looked at the black guy who knew how to use these devices. "Can you re-brainwash and program them?" "Okay, Prince, be careful." His reminder was a little too late. The other 4 Winter soldiers who had been slowly accumulating strength on the side heard that they were going to be re-brainwashed and reprogrammed, and immediately launched an attack. Among them, women, black men and Vikings attacked 3 female guards, while the Winter soldier, who looked a little like Batman and a little like Superboy, directly attacked Yang Ming. The critical strikes of the other 3 people activated the defensive shield on the female guard's armor, but their power actually kicked the blue protective shield away together. This is a power close to that of Captain America. The one who attacked Yang Ming had long been discovered by Yang Ming from a god's perspective. It could be said that he deliberately wanted to see the Winter soldiers' combat effectiveness, and of course he would not succeed in a sneak attack. He waved his hand to block, and the opponent's kick came with great force. The super leopard armor could withstand the damage, but it couldn't withstand the force. Yang Ming was kicked backwards and at the same time, he kicked his opponent's thigh with a fierce kick that he did not retract. He stabilized his figure and at the same time rubbed his body upwards. He used the leopard claw in his left hand and the wolf blade in his right hand, and aimed at the Winter soldier on the left who was hurt by the kick. The opponent's fighting consciousness is very strong. Even if the recovery after thawing is not particularly complete, he can still perfectly smash Yang Ming's attack with both hands. In the flash of lightning, hands changed hands twice, and only then did Danny react and stab the Winter soldier with a spear. The 3 female guards who were kicked away fell on the nearby console. They were not hurt at all but were very angry. It was a humiliating feeling of not protecting the prince well. Danny also had the same attitude, and she even secretly swore in her heart that from now on she would never let the prince do it himself. The 4 female guards transformed into black and red warriors, and their attacks became more and more cruel. Although the spears they thrust were fierce, based on their fighting skills, they were unable to defeat each other for a while. The improved centipede virus sacrifices the ability to withstand high temperatures, but gives people greater strength. The 4 women who were strengthened for the first time were actually stronger than Yang Ming in terms of strength, but they were still suppressed and beaten by the 4 Winter soldiers. Basically, he was knocked away directly with a punch or a kick, and the attacking weapons were easily dodged. Only then did Yang Ming realize that the previous thought in Wakanda that any Wakandan could be 5050 equal to Captain America was just nonsense. Just the 2nd generation Winter soldier, and the incomplete centipede warrior's pure power already has at least a dozen points of attack power range. How strong can the American team be? Maybe it's because Captain America is so much like a human being that he's always underestimated. The controlled monk reached out and tore off the steel clamp. He ignored the spies beside him who took out guns and shot at him, and headed straight for Yang Ming. And as a person in desperate situation who had strengthened his talents and made some mistakes, Yang Ming also wanted to try what kind of quality he was. Wolverine stretched out his sharp claws and used the Black Tiger move to dig out the heart of the dragon that was charging over. Relying on his short size and agility, Yulong lowered his head to avoid the cross attack, got close to Yang Ming's body, put his hands on his waist, and gave a knee to the vital part. Although it was impossible for him to be injured, Yang Ming was still startled. He raised his knees and collided with each other. They were evenly matched, but Yulong, who was more flexible than him, followed the force and went around his waist, trying to get him. Pull onions on dry land. If he pulls it out and shakes it seriously at this time, even if his defense is not broken, it may cause damage to his spine.